time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Everything that I sacrificed, so I know it's gonna be alright. Hey. I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights.
Ready for this. This. Ready for this.
Trying to get this paper all day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper. It could be whatever, whether rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline. Hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means, getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance. But if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. If you with me then it's crew, if you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tight, up in knots. I tried to tell you but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up, I'm getting better.
Saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you text and have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
being most definite, better beware. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler, break records like Thriller. Top biller, they call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me, I'm on. I'll be back in my stride, that's how we design. One thing I know, when my back is against that wall, you can bet we'll be coming back, that's how we roll. We go renegade style, when they do we don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. Go renegade style, live up when we don't stop. Time to break through and come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me.
Cold-hearted warrior, I never rest on my laurels. No matter the battle, I come back like I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of a champion.
One thing I know, when my back is against that wall, you can bet we'll be coming back, that's how we roll. Go renegade style, live up when we don't stop. Time to break through, come on free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. I'm a champion, I'm a champion, I'm a champion. Heart of a champion, you're a champion. Heart of a champ, heart of a champion. Yeah, stop, don't stop. Come on, keep it going. Come on, champion, go renegade style, go renegade style. Time to break through and come on free. Inside you will find the heart of a champion.
Yo, this for all my dreamers, believers, go-getters. One day at a time, brick by brick, you feel me? Keep building. Woo! I wake up in the morning, it's another day, another opportunity. I know it's up to me to make my dream come true. It's nothing that I wouldn't do to see my name in lights. I give my life to this mic, my blood, sweat, and tears. I did it for many years. My career's in my hands. I already hear the fans screaming my name, asking for pictures, asking for autographs. I want it all so bad, I let you do the math. I did my 1,000 hours, sometimes I didn't eat, go out or take a shower. Ain't allowing no distractions, we gon' see what happens. I'ma be laughing when them cameras is flashing. My name in lights, I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights, I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Yo, I'ma take it day by day, build it brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arm's reach. I'm making my dream turn into reality. But I tasted defeat, I'd rather have a piece of meat with shrimp on the side. I won't lie, sometimes I wanna give it all up, but I think about the people that's no longer with us, looking down on me. I know they proud of me, so I push on, keep focused and stay strong, cause I know it won't be long. Come on. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Hey, I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Everything that I sacrificed, so I know it's gonna be alright. Hey. I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights.
ready for this. This. Get ready for this. Get ready for this. This.
Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. It could be whatever, weather, rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline. Hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means, getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle. But some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance. But if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret. Cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper. But we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face, but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, 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 paper.
Every day when I awake, I know what's at stake, what kind of moves I gotta make to keep it poppin', raise the bar, elevate. People watching, some applaud, others hate, but either way, I'ma lead the way, bring home the bacon, feed my face. Never been average, always been different, low-key savage, and to think I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better, finding ways to get to this cheddar. I go hard from the time time I get up, I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up. I'm getting better. If you with me, then it's cool. If you're not, cancel Christmas for you. On the spot, ain't nothing you can do to make it stop. Might as well enjoy the view from the side as I rise to the top. Wide-eyed, your stomach tied up in knots. I tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. Look at what you're missing, and I'm only getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to the cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. Finding ways to get to the cheddar. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up. I'm getting better. Every day I'm getting better. I know all my haters are fed up. I go hard from the time I get up, I won't let up. I'm getting better.
Now you're saying you don't love me, put no one above me. When you sip that bubbly, you lose yourself, it's ugly. Tryna run me down and tell your friends that I ain't. Then 3 a.m. you're texting, have you all up on my. Ain't it funny though? Always spending money, buy you this, buy you that. And swear I'm down for us, but it's you holding back. And still you give me bad vibes. Change your attitude, cause it's you. Why you act like
I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
why you lying, girl? You know you're mine, girl. Only when it suits you, control it like some food.
Which way do you think we should go?
I don't care.
Tired of the drama, silence, any more than tears. This here, it's yours. Too broken to be fixed, but too proud to ask for help. Used to be yourself.
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
So why you think that?
I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Why you think that? So why you think that?
I got the heart of a champion, most definite. Better beware, down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Break records like Thriller, top biller. They call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now, a superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me. I'm on. I'll be back in my stride. That's how we design.
One thing I know, when no back is against that wall, you can bear, we'll be coming back. That's how
Yo, this for all my dreamers, believers, go-getters. One day at a time, brick by brick, you feel me? Keep building. Woo! I wake up in the morning, it's another day, another opportunity. I know it's up to me to make my dream come true. It's nothing that I wouldn't do to see my name in lights. I give my life to this mic, my blood, sweat, and tears. I did it for many years. My career's in my hands. I already hear the fans screaming my name, asking for pictures, asking for autographs. I want it all so bad, I'll let you do the math. I did my 1,000 hours, sometimes I didn't eat, go out or take a shower. Ain't allowing no distractions, we gon' see what happens. I'ma be laughing when them cameras are flashing. My name in lights, I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Yo, I'ma take it day by day, build it brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arm's reach. I'm making my dream turn into reality. But I tasted defeat, I'd rather have a piece of meat with shrimp on the side. I won't lie, sometimes I wanna give it all up. But I think about the people that's no longer with us, looking down on me. I know they proud of me, so I push on, keep focused and stay strong. Cause I know it won't be long, come on. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. Hey, I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. I know that my time's coming. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Everything that I sacrificed, so I know it's gonna be alright. Hey, I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights.
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America pre-show is presented by Mercado Libre. Hello and welcome to day 2 of the FIFA 21 Global Series South America. Yes, it is the South American region and we've got 4 more competitors going head to head. Yesterday we had one side of it, the Xbox side, and today it is time for the PlayStation 4 side of things. Joining me, Kyle Walker, well, I've got Rodrigo Ulibarri, aka Uli, to walk us through all the action right here. Uli, yesterday was great, but today I have a feeling it's going to be even better.
Yes, Kyle, I mean, we got the Iceman back. So I think that's enough. Also, we have Matthias, who is like president against Future, but also we got a player from Peru. We got Thor, who's also one of the top Brazilian players. So I think yesterday was really good. Today we might have even better FIFA. Well, maybe not from P18, respect to P18, okay? Take it back. The B has to be respected. But aside from P18, I think we're going to be really, really good and more even matches.
Oh, I cannot wait for today. Honestly, I'm so happy to see so many different competitors going head-to-head from different regions right here. Let's have a quick look at the format of the tournament right now. It is day 2 here at the South American Regional Qualifier number 2. And the competitors Well, we're down to the final four, but 1,024 of the best FIFA players did start in this tournament, all going head-to-head with the hope of making it here to the live stream. They whittled down, losing and losing, some going through into the winners bracket, some dropping down into the losers bracket, and we have the final four of those competitors right here today, all hoping to gain more global series ranking points and money and being crowned the king of this South American region, all with the hope of getting to those playoffs right there, with the hope that they are on the road to the FIFA E World Cup. And as you can see, it's not just the South American region. We have North America, Europe, East Asia, Oceania, and West Asia as well. All of the world's best FIFA 21 players competing to be crowned the winner of the FIFA E World Cup in FIFA 21. There's plenty to play for, Uli. They are thinking about this competition right here, but they've all got their eyes on the prize. They all want to be crowned champion. They all want to say that they're the best FIFA 21 player.
Yeah, of course. And I'm so excited about Nicolas being here again because, I mean, we've seen the brackets, not this stage, but earlier, and it's tons of top pro Brazilian players, and then you see an Argentinian flag, or you know, like it's really tough to compete in South America. Then Janos from Colombia, so yeah, it's really exciting to see if Nicolas can go back to the top, because that's exactly where he was for 2 or 3 seasons.
He was indeed. Right, let's have a look at the events that will be coming up over the next few weeks. We are here in the qualifier number 2 for South America, East Asia. Well, they had their winner this morning in the UK, where I am. Yes, they had their champion crowned right there in Scars J. Europe comes up next week for their second qualifier, and North America the 6th and 7th of February for qualifier number 2 for them. Then it's West Asia on that same weekend, plus Oceania right there over Valentine's weekend. Someone hoping to be crowned champion of each of those regions in those qualifiers. And Uli, what I love about these qualifiers, what I love about them being in different regions and getting to see all the players from different regions, is you get to see and understand how different players in different regions have different playing styles.
Yeah, completely. And you know, it's most people say that in Europe is the best player, the best players for FIFA are there, right? I think it's like that's a region where there are so many top and pro players. That is true, because there are hundreds. But there are some players in other regions that are just so good. Like yesterday we saw PH and he doesn't have to fear from anyone in Europe, or MS Dosari as well. Another case, you know, like in these regions, maybe there are not many of pro players, as in like the hundreds in Europe. There's still such a great level. And just you earlier, because you're in every broadcast, like you don't sleep, you don't eat, you're just on every broadcast. Respect to Kyle Walker. Yeah, I saw some players from Japan, from pro players, and wow, just some really, really good stuff.
There was indeed. I do eat, I do sleep very, very short amount of time, but I do make sure that I do get them in. But there's plenty of events coming up, so make sure you do stick with us. Now, one event that I do want to talk about is the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores. Yes, registration has closed for this, and now the best players in the region will go head-to-head in the CONMEBOL E-Libertadores.
Esta competición es única, sin precedentes, sin rival. Fútbol en estado puro. Rivalidades que dividen países y los unen. Es algo que está en la sangre de cada persona en toda Sudamérica. Una competición con ninguna. Aquí se llevan los colores con orgullo. Es importante ser uno mismo. Es importante creer. Pero lo que de verdad importa Este juego tiene el poder de cambiarte la vida para siempre. Esta es tu oportunidad de representar a tu país. ¿Crees que tienes lo que hay que tener? Juguemos.
And all the players who think they have what it takes to win that tournament right there, the CONMEBOL Libertadores, will be going head-to-head very, very soon. We talked a little bit yesterday about how big this tournament is, Uli. Now it's coming to the consoles. Now it's coming to them, the best E-players, the best FIFA 21 players. They're going to be going head-to-head.
Yes, no doubt, Kyle. Libertadores, like I say, it's like our Champions League here in Latin America, and maybe the best players from Latin America then go to Europe, right, in real football. But here, the passion, though, I think, and the, well, right now, of course, the COVID and whatever, but the passion in the stadiums is just crazy. Like, imagine Borussia Dortmund or the Anfield in every match. That's what happens in Libertadores.
Also, the Etihad as well, Manchester City Stadium.
Yeah, sorry,
just to add that one. Let's jump back into this region right here, the South American Qualifier number 2. All right, we've got 4 competitors going head-to-head on day number 2, and we can see all of those right now. One man that everyone knows, the Iceman, Nicolas. He returns, hoping to stake his claim at remaining as one of the best players in this region right here. CRZ Tour. He was one of those players that has been to Europe. He's done it in Europe. He's done it at a European team. But here he is in the South American region, hoping that he can make his way as being one of the best. Now here, Eleg PT97 from Peru, here at this qualifier, hoping to cause a bit of an upset. Hoping that he can take on this man, Matthias. Bonanno, 99 right there, another Argentinian player. He's here in this qualifier number 2. All 4 of them going head-to-head, and 2 people that will be taking us through that action right there, Richard and Brandon. Well, this is a very exciting time for us. There's 4 competitors going head-to-head. Brandon, I'll come straight to you. We talked a little bit about it at the end of day 1 yesterday. The Iceman, he's back. He returns.
He is. He's back. And I think for a lot of us in not just South America, the FIFA esports community have been, where has Nicolas been? You know, it's been such a different environment these last 12 months in terms of competitive FIFA. But he is back for qualifier number 2 with a lot to say. Tour back as well, another big name, obviously played for Ajax, now moved over to a South American club, a huge Brazilian football team. But the biggest story, I think, Carl, is Matthias Bonanno. Yesterday we saw PHN go back-to-back champion. Are we going to see it again today from another Argentine that's not Nicolas?
Oh, well, imagine the stories, imagine the headlines if that was the case. Richard Buckley, when we're looking at these 4 competitors going head-to-head, that first matchup right there, Tor taking on Nicolas, that has what it takes to be a very special matchup. 2 very well-known players going head-to-head, especially on the competitive scene. Are we going to see goals?
You would imagine so, with both of these 2 players, how good they are. We've not seen Nicolas in a while, to be honest. He was absent from the Summer Cup series back end of FIFA 20. I don't think FIFA 20 suited him at all. What made him so good in FIFA 18, FIFA 19 was how he defended. In FIFA 20, with the way that the game played, gave everyone the tools that Nicolas possessed. So the thing that made Nicolas special, everybody could just do naturally with how the game was. FIFA 21, I'm hoping to see what Nicolas has got. Has he learned any new tools? What skills has he learned? What has he added to his repertoire? Very interested, and a lot of people, especially in Europe as well, looking forward to seeing Nicolas back in action.
Now, one thing that I love about these competitive players is they all go through some of the same things that we go through as well. Nicolas tweeted earlier on, he was playing FUT Champs. He's hoping to get 150-0, I think it is. I mean, I can't relate to that at all. But the dream of 150-0 was gone because it disconnected from the servers right there. Brandon, I'm sure you've had a lot of that. Ever got up to 150-0?
Maybe on squad battles or something offline. That's as far as I'll get to. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there trying to go for that sort of Anders Vergang run of a crazy unbeaten streak, which to be said is continuing to be unbeaten right now. But weekend league for these pros, it's all about that extra practice before coming into a tournament. And although that disconnect would have annoyed him, I think back of his mind now, Carl, it's all about getting back into competitive FIFA action for Nicolas 99.
Uli, it can be a very special season for Nicolas, can't it? Because it is split into the different regions, hoping to get to playoffs, then hoping to get to the FIFA E-World Cup. We know Nicolas is one of, if not the best player on this console in this region. So for him, he just needs to find that form, and then he'll be able to go on and really showcase that this year.
Yeah, definitely. But, can only agree on that. I think one thing that we see with Nicolas, he's a player that makes the E-World Cup Grand Final. If he doesn't make playoffs, if he doesn't, at least I'd say get to one console final a year. There's people saying, where is he? Where is he in that sort of top four of that upper echelon of good FIFA talent? And let's just see what he's about. As Richard said, he's been away, he's gone and worked on his craft, come back for FIFA 21 this year, and I think we're all waiting to see what he's bringing to the table as soon as we can jump into that game.
Now, I need to jump into this right now, something I'm super excited about. January rolls round and the FIFA community rally together, especially on social media, letting their thoughts be known about Team of the Year. Yes, it is here right now, and this year there's a public vote where everyone gets a chance to weigh in, and they do that on social media. The voting opened on January the 7th, and players are selected to teams, and they'll be announced and accessible in packs at the end of the vote. So make sure that you can be heard right there by voting and going to ea.com/team of the year. Uli, I need to talk to you about this, all right? There's plenty of players that I'm sure we're going to go through right now. We'll start with the goalkeepers. Who makes your Team of the Year in net?
You always have to consider Neuer because of what he's done, etc. But Ederson, I'll give you this. I'm not being biased, but Ederson has been so good recently, has stepped up. But I think, it's between Alisson, Courtois, and Ederson. Personally, I would go with Courtois because of some amazing saves he did during the season.
Oh, Ederson got
and
the
because I wanted
glove.
in my team because he's really tall.
Okay, I'll give you that one, even though Ederson was the Golden Glove recipient here in the UK. Richard, when you're looking at goalkeepers, they're super important. Who would you go for?
So this is quite an interesting debate because you have super strict FIFA fans and super strict football fans. For me, I tend to go more on the football side of it, Kyle, when voting for Team of the Year. So it will be the Champions League winner, the goalkeeper in Bayern Munich's winning 11. I'm voting for Manuel Neuer. I think he was the best goalkeeper over the last 12 months. I think he deserves his spot in the Team of the Year.
Brandon Smith, don't tell me Mandanda.
Yeah, Steve Mandanda for me. No, I'm joking. No, I'm with Richard on that. I think, as he said, and we'll talk about this more, you've got FIFA fans, football fans. It's whichever way you want to go. I think Bayern Munich won 3 titles last year, and Manuel Neuer was a huge part of that. So for me, Neuer just pinches Alisson in goal there. I'm looking forward to going into the defenders, Carl, now to see what debate we got there, because there's so much more choice when you look at the defenders.
There is indeed. Let's have a look at those that you can choose from right there. And I keep on bringing this up, but Spencer Owen, who we all know and love, he somehow managed to get Andy Robertson and Alphonso Davies in there. And I don't know how he's managed to do that, Richard, but could you squeeze two left-backs in?
Well, this is the good thing about Team of the Year. It's just the defenders category. It's not necessarily you've got to have 2 fullbacks and 2 centre-backs. You can have any of those 4 defenders right there. For me, I'll tell you the 4 that I think will be the back 4. Trent at right back, Sergio Ramos, Virgil van Dijk, Alphonso Davies. I think that's the back 4 that from social media, I've seen a lot of people voting for that back 4. That's the back 4 that I personally voted for as well. And I think that will be the 4 selected.
I'm just having a look here, Uli. No Kyle Walker. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either. I'm devastated. I'm so sorry about that. You deserve better. But yeah, I would go with Davies has to be there. Alexander Arnold. The thing here is this is so nice. It's goalkeepers and defenders. The thing about like keeping it real and football and all that. Yeah, let's wait till we get to strikers. If you want, we can just go for the 11 starters of Bayern Munich. And good luck with that in your team. Like chemistry-wise, 5-star skills, 4-star weak foot. Like, no. We need to also like find a middle ground, please.
Well, talking about the middle ground, let's have a look at the midfielders that you can choose from right there. There's plenty of choice, and one man that has to make it. I don't care what anybody says. It's Kevin De Bruyne from Manchester City. Richard Buckley, talk to me about that man. If you need an assist, if you need a pass, in-game or in real life, he's the one for it.
Yeah, outstanding footballer Kevin De Bruyne. He's been in every single person's team of the year that I have seen submitted so far. I think there's a lot of debate at the minute. Bruno Fernandes as well, and I probably would put him in my starting 11. The third pick, I'm going on what Uli we're talking about right now, and we're talking about real life and FIFA. Renato Sanchez. Let's just do it. Let's put him in, and let's see the FIFA community explode, okay? Get Renato Sanchez in Team of the Year.
Yes, yes, I love it. And just, this is going to surprise you guys, but I would go and I would like to see Sabitzer from Red Bull Leipzig, and you guys are like, why? Well, it's pretty easy. It has to do with this broadcast. It's because he's, that picture, in that picture, he looks exactly like Mike LaBelle. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Isn't that Mike LaBelle right there?
It does.
I love you, man.
Does.
But that's Mike LaBelle right there. Like, actually, he could. Like, it's just something from social media they found. That's not Sabitzer.
I mean, yeah, it could be Mike LaBelle right there. I will say Renato Sanchez. I don't like him scoring against me anyway. Imagine a Team of the Year, Renato Sanchez. Brandon Smith, I mean, I'm sure you could put some challenges together with some of these Team of the Year players, possibly?
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, I think goalkeepers and defenders are pretty easy for us to sign as a FIFA community and a football community. But when we move up, as Ulabari said, when we get into the attackers now, this is where it gets a little bit ugly. For me, I think, Bruno Fernandes, Kevin De Bruyne, and I think I went for Joshua Kimmich in my CDM role. But geez, Louise, look at these forwards. There are so many to choose from. There's people on certain sort of like fan trains of trying to get is it Joselu into team of the year, but for me it's got to be Robert Lewandowski, Cristiano Ronaldo, and I believe I did say Mane a couple of weeks ago, but it's so hard to choose. Missing out Mbappe, I'm missing out Messi, I'm missing out Neymar. I mean, what's everybody else saying?
I mean, I'm going to jump in. Richard Buckley, there's only one front three for me. That's Danny Ings, Jack Grealish, as well as Jamie Vardy. Surely, I mean, you can't stop them, Richard.
Jamie Vardy's having a party, but he's getting nowhere near the Team of the Year, Kyle. I think for the most part, everybody is agreeing on Lewandowski and Ronaldo. I think those two are certs. The third attacker spot is the one that's up for debate because looking at real life, looking at FIFA, if you're going more off FIFA, Mbappe and Neymar are getting closer votes. If you're going off football, you'd probably sway Salah, Mane, even Lionel Messi to get into that third spot. So it's going to be a very, very close debate. I think, for the most part, Uli, Lewandowski and Ronaldo in, but who's the third?
Hopefully Neymar or Mbappe. And the thing about Lewandowski is that, of course, he deserves it. Of course, he does. I get it. He completely deserves it. But I'm more scared of Mbappe in his gold food item version than Lewandowski Team of the Year. Like, I can see it. Like, I see someone with Lewandowski Team of the Year in their team, and I'm like, F in the chat. He can't do skills in FIFA. He doesn't have 5 weak foot. I'm sorry, but it's true. Like, someone has to say it. Please don't vote for Lewandowski. He deserves it. He already won the Champions League. He's going to be okay. He can take it. Please vote for Neymar. Please vote for Mbappe, Cristiano Ronaldo. We want them in our team.
Oh, I mean, he missed out on the Ballon d'Or. and now he's going to miss out possibly on Team of the Year. Heartbreak for Lewandowski right there. Make sure, though, that you do vote for that one. EA.com/TOTY. We've talked all about Team of the Year, and we've got a short video to tell you exactly what it is.
Listen up, people. It's time to pick our Team of the Year. Rio, you kick us off.
First name on the team sheet has to be
Ramos, born winner.
Report. Total rock.
Pour moi, Marquinhos.
Baby.
Navas.
Courtois.
Edison. All right, but what about up top?
Benzema, he should definitely be in it, man.
Are you crazy? It's got to be Joao Felix.
No one like me since.
You need our boy Son in there.
And Harry Kane. Never double act, man.
Double act. Raheem can do it all on his own.
What about the middle of the park?
Every team needs a leader. Hendo, he's boss.
The Cruz is better.
Are you sure? Kovacic runs my midfield. De Bruyne.
It's not only about the goal you just scored. It's also about how you celebrate.
Jeez. What are you saying, Roman?
I'm picking Kimpembe. He's class.
Thiago is a monster. Sorry, Manchester. Best defender in the game? Big Bird.
Trent, now there's a right foot.
Give me some more attackers.
Has to be Di Maria. That left foot is magic.
It's gonna be Mo and Sadio.
Champion. En deux mots, Kylian Mbappé.
Mbappé.
Mbappe. Now that's speed. That's their selections. What are you saying? Who makes your Team of the Year?
Yes, you can be heard, so make sure that you vote now at EA.com/TOTY. Right, let's get back to the action here at the South American Qualifier. Number 2, it is day 2, 4 competitors that will be going head-to-head right now. And what a matchup we have coming up for you very, very soon. Yes, the next match you can see in the corner right next to my head, just there. I can do this. I've got it right. Yes, I have. All right, we've got Tor taking on the Iceman, Nicolas. That is coming up very, very soon. And guys, this is going to be one of the biggest clashes of the day. We've got it coming up very, very soon. Brandon, I'm so looking forward to seeing these two veterans of this region going head to head. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I'm excited for it, Carl. It's good to see two very familiar names we're used to seeing, not just in South America, but in the global series in general, whether it's, E-Champions League, the typical Foot Champions Cups. These are the players that for the last couple of years have been in that creme de la creme for this region, have been qualifying for back-to-back Foot Champions tournaments. And, that's why Tor played for Ajax. That's why Nicolas got signed by FC Basel, because these guys were doing so well. And I can't wait to see this game unfold.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this one. Right, make sure you do stick with us. Make sure you do stay tuned for this game right now. We have the Iceman Nicolas taking on Tor. We'll be back in a very, very soon, in a few minutes.
No matter the battle, I come back like I'm immortal. Undefeated air, been the Swiss since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of a champion. One thing I know, when no back is against that wall, you can bear we'll be coming back. That's how we roll. Go renegades down, but when we don't stop, time to break through. Come on, free. Look inside and you will find the heart of a champion like me. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. Heart of a champion. You're a champion. Heart of a champ. Heart of a champion. Yeah. Stop. Don't stop. Come on, keep it going. Champion rain. Go renegades down. Go renegades down. Time to break through and come on free. Inside you will find the heart of a champion.
Yo, this for all my dreamers, believers, go-getters. One day at a time, brick by brick, you feel me? Keep building. Woo! I I wake up in the morning, it's another day, another opportunity. I know it's up to me to make my dream come true. It's nothing that I wouldn't do to see my name in lights. I give my life to this mic, my blood, sweat, and tears. I did it for many years. My career's in my hands. I already hear the fans screaming my name, asking for pictures, asking for autographs. I want it all so bad. I let you do the math. I did my 1,000 hours. Sometimes I didn't eat, go out, or take a shower. Ain't allowing no distractions. We gon' see what happens. I'ma be laughing when them cameras are flashing.
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America is presented by Mercado Libre.
Well, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 2. Day 2 of the action. Yesterday, we saw the Xbox players see what they could do. We saw PHN go back-to-back champion, unbeaten there. Now we turn our attentions to the PlayStation side with myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley guiding you through all of the action this evening. And I mean, Richard, there's a potential for a back-to-back winner here as well on the PlayStation. Matthias Bonanno will be taking action in that loser semi-final. That one's coming up in a little while, but the biggest talking point is that Nicolas 99 FC is back in town, back on the FIFA 21 Global Series, and I'm really excited about this first game. I don't know about you, we've got a really stacked bracket today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great day of FIFA action. Not only do we get to see Nicolas in action, but Tor as well, who we've not seen probably since the back end of FIFA 19. He had a quiet FIFA 20 by his own standards. To watch all of the action unfold, there's a couple of different places where you can watch FIFA esports right now. Twitch, twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA, or on YouTube/EA Sports FIFA. If you are from a different country, English isn't your first language, we do have you covered as well. You can watch all of the Spanish broadcast, EA Sports FIFA LATM. That's on Twitch and on Facebook. And also, if you are speaking Portuguese, we've got you covered as well. That's EA Sports FIFA Brazil on Twitch and on YouTube. So you can not miss any of the action here from South America.
Yeah, they had some brilliant commentary yesterday on that grand final where PHN went back-to-back champion there. His family were in the room and they were all celebrating that huge moment for him. And again, huge congratulations to PHN of R10 who booked a spot there. But let's have a look at this bracket and this matchup coming up today, Richard. The thing that I find interesting, yesterday we had 3 repeated qualifiers. Today I've only got one name back in the hat for the Final Four. That's Matthias Bonanno of Cunaguero's esports organisation, Crew Esports. And alongside that, we've got the first ever Peru player that's come through the ranks in Eleg PT97, the first ever player we've seen on a major sort of stage in a really long time. And then you've got 2 very familiar names in of course, Tor and Nicolas. So there's a lot to look at here, and there's a lot of familiar names and new names that have popped up in the Global Series. As always, we'll have our say for predictions, and you guys can have your say for predictions in the chat as well. Let us know who you think was going to come out on top on this game. Is it going to be Tor, or is it going to be Nicolas 99 FC? Richard, we've had a chat. Me, you, Carl, and Abari. Those are our predictions coming in there. It's pretty much a Nicolas train. We're all on the Nicolas train. Maybe we're just excited that he's playing again, or we really feel like he could do something special with this tournament.
Yeah, Nicolas across the board on the predictions that we cast before the broadcast started. I think a little bit of... We know that Nicolas... We know what to expect with Nicolas. I think he is a more successful player than Tor. We get to look at the squads right here. Identical back four for both players. Nicolas's team in total: Hernandez, Walker, Gomez, and Rubrica Cuadrado. 2 CDMs. It's going to be Firmino and the 88 Vieira. And then also we've got Ruud Gullit in there as well. And then Mbappe, Rashford, and Ronaldo. So he's got 3 central midfielders and 3 attacking players. So it's going to be a different formation for Nicolas. On the side of Tor, De Gea in goal, back four exactly the same. Moving forward, different selection. We've got Cristiano Ronaldo's first in form, Johan Cruyff mid, and base Patrick Vieira, and then a front three of Neymar, foot freeze Firmino, and also player of the month Son. So he's using one of his 87 to 89 picks as Heung-min Son. Very, very interesting teams. I think the two big questions that are getting raised, Heung-min Son, player of the month in the team, and also it's going to be a different formation for Nicolas outside of a conventional 4-2-3-1 or a 4-4-2 because of those three centre mids.
Yeah, well, as you touched upon, Richard, there are a handful of restrictions in the FIFA 21 Global Series this year that I'm sure will change as Team of the Year drops at some point very soon. But we're underway for day 2 here in South America on the PlayStation. It's just good to see familiar names back competing. They might be from home, they might be all the way on the other side of the world. The Nicolas 99 FC, Tor back in action. Tor, of course, getting himself a move to the huge Brazilian football club in Cruzeiro earlier this year in 2021. Huge congratulations to him there. Nicolas been with FC Basel now for a handful of years, but the one thing that Nicolas has always been known for, Richard, is a very well-balanced FIFA player. Can defend superbly well, can attack superbly well. Just offside then, he went 1-0 up in about 5 in-game minutes. But he's a man that's very proud of his craft in terms of his FIFA ability. He'll go away and he'll work and he'll grind the game out, he'll grind out the mechanics. FIFA 20 was a tough year for him. It was a year that was difficult for a lot of FIFA players to get accustomed to the different ways of playing from online, and there was a bit of travelling before, of course, COVID-19 came about. He just could not find the way that he wanted to play with the game, and as you touched upon, there was a lot of people that did find how to play with FIFA 20. They found the meta they wanted to follow, and for players like Nicolas that are very unique in the way they play, he just struggled last year, and at the moment FIFA 21 looks like already a brighter game for him.
Oh, absolutely. Just having a look at the chat there as well, they're picking up Heung-min Son. He's a left-sided player, and he's playing right wing with only one link into him. So the max chem he's going to get, I think, with loyalty and a manager is 5. So you're getting literally a base Heung-min Son at right wing. Either Tor is struggling for ideas at right wing and he just needs somebody in there, or he absolutely loves Heung-min Son. We're going to have to try and get an answer out of him there, but it's just an interesting pick.
Here comes Nicolas now, maybe to open up his account. Jan Quadrado looking for a cutback. Out it goes for a corner. As you said, this is our winners bracket semi-final matchup. Ball in towards the box now, going to be headed away. Remember, whoever wins this goes straight into our grand final tonight. They won't have to go down to the loser bracket. They would have been unbeaten in qualifier number 2. A huge achievement for either of these two to go the full way, to book a place in that grand final, to ensure they do get that extra Global Series ranking points, that extra prize money. We want to hear from you guys in the Twitch chat right now. Who do you think is going to win this game, Nicolas or Tor? Type out your answer in the chat and that'll be registered as a vote for the poll you can see in the centre of the screen. And we'll see which way it will slide. Has Nicolas got the backing from the chat, or has Tor got it as he comes forward now with Cristiano Ronaldo? Back to Johan Cruyff. Lovely fake shot, and that's your first goal in day 2 here in South America. A really well taken finish by the Dutchman of his former club in Ajax, this time stepping up to get him underway to open up his account in the Open Series here. Brilliant stuff.
Cracking finish from Tor right there. He just fed it into Johan Cruyff. Little turn and then slotted past the goalkeeper. You thought Nicolas was dominating the first 23 minutes, but it is Tor who opens the scoring here.
Cruzeiro's newest FIFA addition to their roster, up by a 0-0 here, and just looking across the board, 52nd he sits in the Global Series rankings, a huge tournament for him. As we know, there is 5 different qualifiers this year, and if you're sort of not accustomed to the Global Series and how the season works, it's all about getting to the playoffs. Yes, there might be regional tournaments for East Asia, West Asia, Oceania, South America, Europe, North America, so many different regions and splits there are. However, it's all about getting the points in your own region to qualify yourself for the playoffs. So, as we saw yesterday, PH Zin winning back-to-back tournaments. He's done quite a lot and probably enough to ensure he won't just get top spot in that region. Also, he'll definitely be at the playoffs. Someone like Nicolas, for example, he's already in the top 10. But for someone like Tor, 52nd at the moment. I know we're early into the season, a win here, or at least a grand final, would ensure even more points for him. Heung-min Son, that man he's been very fond of, just offside there, 31 minutes into the game.
I'm still just trying to figure out what formation Nicolas is running with here. I think it's a 4-5-1 with the three centre mids, and then Rashford on the right, Neymar on the left, and CR7 and Mbappe, I should say, as a central striker. That's rude. Holy. Oh.
Got to be a penalty shout there, you'd think. Back to go Mbappe, drops the shoulder, comes with another shot, and it will go for another corner again for Nicolas. 35 minutes gone into this game, whipped in towards the box. There's options there, and just over the bar. Now he goes through a goal key. Looking at the bracket run that these two did have, as we said, this is your winners' final. Whoever wins this then goes into the overall grand final. The loser will get a second chance in a loser bracket final, because obviously either of them have dropped. I should say neither of them have dropped a single matchup in this qualifier. Looking at some of the results though for Tour, we mentioned that we got a player from Peru in Eleg PT97. He's a free agent, first ever major tournament he's made it to. He beat him 6-0, did Tour, in the winners bracket semi-final to send him down to that loser bracket where he had to pick himself back up, and that's exactly what Eleg did. But for me, that's a bit of a statement within itself. A 6-0 result in that semi-final coming into this one. Looking really impressive. Chance for Nicolas to equalise. Looks for the cutback again. He's just not having any luck, so it seems, with the offside.
Yeah, everything when Nicolas gets down that right-hand side, he's looking for the double tap, or he's looking for a cutback into a nice area. It's been awful Nicolas, to be honest, but the only goal of the game went to Tor. He's one attack of the opening first half. Fell to Johan Cruyff, turned his man, slotted it past the goalkeeper, but apart from that, Nicolas sort of dominating this match.
I think one thing we've already realised, Rich, he's getting to the right position, but there's a couple of offside calls there. He's gone for cutbacks, maybe a couple of really good defensive interceptions, maybe a little bit forced with a couple of AI blocks in there from Tor. But at the moment, standing strong, resisting all this pressure that's being thrown upon him, and added time of just 1 minute here in the first half of our first game of the day. If you have just tuned in, this is day 2 here in South America of the FIFA 21 Global Series. Tor looking for a second. Cristiano Ronaldo trying to scoop turn his way past Joe Gomez. Out it goes, and that will do us for half time. I'll be interested to see these stats between these two, because, as you said, Richard, it has been all Nicolas, so it seems.
And we're going to see the official confirmation of the formation he's playing. I think it potentially could actually be a 4-1-4-1 for Nicolas. 2 shots, 0 on target, 59% possession. It is the 4-5-1 that I first assumed, and it's a 4-4-1-1 for Tor. So quite interesting selection of formations from both of these two. The 4-5-1 is certainly more unconventional. Mbappe is the central striker, Ronaldo pushed out to the wide left position, Rashford wide right. You've seen both fullbacks though, especially Juan Cuadrado. He's getting involved with attacks. He's playing a sort of a more advanced wing-back role.
It's a different formation from Nicolas, but one thing that Nicolas has always been known for is that he plays his own way, with his own formation, his own tactics. However, yet to find the back of the net yet with this 4-5-1. He'll be back to the drawing board. All our games will be over 2 legs. An aggregate scoreline will be used to determine who will be going into that grand final today. As we said, we have got another matchup coming up in that loser bracket semi-final between Matthias Bonanno, qualifier #1 champion. Might not be in the winners bracket this time round. Had to go to the loser bracket, and Steam rolled his way through that loser bracket. We'll talk about that a little bit more later on today, but plenty FIFA action to come tonight. Lovely lofted ball forward. Neymar's going to just be on side. He's got Theo Hernandez just breathing down the back of his net, chipped in towards the box. Unfortunately, a little bit too heavy there for Johan Cruyff. Nicolas will be able to get back possession. It's what he does here in the midfield 3. We'll try and get that ball forward a little bit more. As you said, it's Vieira, Roberto Firmino, who seems to be one of the players to use at the moment. Foot freeze, Roberto Firmino, we must add, was an addition that quite a few players did use yesterday. And in South America, he's been a very popular in-game foot item, Richard, that hasn't just been good defensively. Going forward, he's offered a bit more than the usual centre midfielder.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we spoke about Firmino yesterday. It was a very expensive SBC to use, but if you can't afford that 90 rude Hullet, I honestly think Firmino, you're trading out the 5-star weak foot for the 5-star skill moves, and he's also a little bit smaller than Hullet, but he's probably the closest thing you're going to get to replicating Ruud Gullit on the pitch. in regards to the stats and also his impact on the game in terms of getting forward and being an extra man in attacks. We saw Zidane at the start of the cycle, but I think it just fell behind the power curve a little bit, Zidane, as defenders got quicker and midfielders also got faster. Zidane did fall off a little bit, but Firmino taking the mantle.
Here comes Nicolas now. He's hunting for a chance back in this game. Mbappe, one more, surely a goal. There it is, even with a bit of goalkeeper movement. There was no way that Ruud Gullit was missing from that sort of angle. Finally, that pressure has paid off for Nicolas 99 FC. It's great to see him back on the main stage here in the Global Series. Might get to see that replay one more time again. Fantastic build-up on this left-hand side. Ronaldo and acres of space, and then that defence just shuffled across. And in the end, it was Ruud Gullit. Right place, right time, Richard. 62 minutes on the clock, and we're all square once again.
Yeah, the power of the extra pass right there coming out in full view for everybody watching. Lovely back heel all the way to, speak of the devil, Ruud Gullit at the back post. Popping up and slotting past the goalkeeper. Level game with 25 minutes left to play.
So a second leg to come in front of us as well. Whoever wins this books a place in the grand final, which is such as a fast track, you would say, after an unbelievable qualification round. Looking at some of Nicolas's results in the knockout bracket, going all the way back to the winners round of 16. 4-2 win against Lucas, an 8-0 win against Crepaldi 10, a 3-1 win in the winner bracket semi-final to send him into this tie. Some really convincing performances. I think the one thing that surprised me the most, Richard, is that for a long time in South America, we knew of Nicolas, we knew of Diego, of Ducks Gaming. But over the last 12 months, I know we sound like we're hyping up South America a lot. There's also many new names. And there's so many different Argentines now coming through. You're seeing Matthias Bonanno not just come through, make a statement and a name for himself last week. Look across some of that bracket, you got Manu Gonza, Charlie Human, lots more Argentinian players that are coming through. Whether that's Nicolas inspiring that generation, it just seems like we're seeing more and more new names.
Well, you saw Nicolas sort of inspiring and certainly being, you would say, the most successful South American player, but also Iago last season as well for Filza, FIFA 19 from Brazil. There's been a knock-on effect, should I say, from Nicolas' success. The other players from South America have said, I can also go on and win events. I can compete at global events.
Forgetting about Iago there, he also does play for Kun Agüero's esports team. I'm sure he'll be supporting Matthias Bonanno in the background somewhere when he's up in our next matchup. A quick substitution, a quick change. It just seems like fresh legs out on the right-hand side. Cruzeiro's Tor. 15 minutes left in leg number one. Another offside call. Just pulled back. This time it was against Tor and not Nicolas. We can't see Nicolas's POV to see what he's changing.
He's brought Neymar infield. Neymar was out wide. He's brought Neymar into the centre forward area and then brought his centre forward off and brought Alessandrini onto the right. So more pace out wide, and you're also bringing Neymar into that more, you would say, centralised role where he can be a little bit more dangerous.
So Alessandrini also being introduced here. Will be a familiar theme that a lot of players, as you said, would sort of max out that team rating. Richard, the restrictions there, you know, you're not left with too much to play with on your bench other than maybe a couple of meta S players or a couple of players that you put out from an SBC. We saw Ousmane Dembele, one of the viable options yesterday, an 83 rated player. Chance for Roberto Firmino. What a clutch tackle that is at the back from, it was Joe Gomez of all players there. What a tackle, him and Kyle Walker alongside the back. No need for Rafa Varane for Tor. With tackles like that, you can fully understand why. What ball that is across Cristiano Ronaldo to get just in front of Ederson. Ederson off his line, clutches up the danger. Very end-to-end game here.
Neither player actually using Rafa Varane. They're using the exact same back four. Both competitors right here. Ederson and Nicolas deciding to play out of the back. A little bit of pressure being built onto Nicolas, and now does decide to play along. Could be a mistake.
Yeah, back to Firmino. This is where Tor's got to be clever. Gomez was involved in that when he went down to ground, and so did Neymar there. One of the fresh substitutions that Tor did bring into the last couple of in-game minutes here. 2 minutes left. Lozano is Nicolas' option off the bench. Can he find him? He's got lots of pace, the Mexican forward. A little bit too heavy on that pass. Does enough to recover it well. Ball's trying to be cued by Nicolas or Tor there. But it could be too late to do so. Tor does want to pause still, even with a minute left and additional time. He's not happy with something. James have an in. A couple of special items recently, a couple of informs, a decent red pick currently in my ultimate team. Mbappe, Nicolas leaving it to the last minute. And to be honest, I think that's going to do us for leg number 1 here, Richard. 1-1 between FC Basel's Nicolas and Cruzeiro's Tor. After leading by a goal to nil, Nicolas responded. But still, such an end-to-end game, this one. There's still a lot to call before we actually find out who's going to be making it into the grand final tonight. Not too much to split these two, Rich.
Yeah, a weird one because it was end to end, but it wasn't like breakneck speed. The game, it wasn't like just ping ponging. You attack, I attack. There was a lot of slow build-up play. A couple of mistakes. Nicolas tried playing out of the back and then was forced to go long. Tor did get the opportunity potentially to get a shot away. You see some of the half chances in this game. It was all down the right-hand side. Cuadrado, again, getting into attacking areas from right back. But almost against the run of play, we saw Tor work the ball inside to Ronaldo. He then turns back into Johan Cruyff. One touch, fake shot out of his feet and rifled past the goalkeeper. And it took another 40 minutes for Nicolas to get back into the game.
Yeah, it took him a long time, but this was a great goal. You can see the build-up. Ronaldo played it inside, Mbappe there, and as you said, it's that one more pass, Richard, that's so not always looked upon as well from any FIFA player in there. You play that one more pass, you take a chance from a 75% chance of it going into the back of the net to like a 99.9% chance of that ball finding its way into the back of the net, especially when there was a little bit of goalkeeper movement that was anticipated by Tor. Ruud, right place, right time, Richard, squared the game up at 1-1. Speaking of SBCs and speaking to the Twitch chat, one player, maybe Richard, yourself, or to anyone watching at home, that you built from an SBC that you've enjoyed using in your FIFA Ultimate Team. For me, I've used Adama Traore from the Foot Freeze. What about yourself?
It's got to be Iron Robin, really.
Yeah.
Absolutely in love with the Iron Robin flashback. Hoping we get potentially a few player moments or flashbacks around Team of the Year to former Team of the Year players. Frank Ribery being a big one. Thiago Silva, maybe a little N'Golo Kante Team of the Year flashback could all be coming out very shortly indeed. If you want to have your say, I believe hashtag SGS21 on social media to get involved with the conversation.
Yeah, we'll be picking some of the best tweets as well to potentially feature on the broadcast. So let us know if you've got any questions for me or Richard, for Carla or Labari, maybe any of our pro players. And also, yeah, we're just going to throw some questions out to you guys over the next couple of hours as well. Favourite SBC you've done? Is it a player you're using in your ultimate team? Is it a player that was in your ultimate team and maybe not? We're seeing a couple of items such as Roberto Firmino being backed by pros here. And again, I'll be interested to see if that is a common theme, Rich, as we go over to Europe next weekend. And sort of North America and so on, whether it's a common theme all around the park, whether it's just the South Americans having a lot of love for the Brazilian midfielder, or I should say normally a forward into midfield, Roberto Firmino.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he, like I said, when Hullet and 88 Vieira are so expensive, you might be able to get a different icon in the attacking sense and then bring in somebody like Firmino as an SBC. He's good links as well, Premier League and Brazilian. You get that link to Neymar if you can play him in that area. But we also need to consider South America is a huge region as well, Brandon. Two players from different countries right now, Brazil and Argentina. I would imagine they're playing in their respective homes, so the latency and connection could be a little issue as well, hence why we're seeing maybe a slower pace game. Something that we always need to consider.
One thing that we need to consider as well between both of these two players, Nicolas, a huge name in South America, a huge name in the FIFA esports scene, won over $250,000 in prize earnings since he's been involved in the competitive FIFA scene. He's only 21 years of age, and you look across the board of what he's achieved, whether it was being a playoff champion in 2019 to E-World Cup finals where we saw him get to a semi-final. Everyone remembers that iconic game against Moalba. And the last time we actually had a FIFA E-World Cup final where we saw Moalba become champion there. For me, that's got to be one of the best games of FIFA esports we've had the opportunity to witness, Richard. The one that went to a penalty shootout between him and Moalba. What a game that was.
Yeah, Nicolas was trailing, I think, by 2 goals with about 4 minutes left to play in game, and somehow managed to score a late header with Luka Modric inside the box to force a penalty shootout. Also, got to remember, people might forget this, Nicolas, arguably the greatest and most winningest playoff performer ever, won back-to-back playoffs, FIFA 18 and FIFA 19. He has dominated the playoffs, and with this result right here, if he was to win this game, grant himself some more Global Series ranking points, probably set himself up for another playoff run later in the year.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable. You look at some of the results he's had as well. You can cast your mind back if you're a big FIFA esports fan. He teamed up with Tex back at the E-Club World Cup a number of years ago, had multiple wins. You can just see a certain checkpoint. That was from the Gfinity LQE back in 2019. I think that might have been the game when he beat MS Dasari 6-5.
Speaking of FIFA players and young FIFA players at that, Nicolas only 21, but young player 14 years old, I believe just hosted the Twitch stream. So shout out Anders, hosted us with about 20,000 people. So I saw your penalty shootout earlier on. Congratulations, still on the winning streak, I believe.
Yeah, incredible stuff he's doing. Everyone's saying he's 420-0 at the moment. Anders Vergang, unbelievable scenes from you, my friend. Keep doing it. Keep smashing it. And yeah, what a player. I mean, 14 years of age, Richard. A couple of years away from being able to compete in the Global Series. Another name that I'm sure many people will be keeping a close eye on. 20 minutes into our second leg here. It's 1-1 between Cruzeiro's Tor and FC Basel's Nicolas. It was a 1-1 game in leg number 1. All to play for here. Whoever wins this game goes straight into a grand final. Let's not forget that. Sort of a fast-track ticket, an unbeaten run that will continue from one of these two. Ensure themselves more Global Series ranking points. A good chunk of the prize pot too. Must be said, just due to the amount of players on the PlayStation this year. The PlayStation tournaments are paying out more Global Series ranking points, a little bit more prize money. Hence why, of course, there's a lot on all these tournaments, Xbox and PlayStation. But those PlayStation ones, where there's so many more players on the rankings in general, it can make things really, really tight. Keeper nearly fouled there. David De Gea can be pulled back for a foul there. 26 minutes gone here. Still so hard to call which way this game is going to go. This qualifier did actually take place a couple of weekends ago. Players have had to wait a little while to actually get back underway on the broadcast here. It's at 1,024 players. You're looking at the top 4 from that many rounds of knockout FIFA. An unbeaten run from both of these. Who love the ball over the top. Ruud Gullit, can he just get there? No. It's a Superman punch-esque from David De Gea to get rid of that ball and to clear it along. A third of this game gone, and it feels like it needs a mistake, Richard. It sounds ridiculous to say that, but it feels like somebody's got to make a mistake, or we've got to see some sort of magic in the final third. Could this be that now? Tor dancing back to Cruyff, half a drag back. Lovely hilt here, and an even better save out. It goes for a corner.
Whenever Tor's getting the ball with Johan Cruyff, that's his danger, man. That's the player that's looking to create, looking to, as you said, throw this game back into Cruzeiro's esports player Tor's favour. Certainly the catalyst, you would say, to a Tor victory runs through Johan Cruyff.
It really does, and it's a special touch as well. As we know, former Ajax player is Tor, and we know, a footballing hero that Johan Cruyff was, especially his association with that club Ajax. And it's fitting that he's still part of his FIFA Ultimate Team XI star. And XI actually scored the goal in leg number 1, looking to cause another couple of problems in that final third. He nearly came close, just a couple of in-game minutes to go after a third of this game has been played. Still 1-1 in our winners final here. As we said, don't forget we have got Eleg PT up against Matthias Bonanno, qualifier number 1 champion from Kun Aguero's very own esports organisation. I'll be waiting patiently to get their matchup underway. We're bringing you the broadcast for all of those games. Whoever loses this one, let's not forget, they will stay in the tournament. Here comes Nicolas now. Can he get that ball across the box? Having a lot of joy out on this sort of left-back area, or left wing area, I should say, right-back area. Cristiano Ronaldo does get fouled. In it goes. Ronaldo's got that leap, and it's just on the roof of the net. Not really causing any problems for David De Gea, but Nicolas just struggling to break down this Tour defence. He's trying to go out wide, then cut it in with a couple of skill moves and ball rolls, crossing a little bit more viable this year in terms of a way to score, but not really direct down the centre we're seeing much from Nicolas.
Well, he's playing a 4-5-1 with one striker. It doesn't really suit a sort of 1-2 passing style of play, with Mbappe being quite isolated as that central striker. What he's wanting to do is wanting to create the triangles from left centre mid to left back on the right hand side, right centre mid, right mid to right back. They're the triangle that you're working in the 4-5-1, and then you're hoping that your striker or one of the extra centre mids can be the final player in scoring the goal. You saw Hullet in the first game, he was the spare man. You're trying to find a spare man, just like that.
Can he find a goal from this one, Richard? Marcus Rashford this time. You alluded to perfectly, those perfect triangles that Nicolas is trying to find in these areas. I can't find that ball into Mbappe from Roberto Firmino. Is that going to do us for half-time? Here it is, and a bit of a stalemate again. You are looking at two of the very best from this region going head-to-head, and when the chances are so slim and so few between these two, you do often wonder, what's this game going to need? A mistake from one of these two, a piece of trickery, some magic. Because it's a very uncommon 4-5-1 we are seeing from Nicolas here. Most people tend to bat the usual 4-2-3-1 you see occasionally. Players change their game plans as often as they will. We're going to see a couple of changes here from Cruzeiro's tour. 4-2-3-1 he sits in at the moment. Just a couple of player instruction changes, so it seems.
Yeah, it's a 4-4-1-1 with sort of Cruyff as the centre forward, but he's brought Neymar from wide right into striker, and he's put Cristiano Ronaldo into the wide area. Maybe looking for a mismatch. Ronaldo on Theo Hernandez. He's certainly more physical, Ronaldo. Maybe not have the pace, though, over the AC Milan fullback. Or, I think it's probably more to get Neymar in the game. You've got your centre forward and your striker who are both 5-star, 5-star now. Can turn either way, can do any skill move in the book. See if Neymar can be a difference maker in this game for all.
We'll see, one goal can win it. That's how tight the game is at the moment. One goal, one chance. And all this game is going to take. Ruud Gullit just call out possession there. I see so many white shirts of Nicolas forward. Break down this really strong midfield and defence. Something that we have to give more credit to Tor on. He's been really hard to break down. Watch these two legs so far. He was leading by a goal, and it was Johan Cruyff that scored it in leg number one. So important that Nicolas did reply to keep the game all open and all to play for in this second leg. Whoever wins this gets a fast track straight into today's grand final for qualifier number 2. We are all square after 19 game minutes. We'll go to extra time and maybe even penalties, something that we haven't actually seen yet this time round in South America Qualifier number 2. We saw it in qualifier number 1. That game especially comes back to mind between Rampazzo and Gabriel. Those two went head-to-head yesterday over on the Xbox side. Technically, they're one apiece at the moment in terms of individual matchups. Hopefully, they'll both re-qualify for qualifier number 3. And who knows, they could be going up against each other once again. Under Rashford for Nicolas. Patient in his build-up. I think you've sort of hit the nail on the head there. So isolated is Mbappe. Look how deep he's had to drop to even get near enough on the ball. He didn't pick up the ball there. See him again, surrounded by blue shirts. There is Mbappe. Ooh. This time maybe very fortunate there. Gets the shot away. And I'll take back my words for a split second, because Mbappe has just popped up out of nowhere. Yes, it was a fortunate bounce up onto his left boot. But for a very isolated striker, Richard, that's what he needed. Just a half chance. Something in and around the box for Mbappe to get his foot over it, his head over the ball. And just like that, Nicolas leads by 2-1.
Very, very lucky bounce right there for Mbappe. But we always say FIFA's about the small margins. Just got the better of his defender. And as soon as he got into that area, he was never missing, was he? One-on-one with the goalkeeper.
Now he's only 25 in-game minutes away from a place in the grand final. Nicolas 99 FC announcing himself back onto the big stage in the FIFA 21 Global Series. I felt like this game needed something like that, a bit of luck or a bit of misfortune there from Tor. He's going to have to reply now. Going to get numbers 4, because for Nicolas, look how many white shirts are back. Everyone back behind the ball. Look, 2 or 3 lines of players. You've got to try and break it down. It must be so difficult to find a gap between Ruud Gullit, Bobby Firmino, Patrick Vieira, and you've got the defensive four as well. Chance to break forward for Nicolas to put this game to bed now. 20 minutes left.
Double pause queued.
Players looking to have some sort of pause. There's Tor. He knows he has to go for this game, otherwise it will be into the loser bracket final for him. We'll have to wait for either Matthias Bonanno or Eleg PT. Ball in towards the box. It's whipped in there, comes off the chest of Joe Gomez. And a chance to break again for Tor now. Can he find Neymar around that corner? He's trying to tee the run. Really well done there from Joe Gomez, and fantastic manual and control of the defender from Nicolas. Spreads it wide to Juan Cuadrado all the way from right back. He's bombed on forward. There's that humming song that we spoke about. Can he find the through ball into the feet of Johan Cruyff? He can. Turns back inside. Surely a finesse cleared off the line, or a save from Cuadrado, and a great save from Edison there. Just enough to prevent the chance. Still in the possession. Here's Cruzeiro's Tor. He'll look to spread it all the way out to the left-hand side. Fakes that. Cuts back in to Roberto Firmino. Can he find Neymar? Twist turn. Lovely scoop turn. That's the fortune. Back to Tor. And that's the game all square. At 2-2 once again between these two.
Both goals that have been scored in this second leg, very fortunate. Let's just say it right now. That one there, it did really well to recycle the ball, played it back into Neymar, scooped it away from his man, got the shot away. Ronaldo just capitalising on the goalkeeper error. We've seen Renato Sanchez coming on as a right back right now for Tor, and Alessandrini at cam. A couple of very interesting substitutions with 10 minutes left to play.
A very narrow formation, that potentially a game plan that Tor is going to look to take. As we said, we will go straight into extra time if we need to. Cristiano Ronaldo normally scoring those big match moments, those big goals. I mean, that certainly is going to be one of them, even though it was a deflection and an easy finish for the Portuguese striker to tap in. He's never going to be missing from there. A couple of changes for Nicolas on the other side. You can see Tavernier come onto the fray. The things in at fullback.
Yusuf Attal as well, brought on.
Probably one of those three in the midfield, Yusuf Attal. See the ongoing run there from Tavernier. Rashford's not going to use it, instead lays it back into Gullit. Vieira. No, we'll actually be him in the attacking third. Attal does keep on Roberto Firmino, and that sort of usual midfield three that was previously rocking with. Might have even been put in as a fullback.
Yeah, left back.
Just to freshen up, I think, to prevent the likes of Alessandrini, who have also just been introduced off the bench, from causing any havoc in the final third. 5 in-game minutes left here. Are we going to see a little bit of late drama? Or will we need 30 more in-game minutes for an extra time interval to find out who will be in our grand final here? Day 2 in South America of the FIFA 21 Global Series. Nicolas 2. Cruzeiro's Tor 2 at the moment, after 2 individual 1-1 matches so far it's been. Now ball's got to go forward, time's ticking away. Added time will be following probably a minute if you're lucky. Neither wants to take a risk. No one wants to lose possession here, because Nicolas will have a counter attack. Roberto Firmino, great turn. He's going to be onside just about Cristiano Ronaldo. Give it back to Vieira. Tries to punch it to the feet of Vieira, and that's cleared long for an extra time interval, Richard. We knew this game was going to be tight and difficult between these two, and I think it's been even more than that. So hard to call, so tight. We're going to need 30 more in-game minutes to separate these two of an extra time interval.
It's really... We said we wanted to see lots of goals. It's been anything but that. It's been really sort of tactical. Defensively, both players playing really well. A couple of mistakes, not in there doing defender and the goalkeeper. Seen Inform Ben Yedder brought on right here. Potentially, no, going with Neymar instead and keeping Ben Yedder on the bench. Got to find a winner though in this game. If it doesn't come in the next 30 minutes, we will be going to the spot.
Yeah, we will be. I mean, I said it was a long time since we were at the spot. It was back in December where we were looking at penalty shootout games to decide places in the tournament. This time round, it could be for a place in the grand final. 30 more minutes will be needed to separate these two giants in South America. There might be a handful of spots between them in the Global Series rankings, but if you look at their resumes in this FIFA esports scene, they've both achieved so much. Chance for Cristiano Ronaldo, can he lay into the feet of Neymar? Ronaldo still just about on it for a split second. It was a lunge from Joe Gomez and then a really good recovery run from Ruud Gullit ensured that possession changed hands back to the feet of the Iceman, Nicolas, 99.
There's no way that he wanted to do a fake shot there. I think he's on for a ball roll first time scoop turn with Cristiano Ronaldo. The fake shot took all of the incentive out of the move.
Tor still with it. Seven minutes left. A really tactical game this between these two. Neither player wanting to make a mistake. Lovely ball. Surely got to be a finish. What a recovery run. At the back there. Huge tackle. Coming in from Carl Walker to ensure the danger was dealt with. But other than that, Rich, that's a certain goal 9 times out of 10.
So Carl Walker's always your centre-back. That's why he is. He's got the pace to get back and atone for his errors. If that's even Rafael Varane, I don't think he gets the block on that.
Gullit, lovely bridge touch, still Ruud Gullit! Not just a centre midfielder, not just that player to do his defensive duties. He can go forward and he can score goals. It's the second time he's done it over the 2 legs for Nicolas. A fantastic bridge touch to open up the original chance. Then to find the back of the net from Tor nearly scoring down one end, Richard. Unfortunately, he's just gone down the other and conceded. Nicolas leads by 3 goals to 2 in extra time.
I think that's the first bridge touch we've seen all game long from Nicolas. Great use of the dribbling mechanic right there. Bridge tap past his man and then even took the ball roll just to settle himself with Gullit before he struck towards the near post. Nicolas with what? Are we about 103 minutes? 102 minutes?
Yeah, around that time. Not long left.
No, not long at all to see this game out.
Ruud Gullit, though. I mean, often people forget how good he can be going forward, Richard. You know, he's a player that you hear players, you know, often talk about, oh, he's part of the Gullit gang, he's part of the, you know, in terms of the stats that he's got, so many stats above the rating of 90. Of course, it's not the prime Ruud Gullit on that occasion, but he's a player that can go forward, and if he's in the right areas, he can score goals.
No, he can score goals, absolutely. He's so much more than just a CDM or a centre mid, because he's a presence as well when he goes forward. And he flies under the radar a little bit, because you're not often looking for Ruud Gullit when you're defending. You're probably trying to mark Ronaldo or R9 or Pele or Cruyff or whoever it may be. And Gullit just pops up in these areas and gets big goals.
Well, let's have a little look at the custom tactics changes that are being made here by Cruzeiro's Tor. It's a narrow formation. You can see, I believe that was some sort of constant pressure being put forward there for his team. The width very low, and the depth very high. He's got to go for this game now. He will remain in the tournament. Even if he loses this game, the difference is he won't go into a grand final. It will be Nicolas that goes straight into our PlayStation grand final. And he can sit patiently for a couple of hours as he'll wait between those last 3, the loser semi-final, the loser bracket grand final, to find out who'll be joining him. I mean, it could be Tor again. If he was to lose here, he could then go through the loser bracket and then set up a rematch in our grand final. But 50 minutes in front of us. Is there going to be a reply from Tor? He's already done it a couple of times. Nicolas has replied to Tor 1 or 2 occasions, and
see the
press. Also done the same.
Gone back to his goalkeeper a couple of times now, has Nicolas. He's looking for that long one over the top, and that's exactly what he wanted. Mbappe just nodded it down. Completely take the midfield out of the game.
Not sure where that depth's going to be so high. That press is going to be on from Tor. There will be gaps in between for Nicolas to exploit. He's always been a player that can withstand a lot of pressure in big match scenarios. He's played in matches that have been worth thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars, such as E-World Cup, you know, console finals, a playoff final where he beat Lev Vinken on $75,000 for that one. He's been in the pressure cooker many a time as Nicolas 99. I'm sure for him, this game will be no different. 16 game minutes away from booking a place in another grand final, unless Tor can tie the match up and send us to a penalty shootout. Heung-min Song back into Alessandrini. Ronaldo turns well. Alessandrini! And again, the back all square. 3-3 this time. It's the super sub. Roman Alessandrini finding the top right corner with an unbelievable finish from the Frenchman.
The patience on the edge of the box, just to move it left to right, not to panic, wait for the opportunity to rear its head. And you're just backing that Alessandrini can shoot at the near post and can dispatch of the chance that you've carved out. And the flashback Alessandrini. A little bit of a flashback game right here to FIFA 19 between Tor and Nicolas. Looks like it will be heading to penalties.
I'm going to say, Rich, is it penalties now? Is there going to be any more late drama between these two? 6 goals have gone in, but been evenly split. 3-3 apiece. These two having a really tight matchup. So hard to call which way this game is going to go. Nicolas, he will look to build the last chance of the game. 119 minutes we've just ticked over on the clock. Additional time to follow in just a second now. That ball's got to go forward. It's going to be about a minute, if that. Referee going to add any time on. A minute will be all allowed. Oh, that's an awful pass to the fullback. And wow, Tor, if he can get that ball forward, I don't even know if he'll have enough time to do so. Could maybe give himself a half-hearted chance. Alessandrini, not the best of passes. Intercepted well. It goes for a goal kick. And I think it goes for a penalty shootout, Richard. We're going to penalties once again here in South America. We had it in qualifier number 1. Up steps Brasileiro's Tor with that goal scorer, Ben Yedder. Oh no, he's missed it.
Big first penalty. Alessandrini now stepping up to the spot. Goes to the right and scores.
Nearly for a split second. That one was saved. Up steps Renato Sanchez. For Tor, he will score it.
Going to be James Tavernier from 12 yards out for Nicolas. Goes down the middle. 2-1.
One thing you notice about Nicolas, he just looks down at the controller where he's placing it. Up steps Alessandrini, just slats it into the back of the net for Tor.
It's Yusuf Atal stepping up to the spot. Is that in? It is in. What a pen.
Off the bar and in. I thought for a split second goal line technology would have been needed. This has to go in. From a Bobby Firmino.
Kylian Mbappe stepping up to the spot for Nicolas. Goes down the middle, he greened it.
Oh, it's getting close with these saves, isn't he? Has to score to stay in the tie. Well, he will be out. Brasileiro's Tor steps up. Heung-min Song is in. And now Nicolas to send himself into a grand final. That's all he's got to do. Rudelit to step up. I think he's done it. Into the top corner. A fantastic finish. Ice in his veins from the Iceman from Argentina. Nicolas, 99 FC, books himself a place in another grand final, ladies and gentlemen. He's back on the big stage. He's back in the Global Series. And he's back in another grand final, Richard Buckley.
Tor will feel very hard done by. The save from Mbappe, he's literally dove down the middle, but I think because Nicolas greened it, put a little bit more power on it as well, the goalkeeper, he just went straight through him. If I'm Tor, I'm feeling very hard done by in that game. I don't think either player really deserved to lose. If we could have draws, I think a draw would have been the result that both players deserved after that game. But it is Nicolas going through via a penalty shootout.
Yeah, a real tough game. When you've got two players that are so good, Rich, and unfortunately sometimes it has to go to a penalty shootout. It's the only way we can find a winner. I mean, we'd play again from the word go and probably do a golden goal if we could, but I mean, even that could go on for a really long time. We're looking at some of those match highlights now from the second leg. It was Nicolas that led, and then 75 minutes into the game, really well taken finish here. Johan Cruyff, pocket of space, cuts back inside. And of course, that was the original shot that was blocked. This was the chance where we did see a goal. Excuse me. Neymar talented his man really well on the rebound. An easy finish from Cristiano Ronaldo.
We went into extra time. Yusuf Atal building up with Firmino and Alessandrini off of the bench. Rude Hullet, bridge touch past his man, sold Kyle Walker and smashed it into the near post, but it wasn't the end of the game because Tor answered back. You see Firmino here on the edge, just waiting. Heung-min Son fired it into Alessandrini. Little 1-2 between Alessandrini and Ronaldo. And Roman Alessandrini took us to a penalty shootout.
Yeah, went to penalties, Rich, and this is where things got tough. First penalty taken, missed by Tor, and Nicolas didn't put a foot wrong on the penalties. Yes, there was a couple of questionable dives and saves where, you know, keepers are missing it by milliseconds. You know, the hands are going everywhere, the ball's not making any sort of contact. But as we went through the penalties, this was the winning penalty from Hullet, left top corner, fantastic penalty, and the Iceman looking strong in those big match moments where he needs to remain calm, Richard. Those are the stats from the game. No wonder game one didn't see much. There was one shot to either one of the players, one goal scored. Second game, we saw a couple more chances. Tor actually created 6 chances. Yeah, he will be moving on to a grand final, Richard. A really impressive match-up there. Sorry about that, guys. If there's any technical difficulties. This is a fully remote broadcast. I believe we are back now. But no, Nicolas in a grand final again, Richard. It might have been a long time that we haven't seen him back in the competitive scene. But fair play to him. That's a big game for him because it solidified good global series ranking points, good prize money, and now he just gets to sit back for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and go, right, who am I playing against? Am I playing against Eleg, Matthias Bonanno, a fellow Argentine, or have I got a rematch against Tor? What he also has in his favour, he only has to win 1 two-legged game of FIFA in that grand final compared to whoever comes in the loser bracket because they have to go and win 2 individual two-legged matchups.
And how often have we ever seen Nicolas not only lose a game, but lose 2 matches to the same player? It's very rare. I think this will be a huge ask for whoever is in that grand final against Nicolas to take the trophy away from the Iceman's hands right now. Just as you are joining us back, if you are just joining us here on the broadcast, whether on Twitch or on YouTube, you've only missed 1 game so far. We've got plenty more action to come up. The next game that we're going to be watching, the Peruvian Eleg PT 97 up against Matthias Bonanno, who was the Qualifier 1 champion, beating Paulo Neto in the grand final. And then we're going to have the losers final as well, where it will be Matthias or Eleg up against Tor from Cruzeiro.
I mean, we have to give a lot of credit to Matthias Bonanno as well, Richard. Has got a lot of pressure probably on his shoulders from being a champion last time round. People wanted to beat him, and people did beat him in the nicest way. He did go to the winners bracket and then lost, but then went on a crazy run that I'm sure I will give you an update when we go into that game. Just went, I think, 4 rounds back-to-back in that loser bracket. You can't lose in the loser bracket. So difficult for him, but prove why he has been a previous champion, Richard, why he is a winner. And fair play, 1,024 competitors signed up for this tournament. He's back in the top 4 again. Consistency levels like not many people have seen before in this PlayStation 4.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it on Xbox with PH Zin winning back-to-back Xbox Qualifier 2, Xbox South American Qualifier. But on PlayStation, if Matthias does that as well, you've got to take captain and say, fair play. Coming through the losers bracket, it's a tough ask.
Yeah, a really tough ask. We are going to throw it back over to Carwin Ulibarri now, as I believe they're going to be joined very shortly with Nicolas 99FC, the man that's just won his game on a penalty shootout.
Richard, Brandon, thank you so much for that. Wow, Uli, seeing 2 players going head-to-head. I think we can say that was a tactical masterclass. It was like a game of chess, both of them trying to outsmart each other. What did you make of the defensive play from each of the competitors?
Yeah, 100%. It was just a great defensive game between 2 of the best defensive players in the last years. But yeah, it had to be decided somehow. So that's what penalty kicks are for.
Right, let's introduce the Iceman, Nicolas 99FC, into the broadcast right here. Nicolas is right here. Nicolas, it is you again. It's really nice to see you. Welcome back. Would you like to do the interview in English or Spanish?
For me, it's the same. If you want in English or Spanish, for me.
Let's do it in English then. Let's do it in English then. It means I can ask you a question.
Okay.
Right,
okay,
first
okay.
one that I just wanted to quickly ask you. It's a very close game for you on that one, but what do you need to do to improve in this grand final right now? What do you need to do to actually work on to make sure that you can win the entire competition?
I can listen you guys.
Oh, you can't hear us. You can't hear us. Let's see if we can fix that. Can you hear us now?
No, es la web.
Right, Nicolas, we will be back with you very, very shortly. As we mentioned, it is a complete remote broadcast. Uli, you're in Mexico City, so what time is it there?
It's 12:22 p.m.
Okay, all right, yeah. So it's people everywhere. I'm in Manchester. The sun has set. It's 6:20 in the evening. So it's everyone is all around the world. We can welcome Nicolas back into the broadcast, though. Nicolas, can you hear us now?
Yes, I am.
Perfect. Welcome here. Congratulations. My first question, just for you. What do you need to do in this next game? Because we've seen you dominate this region over the last few years, but what have you got to do in the next game so it's not as close, to make it easier for yourself?
I don't know. Now we have a new talent, so we have new players like Matti or Enzo. But I'm trying to do always the same, like my possession gameplay, my defensive gameplay, and stuff like that. But I don't know. This time I think I have a lack on the penalties, but the game is like that.
Hey, Nico, felicidades, congrats, and it's a pleasure to talk to you again. And just I want to ask you, what do you have to say to all your fans, not only in Argentina and in Latin America, but tons in Europe, in the world, that didn't get to see you a lot last season, after being in the conversation of the top three next to Tex and MS Dosari? What do you have to tell them for this season? Because we know that for you, you have the expectation of being a FIFA World Cup champion.
Yes, FIFA 20 was not the best for me because I don't know, I couldn't adapt to the FIFA 20, but this new game I'm improving. I'm training a lot new things like player lock, like creative brands and stuff like that. So always I'm trying to improve my game and I'm doing new things always. So I hope for the next game doing new things or the things doing well I'm doing.
And Nicolas, just final question. I can see the big check behind you for the first place prize just behind you. Are we going to see you winning more of those this year?
I hope so. I hope so.
Fingers crossed. Congratulations. We will see you a little bit later on in that grand final just there.
Good luck,
Nicolas,
Nico.
congratulations.
Gracias.
Right, there we have it, our winner from the matchup in number 1 on the winners bracket right there. Nicolas, 99 FC, the Iceman, ice in his veins. And Uli, he said he was a little bit lucky during the penalties. I just think that's how cool and calm he is. It's not luck. He just doesn't show any emotion. He's not scared. He's not happy. He just gets on with it.
Yeah, he doesn't ever show, at least the pressure he might be feeling, right? So yeah, it reminds me of Bruce Granick, two-time world champion, that after he scored a winning goal 80th minute for like being the world champion, he just like look at his watch, you know, like, well, what time is it? Is it time to eat? Like some players just are born for this pressure, you know, in the heat of the moment they bring out their best.
Yes, they do indeed. Now, if you're watching at home, remember that with Mercado Libre, you get the best of the FIFA 21 Global Series. Just make sure that you download the app and discover the best ways to buy online. Right, coming up very, very shortly, we jump down into our losers bracket right there. The player from Peru, Eleg PT, taking on Matthias, this is going to be a match that hopefully there's plenty more goals than the first one. There's much more exciting entertainment. It's a nice chance to see the new players coming in as well, and we'll be talking all about that very, very soon. Now, one quick thing I do want to jump into is something very important when it comes to our competitors. Yes, here at Electronic Arts, we believe in the power of positive play. Mental health is top of the mind for all of us here, and we have plenty of resources that we're providing to our competitive players. Being part of a gaming community should be positive, fun, fair and safe for all. We look forward to building a healthy and positive community together. We've put a short film together how we're doing that.
Ready for this. This. Ready for this.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 2, day 2. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Uli Bari. Uli, we've had a great matchup. Two master tacticians going head to head in that game right now. And we jump down into the losers bracket, and it's a chance for us to see some of the new competitors. That's what I love about these splitting the competitions into regions. We get to see some competitors we might not have seen before.
Kyle, I wish I could just go along with the question and just keep it professional like you. But I think the audience is thinking about who was Ramon. We saw it was Nesta, but who was Ramon? I want him in my team. I need him in my team.
I'm wondering if we'll be seeing him at any point during the broadcast. Maybe Nesta, maybe Ramon. Who knows?
Who knows?
We've just seen the brackets right there. Remember though that this is the English stream right here. Yes, if you are joining us, you're on Twitch /EA Sports FIFA and on YouTube as well. We've also got you covered in Spanish and Portuguese as well, all right? So if you're thinking, I know Spanish, I can listen along there, make sure you go to EA Sports FIFA LATAM on Twitch right there. You'll be able to see it. And if you're thinking, no, I fancy a bit of Portuguese today, well, you can do EA Sports FIFA Brazil. Brazil with an S, all right? In England, we spell it with a Z, all right? So make sure you go to EA Sports FIFA Brazil right there, okay? Now, another thing that we've got for you in FIFA 21 are the viewership rewards. Now, there's none here on this tournament. I will say that before the Twitch chat blows up with loads of people asking, or you at me on Twitter. There isn't for this tournament, but there's plenty for tournaments coming up this year. So let's have a look at what you've got to do to be rewarded for watching the best FIFA 21 action on offer.
During the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your viewership rewards. For the first time, you will receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world compete at the highest level. Simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on select weekends, and you will receive one FIFA Global Series swap token per weekend. Tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your account. These tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team, with some great pack rewards up for grabs. The more tokens you earn by watching on more eligible weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. Don't miss out. Link your accounts, watch the FIFA 21 Global Series and redeem your rewards.
Yes, make sure you link those accounts, all right? We don't want to hear anybody saying, I didn't get my token, where's my token? It takes 7 days to drop into your account, okay? But also, all right, you don't get any for this one, but make sure you're watching on the right weekends for them, okay? Now, Uli, we are looking ahead to this matchup that is coming up very, very soon. Eleg PT taking on Matthias, and we can see how those teams do line up right now. They're going head-to-head. Richard and Brandon, how are we looking? The second Argentinian of the tournament. What's Matthias' team looking like?
Yeah, it's looking very, very stacked once again, Carl, as you join us for our second match of the evening here in South America of qualifier number 2. I mean, we are looking at a previous champion here, Rich, on the right-hand side. With Matthias Bonanno, who's currently playing for Kun Agüero's esports organisation called Crew Esports. But there is a free agent in town, and one of the only players that have come from Peru, and it's Eleg PT97. This is his team that he's rocking, and believe it or not, Nick Pope gets the shout in goal.
Yeah, Nick Pope in goal. It's a pretty fantastic team, though, if you actually look at the personnel used. Back four, Adama Traore, foot frees, Gomez, Walker, and James Tavernier as headliner. It's going to be Renato Sanchez and Firmino as the two DMs, with a front four of Pele, Ronaldo, Mbappe, and also Rashford. On the other side of that, it's a team that we're quite familiar with, Matthias Bonanno's starting 11. Only one icon in use for him, and it's R9 Ronaldo. Mendy, Walker, Gomez, and Semedo across the back. Base Van der Sar in goal, and then a front four, R9, Mbappe, Neymar, and CR7, with the two CDMs being Renato Sanchez and Bruno Fernandes. Looks like he's got a little problem with his curtain there as well. If the wind picks up, hopefully it doesn't distract him. I'm a big fan of Eleg's background. All the football memorabilia there on show behind him. Let's see what he's got. If his background's anything to know by his FIFA ability, it should be interesting.
Yeah, it should be interesting indeed. Interesting to see both teams there, because there isn't a restriction on the goalkeeper, I believe. You can use any goalkeeper, but he's obviously sacrificed a lower rating there with Nick Pope, so then he will be able to use better personnel out in that starting 11. Let's talk about predictions now. We've had our say. Carl and Abari have had their say as well. I went for Matthias Bonanno in this one, and once again, all on the Argentine. You think we're just huge Argentinian fans of FIFA esports players. We backed Nicolas last time. We got that prediction right. But I think if you were to bet against the current champion in this region, I think you would be stupid to do so. He's top of the Global Series rankings, Richard. And for all of us on the casting team and the production team, we're backing him to win this game.
I wouldn't say stupid to do so. The only reason that I think we got a clean sweep on Matthias is for the simple fact we know what he's capable of. We know that he is capable of winning games, of being a real top FIFA talent at events, whereas it's an unknown quantity what we're going to get with Eleg.
Speaking of Eleg, looking at the run that he's had, this man comes into this tournament, one of the lowest ranked players. I know we're only 2 qualifiers into the year and you can't look too much into those Global Series rankings, but they are so hugely important. Global Series ranking spots can get you into the playoffs later on in the spring. Get to the playoffs and you can look towards a grand final spot, which again opens up so much opportunity for so many players. There will be Eleg kicking from left to right in this one, and Crew Matthias from right to left. And as you said, the previous champion. This could be an early start. It will be an early start. But this unknown quantity from Peru, Pele, with a huge goal there. What? Minutes into the tie, the only free agent in this tournament. This man's playing for a team. This man's playing to make a statement for himself here in South America. And what a start to this game.
Well, we're going to raise up an interesting point that we've not really spoke about. And with all the qualifiers being from home, with it being you playing remotely, I've spoke to Janos in the past and a number of other players from South America, and they always say, we've got a chance here for Matthias. What to say from Big Pope? That's what to say, Big Pope. They always say, if you're not from Argentina or Brazil, it is very hard to qualify simply because of the connection. It's not the strongest connection-wise when you're playing from home. So for Eleg to qualify in Peru shows, I think, potentially how good of a player he is.
As I said, it surprised me that he's a free agent. I know we're only early into the season, but qualifier number 2, he has got himself a spot in this top 4. You look at some of the results that he had. He was in the winners bracket, we must say. He actually got knocked down into the loser bracket by Tor, who potentially he could be able to rematch against to get some revenge. He had a great couple of runs. I think he played Sebastian Ortiz, a familiar name in this region. Beat him 6-4 in that winners bracket round of 16. Beat Eduardo 5-1 in the quarterfinals. There was one game away from playing against Nicolas in that last game we just saw there. Lost 6-0 against Cruzeiro's Tor. Went down into the loser bracket and actually picked up a really important result there. 3-2 against Young to set up this one against Matthias Bonanno. But, I mean, Matthias Bonanno last time out, you know, went unbeaten. He was in that winners bracket side, kept his winning streak going, picked up qualifying number 1 in his back pocket, the $10,000, all that pride, you know, the first outing in a new esports organisation. This time out in qualifying number 2, he wasn't so invincible. We did lose in the round of 16 in that winners bracket. Went down to the loser bracket, Richard, and just went on an absolute mad spree. Won 4 games back to back to get himself into this position right now. So he's had his back against the wall in the loser bracket, and fair play to him that he's made it once again into another qualifier.
Yeah, and not only that, but you just hinted right there, the route that he's taken to getting 2 qualifiers. Qualifier 1, he were on top of the world. He went unbeaten. No one even touched him. No one came close to him. Qualifier 2, he's been on the ropes, you've got to say. Going into the losers bracket so early, every single game is a must-win game. It's a real sort of do-or-die situation. He's still in that right now. But I think the fact that you've had a break, what the qualifiers were played around 10 days ago for this event, we're watching the final of this qualifier right now. Eleg, he's had 10 days to look at his opponent, to look what he's doing, to sort of try and figure out a game plan.
At the moment, it's all going well for him. 6 minutes into the tie. Again, let us know in the comments section. Who do you think is going to win this one? Is it Eleg or Matthias, the previous winner from qualifying number 1? Type your vote in the Twitch chat. We want to know from you guys who you are backing in this tie. What potential counter attack this could be. Pele could be through. It could be 2 goals. Eleg maybe 2-0 up. He will be 2-0 up. You can see how much it means to him in that face cam there. A fantastic ball over the top. Caught everybody off guard. I mean, let's talk about that assist for a split second if we can see it on the replays at the end of this game, I don't know what that was, a flick over the head of Ronaldo, I believe it was, or Mbappe, and then Pele chested it down, got round the defender. Next thing you know, this man is making more than just a name for himself, Richard. He's building a scoreline to remember against the current champion in this PlayStation 4 side here in South America.
Yeah, what a ball that was over the top. Sort of an acrobatic over-the-top through ball. He just lofted it over the top of his head. Sunday League style almost. Pele headed down away from his man. Matthias moved the goalkeeper to the left-hand side, and he's just smashed it in the right. Great finish from Eleg. 2-0 up inside 30 minutes. This is what he went to bed dreaming about last night, a start like this.
Brilliant start for this man. He might be a free agent. He's been involved in a couple tournaments and events that have taken place over the last 6 months or so. The FIFA Stay and Play Cup, he was representing Peru. That was sort of friendly matches between other nations. Still great experience for him that he was selected as one of the top FIFA pros, I should say, from Peru. And at the moment, he's backing up. Here comes Matthias. Let's not forget that incredible save that Nick Pope made. I mean, 9 times out of 10, that goes into the back of the net. Nick Pope with sort of like a double knee save just to tip that one over the bar somehow.
Just had to get anything on it, didn't he?
The 6'7" giant from Burley, 82 overall. I mean, there's a lot of love for this guy. I think there's a lot of people that were shocked as well in the Twitch chat when they saw him in the team. But, you know, if you take a hit on a goalkeeper, Richard, and then you can add so many good players going forward, it's worthwhile.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, look, the goalkeeper doesn't affect your restriction whatsoever. So it's almost like you're using Nick Pope because you want to use Nick Pope. You want to use a goalkeeper that you feel comfortable with, and he's also using the Gomez Walker back four, a full sort of English Premier League back four with Tavernier at right back and Traore at left back.
Here comes Matthias now. Something needs to stick for him again. Nick Pope, sweeper keeper. S there off his line to say, no, you're not getting through that. Another brilliant save. The 2 times that Matthias Bonanno has asked questions on the ledge. Both times he's been able to match up the tackles. Having a lot of success, though, on this left-hand side. Looking to build upon it again. R9 into Bruno Fernandes. Back to R9. Drop of the shoulder. There you go, finally. It will be Ronaldo Nazario to restore a little bit of hope back into the path of the current #1 ranking on this PlayStation 4 side here. 45 minutes. It was literally on the stroke of half-time. But that's what R9's all about. Big match scenarios. He could be the man to cause a lot of problems for your opposition. But again, I know it's a tough one to swallow, conceding that late into the half. A really strong half, though, Richard, from Eleg.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, look, that's what R9's on the pitch for. He doesn't have to be in every single attack. He doesn't even have to be in the game, really. But if you get an opportunity with R9, he will finish it. He will take that opportunity. You don't have to worry about him missing it. Very interesting formation here from Matthias Bonanno. It's a 4-3-3 false 9 that he's running with Renato Sanchez, CDM, Bruno and Mbappe as the centre mid, R9 as the centre forward, and then it's Ronaldo on the right and Neymar on the left in a 4-3-3 false 9. Very interesting. On the other side of that, Eleg in a typical 4-2-3-1.
Really interesting line up there, and here we go again. We're back on the way. Remember, we've still got a second leg to come up in this game. That's sort of 1 half out of 4 done and dusted, but 3 goals in it. Certainly a bit more of an entertaining game that we saw now compared to what we saw a little bit earlier between that end-to-end chess match between Nicolas and Tor. It went to a penalty shootout in the end if you missed it. Nicolas 99 FC is in a grand final once again, waiting patiently. One of these players to join him, you heard it in his interview, said there's a lot more talent now in South America. And to be honest, I mean, in terms of preparation, he was saying, I've just got to wait to see who comes through because there's so much talent here. Anyone's worth playing because the level is just so good. Matthias now looking for that cross. A bit too heavy on the touch there. Joe Gomez will be able to get back there and to defend. But R9 in a team, Richard, that's something that we don't often see from many players. He's a very expensive icon, is Ronaldo Nazario, probably the most expensive icon going forward because he is just so clinical in front of goal and showing that a handful of players, mainly in Europe really, that do get to use him.
Well, it's typically Pele used over R9. You've said it before, mainly with the connection issues, in when it's higher latency, higher ping. Typically, Pele is more usable than R9 is, simply because of the dribbling stats, the agility, the balance that Pele possesses. But if R9 you can get him firing, he is the perfect striker. 5-star, 5-star. He's pacey, but he's also strong, and he's so clinical.
He's so good in front of goal, isn't he? One of those few people you can really put everything on his shoulders in those big match scenarios to hopefully find the back of the net. 58 minutes gone in, just a third left of it. I mean, you're looking at Matthias Bonanno slowly building back into the tie and really causing some problems for Eleg. He went 2 goals to the gut. Pele with a brace in this game. He can find one more goal to take into the second leg. A 2-goal cushion at this point would be massive for him. Got to be patient though. Can he find the feet of Cristiano? Yes, he can. Can he find a way past these 2 defenders though? Renato Sanchez back to Roberto Firmino. Another player that's happy to back the Brazilian foot freeze item. Great feet there. For a split second, he was just offside, but a really good run. Just unfortunately not the touch he was hoping for.
Very tight, wasn't he? I thought he were actually offside as well when he did play the ball, but got back in, managed to get a toe on the ball. Did Matthias. Mbappe as a centre mid. Never thought I'd see the day.
Well, no, Sanchez getting a nod late into the game. Here, of course, is a player that we joked around being in Team of the Year, a very good in-game foot item. I think it says 82 in form that a lot of pros have enjoyed using sort of early on qualifying number 1 in qualification rounds.
This is the road to the final 84 live foot item, so potentially in the future might not be available if Lille have a good Europa League.
Chance back to goal. This could be Ronaldo. Just runs into the path of Joe Gomez there. No way through. Off to Liverpool centre half there. One of those real meta defenders this year. You look at Varane, you look at Joe Gomez. Everybody wants to use them. Chance to drive forward. Rashford to find an equaliser. Fantastic ball roll, which anyone would think probably does nothing, but it does something there. It just composes the chance up. It moves the angle of the shot completely. Gets the goalkeeper thinking whether there was a little bit of goalkeeper movement there. I don't think there was. It was just a fantastic finish there from Marcus Rashford. That 2-goal cushion wiped away by Matthias Bonanno. Straight back into the tie and setting this one up perfectly for the second leg.
Cracking finish from Marcus Rashford. The ball roll just settles his nerves a little bit in front of goal as well. Got the better angle to shoot across the goalkeeper. He made the angle a bit tighter, but he gave him the better diagonal strike into the opposite post. And Eleg, is his steam running out already? Let's wait and see. He had a fantastic start to this game. But right now,
yes,
I think
it's one of those,
it swung to Matthias, Brandon.
It can sound ridiculous. When you go 2-0 up in a game of FIFA in a 2-legged game, 13 game minutes into it, it's sort of like you don't expect to be in that scenario at times. Could be a chance here for Matthias. Can he find the cutback to find 3 goals to 2? It does sound ridiculous, but when you're 2-0 up in a game that early on with 2 legs, Rich, you're sort of like, what now? Naturally want to score more goals, but it's difficult. It is difficult to hold on to that lead and for some players to even build upon it.
No, I absolutely agree.
And that's why you see 9 times out of 10, unless it goes to 3 goals or 4 goals, you often see that scoreline turned around so easily. Chance for Eleg. Can't get past again Joe Gomez. Really well done. At the back there. Yesterday that was pretty much the Varane show. This time round it's all about Joe Gomez, so it seems he has been the star of the show at the back. Pele looking for a hat-trick. Scored 2 goals for Eleg. Looks for the cutback. A bit more of a guest pass from who else is there again? Joe Gomez. Right place, right time. 7 minutes left here in leg number 1. Eleg against Matthias Bonanno. 2-2 the scoreline. All to play for in this second leg. We'll look back on some of those chances again because I want to see that assist on that second goal from Eleg. I don't know what it was. A flick over the head from, I think, Cristiano Ronaldo that found Pele in just acres of space.
Such a good pass. Such a good pass. The sort of instinctive FIFA that you're seeing right there. It might not happen again for another 10 tries, but the one time that it did happen, everyone saw it. It was a big goal in a big game in a loser's semi-final.
Matthias wants the last chance of the game. He gets it. Renato Sanchez into Mbappe. Patient build-up now. It's all about building up into that last chance. Trying to make something happen. Mbappe back to Cristiano Ronaldo. Sorry, not Ronaldo. It's R9 Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo was the one that just stood back and watched as that went straight into the top-hand corner. And we've got to give this man credit. Came into this tournament via a loser bracket. The current champion on the PlayStation 4. He was 2-0 down in 13 game minutes. Forget that, ladies and gentlemen. He's 3-2 up after leg one, Richard. An incredible turnaround, and that's the power of R9. Once again, in those areas, so deadly, so clinical. What a turnaround from Crew Esports is Matthias.
Outstanding turnaround from Matthias Bonanno to be 2-0 down. I don't know if it was a formation switch or as he started in the false nine, but absolutely no panic, no sort of rushing of chances, just kept it nice and composed, nice and cool under pressure. And R9, we talked about it earlier, the perfect player in that scenario. He's only had about 10 touches in the game, and he scored the equaliser and the winner.
I mean, well, talk to me through this, Richard, because it was such a bright start for Eleg.
Yeah, got a little fortunate there. The ball rebounding back to Pele inside the box. You see the reaction from Eleg as that ball went in. Look at this here. Mbappe flicked it on. Ronaldo just straight over the top with a bicycle kick assist. Pele got the better of his man and then smashed it into the near post right there. And a big reaction from Eleg. We've seen it on the screen. It was a shake of the head from Matthias Bonanno. Neymar getting the ball out wide, fired into Renato Sanchez. R9 turns his man back to Bruno, into R9, first time fake shot. And you're seeing a little bit of a trend starting to appear right now with a first time skill move and then the shot coming in. Another example of it right here. Marcus Rashford, just when you thought the goalkeeper coming out, just a little ball roll to narrow the angle and then smashed into the opposite post. And R9 doing what he does best, winning games, first time scoop turn and smashed into the bottom left corner.
And I mean, how important is that little ball roll there from Marcus Rashford? Because there'll be a lot of people at home thinking, is it just to make it look a bit jazzy, the chance? But it's, as you know, I know you alluded to it in commentary, it certain settles the nerves. It composes the player as well. You'll see a lot of players do a ball roll, then go into a finish in certain scenarios because it just composes the player, gets them on balance. But on that occasion for Marcus Rashford, it aligned the shot a little bit better, in my opinion. Yeah, because he was running sort of straight towards the goal, and what he did, he ball rolled just to make himself a little bit better on the angle. The shot directly into the opposite corner just is better than the shot sort of a little bit closer in. The keeper, you might get keeper movement or whatnot. He'd already moved the keeper, had Eleg, so Matthias knew that he wasn't going to move him again. And then any shot out of a skill move, we saw the third goal, perfect example of it, scoop turn into a first time shot. Any that's coming out of a skill move, whether it's an elastico, a ball roll, a scoop turn, where you're moving the ball and then striking the ball in the same animation, tends to go in more than not. It tends to be a more successful shot percentage rather than just taking the shot normally. No, 100% agree with you there. And again, we joke about it, Rich, but it's R9 as well. You know, you're lucky to have him in your team. We know it costs a lot of coins, but there's just something about Ronaldo Nazario. When we go to pro events and players get to use any player where they don't have to physically buy them on their own accounts, he's just so good. Prime, mids, I mean, even probably the basic R9, just so good in front of goal. And yes, he's got 5-star, but what is it about him? It's just so good. And let's not forget, this has been a player that's one of those icons that was a legend previously, now an icon as FIFA's progressed from FIFA sort of 17 onwards. There's only a handful of those icons, Hullet, Vieira, R9, Pele, that is still in the frame that pros love to use.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, R9 actually, I think R9 came in FIFA 18, I want to say. I think he was one of the icons that came in FIFA 18, and we didn't really know what to expect from him. The base is a little bit so-so. He's not 5-star. He's a little bit more slender. He's pacier. I think he's got 94 pace, but only 90 shooting. But that mid R9, 93 pace, 93 shooting, and I think 93 dribbling as well on the mid R9. 5-star, medium-low work rates, unbelievable composure, great dribbling stats as well. He is so clinical in the final third. That's the only word for him. Sometimes he'll feel a little bit clunky, he might not have the best passing. There's negatives about every player. But if you can get him in your team, On Weekend League, he will give you an extra 3-4 wins guaranteed a week. In an event, he will get you an extra 2 or 3 goals in a game to send you into a future round of a competition. He is that good of a clutch player.
Yeah, he's a player that literally can carry the rest of the team on his back and pull you through the Weekend League, or for some players, pull you through qualifiers and big matches as we're back underway for leg number 2 here. This is your loser bracket semi-final. Whoever loses this game is out of the tournament. Whoever wins it goes into a loser bracket grand final against Cruzeiro's Tour. Whoever wins that one will then book a place in today's grand final against Nicolas 99 FC. Matthias Bonanno, it's R9. It's like you can hear us talking about it, Richard. 5 minutes into the game, the perfect start, the most important start for Matthias Bonanno there, that he had to keep this momentum going into the second leg. 6 minutes in, he's got a 2-goal advantage, and for me, he's in dreamland at the moment.
Mechanically, that's actually such a good goal. He came straight from the kickoff. He's played it into Bruno Fernandes. He's done a super cancel down the wing, and it's just given him a little bit more of a pace boost into the area, and then a double tap pass into R9's path. If that's a regular pass, it's not going through. Because it's a double tap, it means that R9 can react onto the ball, take the touch, and just smash it in the back of the net.
And I mean, for Eleg now, as you said, it's his first ever major competitive tournament. As you know, there's 5 qualifiers in this region over the duration of the FIFA 21 calendar year. So if you are a FIFA esports fan, of course, stay tuned, because there's so much more competitive action to come in February, March, April. The list goes on. I know he's only 2 goals down now, and you never should write off any FIFA player, especially at a 2-goal disadvantage. Maybe 3 or 4, you can start to have those discussions. But, I mean, this is a player on a completely different new level. Matthias Bonanno, full of confidence after that result in qualifying number 1. To pick yourself up when you're 2-0 down, it's something that it's not talked about enough in terms of competitive FIFA, the mental side of the game. You can be a great FIFA player, but when you've got adversity in front of you, different match scenarios, you could be down to 10 men, you could be 2-0 down, you could be 3-0 down. To pull yourself up, Richard, to dust yourself down, to get yourself back in the game is so important, and there's only a handful of players that can honestly do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Tor do it in the first game after conceding a goal and then getting back into the game in extra time. Eleg there, still onside, but the chance looks to be fumbled. Then Mbappe inside the box now. Kyle Walker does clear it away. But it takes I hate to say it, the winning mentality, the championship mentality, knowing that even when you are losing, you've got time to get back into the game, you've got time to correct what you've done wrong in the match so far, and to turn it in your favour.
Well, let's try and just refresh our minds from last time out, the results we saw in qualifying number 1, if you can remember that one, back in December, just over 5 weeks ago, before 2021 kicked off for the competitive year. Nathan SR22 went up against Matthias Bonanno. It was a really good end-to-end game. 6-5, Matthias won. And then he played against Paolo Neto, a familiar name for Atlanta United in the EMLS, a player that won the Summer Cup Series. He was the big name to watch out for on the PlayStation side, because we weren't seeing Nicolas, we weren't seeing the likes of a Filzer, Yago, Tor, those Lister players. We weren't seeing them at the forefront for a long time. It's only been in qualifying number 2 where we've started to see those guys again. Matthias came out, 18 years of age, a new player on the scene from Argentina. I'm sure a player that Nicolas knows very, very well. Resulted in that one. Could be another goal here. Mbappe, drop of the shoulder. Absolutely perfect. Maybe a fortunate bounce back. But to make that happen, the instinct in the box is second to none from Mbappe. Fake shot away from his man. Ball into the back of the net. That's a 3-goal cushion. And I mean, 30 minutes into this one, it's worrying times now for Eleg. He's 3 goals down.
3 goals down, and we often talk about the impact of a goal that at the time you might not have thought too much of. That R9 winner at the end of the first leg, to send him into this second leg with a 3-2 lead, could potentially be huge in the story of this match. We saw it yesterday with PH and Rampazzo in their respective games, getting goals towards the end of a leg, maybe to go 1-0 up, and then in the second leg just blowing their opponents away. That's what we could be seeing right here from Matthias Bonanno.
I mean, I just can't see this turning around. I know we're so early into this game still, but 3 goals needed. You see literally a wall of white shirts there and blue shorts from Matthias Bonanno. Chance for Mbappe. I mean, great save like that. Edwin van der Sar keeping him in the game. and ensuring that there isn't any chance of a comeback. Corner play short. Adama Traore just punched that into the feet of Renato Sanchez. A couple of step-overs from the Portuguese midfielder, but look how many white shirts about there, Richard, making it so difficult. You've got that midfield sort of wall of players. You've got that then the back four wall of players, and they just seem to be outnumbered. These sort of yellow-orange shirts are outnumbered at the moment.
No way through at all. I mean, James Tavernier is getting involved with the attacks now as well. But he's not biting on anything, is Matthias. You see, he's jockeying just side to side. He's not biting. He's not closing down.
I mean, that was a chance there. I mean,
should have
expect for Mbappe to get that much space away from Kyle Walker. Real tough one. But, I mean, for Eleg, it's positives that he's had a lot of the ball there, a lot of possession on the other side for Matthias. I've not conceded. I've defended well. And I'm pretty much minutes away from going into the half-time interval in leg number 2 with a 3-goal cushion behind me. 5 goals to 2. He currently does lead at the moment. If he wins this one, he'll be going up against Tor. And, I mean, if I'm Tor right now, I'm thinking, wow, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. I'm playing against the winner of qualifier number 1. That plans to be a really, really exciting game. Of course, we're not there yet by any means. If another goal goes in now, we could be even closer to it. Defended well by Kyle Walker. Added time of literally no time introduced. Half-time between the two. Matthias Bonanno leads with a really comfortable 3-goal cushion, Richard. And it comes back to that conversation we often say between us. When is it time to go for the game? When is it time to throw plan A and plan B out the window, make up a plan and just go for the tie?
Well, it's certainly in the driver's seat, isn't it? There's no debate about that, Matthias Bonanno. I think the big talking point in that first half, when Eleg was getting the ball, he had that great chance with Mbappe, and he's creating a lot of sort of nice angles with the possession that he's having. It's not finalising in shots on goal. It's not finalising in goals being scored. And if you're the defending team and your opponent is sort of dominating the game, and you're still standing off, and you're still thinking he's not scored yet, like I'm in dreamland right now. You've got to look at that and think this is a real good opportunity for me. Also, he's changed formation. He's no longer in the false 9. He's now in a 4-2-3-1 with Rashford and Sanchez as his 2 DMs. Marcus Rashford playing CDM in a 4-2-3-1.
Well. I mean, it's one of them. He's sort of had to go for it in the nicest way. Get more attackers pumped into that midfield. There it is. Bruno Fernandes off the pitch. Rashford comes on. Matthias Bonanno, an interesting one there. I thought that was Eleg who made the change. My apologies. Here comes Adama Traore, that foot freeze version of the Spanish winger. A little bit too heavy there. Goes for a corner. There's plenty of time left in this game. It's still a 3-goal deficit between the two. 5 goals to 2. Crew Esports, Matthias Bonanno leads. Ball just lofted into the box. Ronaldo back to do his defensive duties. He doesn't mind that. Pele, pretty quiet in this second leg. He was the man to watch out for in leg number 1, scoring some really big goals. This time round, he just hasn't really had a sniff as such. Back to Marcus Rashford, his makeshift CDM. Pele cuts it back into Mbappe. This has got to go in again. It's a clutch block at the back. It's right place, right time, it seems, for every defender for Matthias Richard, whether it's Kyle Walker, whether it's whether it's Joe Gomez, or even Edwin van der Sar there. There always seems to be a white shirt in the way.
White shirt in the way, plenty of bodies behind the ball. And this could be another goal, actually, Brandon.
And whip it across. They're going to try and cut back in. A couple of skill moves, a couple of ball rolls. Joe Gomez still in the way there. Remember, whoever loses this game will be out of qualifier number 2. It will still be a top 4 finish for them. They will leave with a really generous helping of Global Series ranking points that will go towards their playoff spot that they'll be hoping to get at the moment. It looks like it will be Eleg to do so. He's getting into those areas, Richard, and sort of becoming a little bit overwhelmed with the players that he's got because he's surrounded by white shirts and he doesn't really know what to do.
Well, there's just no way through, that's the thing. Matthias Bonanno has locked this up, playing now in the 4-2-3-1. That's a chance at the near post. That hits the post, and you've got to think, Eleg, it's just not his day. As harsh as that sounds, when chances like that are going wide, when Ronaldo's missing the target, surely your head will drop.
Game minutes left. Name a lovely long ball forward there, Mbappe. What can he do? Can he even get a chance around the corner? Don't think he can. Into the last 13 game minutes. Just time is running out. I mean, credit to Matthias, Rich. He's defended superbly well. You can go a leg of FIFA without conceding a goal at this level. I mean, you deserve more than a pat on the back, like in terms of just the credit you deserve. It's so good. He's defended very, very well. Chance now for Eleg. This has to go in. Mbappe, finally! Finally, continue outpour of emotion there from Eleg. He knows he needed a goal, and for 66 minutes, he's been hunting for even a half chance in that box, Richard. Finally, he can break the deadlock, and I mean, some people would say the commentator's curse. I mean, look no further. We're saying how good that Matthias is defending. Well, as we speak about it, Richard, he goes and concedes.
And at 5-3 right now, with 22 minutes left to play, there is a chance for Eleg to get back into this game. He's got to sort of throw caution to the wind, and everyone has to go forward. But there is an opportunity for him to get back into this game.
Matthias, that he's happy with how his team is looking. As you can see, an interesting Marcus Rashford in the midfield. Mbappe, the goal scorer, back into another pause again now. It'll probably be Eleg who's trying to make these extra pauses. Narrow formation for him. Why not? He's got to go for the game. All he needs is 2 goals to stay in the tournament, to send this into extra time. Otherwise, unfortunately, it will be good night to Eleg, and hopefully we'll be seeing him back in qualifier number 3, if not later on. Maybe qualifier 4 or 5, or who knows, a playoff spot, if he can make it into the spot where he needs to be. Currently 72nd at the moment on those playoffs, Richard. For him, just getting to the top 4 is a great addition of points added onto his tally.
No, it really is. And you're also looking potentially down the line for Eleg. Could set him up confidence-wise to continue to try and qualify for future South American qualifiers. Probably has the points for the playoffs. Obviously, we're going to be looking at all the different regions and how the points are stacking up, but he's in a great predicament, Eleg.
Yeah, great little offside trap played there from Eleg there. Mbappe, the goal scorer, the only goal he scored in this game, needs someone else to stick. One more goal would set this tie up in a really dramatic way for the last 15 or so minutes. He can find Pele. He can find Ronaldo. Just get into one of those players feeding around the box. João Felix even in here to cause some problems. Ronaldo tries to drop the shoulder. Got away from both defenders, but in the meantime, unfortunately, the touch was really heavy and was never really troubling the goalkeeper. Lofted ball in from Tavernier. Back to João Felix. Mbappe needs another option. Chance. Mbappe again turns his man well. And I tell you what, we could be in for a grandstand finish here.
Well, we said it. We definitely said if the opportunity arises, there's time in this game for Eleg to get back into it. And now, the opportunities that were going against him earlier in the match, hitting the post, missing the target, seem to be hitting the back of the net.
I mean, a word on that turn, Richard, from Mbappe. What a turn it was to get away from the defender and to find that exact same near post again, that top corner area where he's loved hitting it so much. And as you can see now by the couple of seconds delay here, both players making their changes, but Eleg making some serious custom tactic changes would have worked in his favour. Will he get one more chance? That's the question.
There's so much time.
I mean, in an ideal world for Matthias to score another goal and just to take that pressure off him would be the best protocol to follow. However, unfortunately, it's not going to be that easy. 5 goals to 4. Matthias does lead. Eleg, all he needs is 1 goal to send this into an extra time matchup. We saw it last time against Torp and Nicolas. Extra time was needed. Penalties was needed. Marcus Rashford. He's trying to take seconds out of this game to try and take as many seconds out of this game as he can.
The pressure will certainly be felt for Matthias right now. He'll be sweating. So it's not like there's only 2 or 3 minutes left. 10 in-game FIFA minutes is... We've all been there. It's a long time. It feels like a lifetime. when you're trying to hold on to the ball.
We're into the final 10 now. Another pause from Eleg. I mean, for Matthias, the key thing will be don't let him have the pause. Do not let this man have his pause, because we know what he's going to do. He's going to go constant pressure, whip everybody forward, and literally just go for the game. Why wouldn't he go for the game? Not that long left. Matthias, keep the ball in play and get that clock ticking down. Plays it back to the goalkeeper. 5 minutes left here. Remember, loser of this goes out of the tournament. The first name out of the competition. Winner goes through into a loser bracket final against Cruzeiro's Tour. Just got to look after that, Matthias. Lovely ball roll there from Furlong Mendy. Chance to break. Does he want to even risk a pass? He doesn't. That's what a very composed and mature FIFA player will do. Don't rush it forward, because that's what your opponent wants to do. Make those risky passes where there's a chance that they're going to win possession back and have another chance to counter-attack. And this is what you learn from experience in tournaments. Those last sort of weekend league matches for 30-0s, top 200 spots, seeing out a game in the best way possible. He's 1 in-game minute away from doing so, Richard. A really professional performance for a man that was 2-0 down in leg number 1. He's turned it round in leg number 2, 5 goals to 4. He will remain in the competition and will continue this unbelievable run in the loser bracket. Crew Matthias Bonanno, the champion of qualifier number 1, the number 1 ranked player here in the PlayStation side of South America, remains in the tournament. Commiserations to Eleg there. He gave it a real good go at the end, but unfortunately just didn't have enough left in the tank and left it a little bit too late.
Yeah, he had that one good opportunity. Alessandrini just progressed into sort of 25, 30 yards out. He tried playing a little square pass, 85 minutes on the clock. As soon as the time had elapsed, Matthias knew that the ball was sticking to a white shirt. This is some of the best moments in the first game. This was that late winner from R9 Ronaldo, which set Matthias up for victory in the second leg. He got an early goal to put him up 2 goals. Kylian Mbappe turning on the edge of the box into R9. Lovely reverse elastico there. Got quite fortunate that the ball bounced back to him with Mbappe, but slotted it in at the near post. And with a 3-goal cushion, unfortunately for Eleg, it was just too much to ask for to turn this game around.
Yeah, it was a tough one. I mean, you saw the chances there, the half-hearted chances there from Eleg, a couple of great saves from his goalkeeper. And it was about the 66th minute, I believe, we actually saw the goal start to fly in from Eleg. That was a chance off the post. You think another day, does that go into the back of the net? This is where the goal started to come. Watch Mbappe's movement here. You just see him waiting on the edge of the box, just teeing and teeing the run. When he got the opportunity to go forward, he was able to do so, and you could just see the finish here. Lovely interchange. Pele back to Mbappe at that near post. And after a couple of tactical changes, Richard, he gave himself a really good chance with the last sort of 10 in-game minutes.
Yeah, look at this turn right here. João Felix back into Kylian Mbappe. He plays it back into Pele, into Mbappe. Beautiful scoop turn at the near post and smashed in to the top corner, but it was just too little too late. You see the stats from the game. A super even match between both of these players. 5 shots to the 2 of Matthias in the second game, actually. He had more chances, but Matthias was just more clinical with the opportunities that came his way.
Yeah, as I said, possession evenly, between the two, as you'd expect to see at this pro level. Passing accuracy above the 90s, but the player that made the more chances, the more clinical chances, did come out on top. But we have to give him credit. He was 2-0 down in 30 in-game minutes in leg number 1, but showing that quality of a champion, Richard. Matthias Bonanno, as we said, if you don't know, he was our winner in qualifying number 1 back in December, just 5 weeks ago. He is ranked number 1 at the moment on the PlayStation 4. And I mean, he's guaranteed himself another top 3 finish, Rich. If he goes to play against Tor now and wins, he sets up an all-Argentine final there. Forget about the Brazilian players. We've got 2 Argentines potentially in a grand final. The one man in his way now will be Cruzeiro's Tour, and that plans to be another great game of FIFA. We'll bring in Carl and Olabari now to get their thoughts on that game. I mean, for a split second, we thought that we were going to be seeing a bit of an upset there from Eleg, Carl, but then the champion mentality of Matthias came out on top in the end, and fair play to him. He goes through to the final 3.
Fair play indeed. Brandon, the Twitch chat will be going crazy right now. The Brazilian fans, they'll be saying, no, you're saying 2 Argentines in the final. They're not going to be happy with you right there. I mean, wow, what a game that was. At the beginning, Uli, I thought, oh gosh, Eleg PT had a great start, 2-0 up after 30 minutes. But by the end of that first game, was it ever in doubt? Did you ever believe that Matthias wasn't going to get the win?
There was a moment in which it just imagine it. You're winning 2-0, probably the game of your life, and you want to make a name for yourself. Just being here has already made that, but you can go all the way. You're beating the current regional champion in South America, and you're 2-0 up. And so I actually think that it was such a good start that it can actually be negative, because you could tell after that he got a bit calm. And also Matthias in attack, like it's like he woke up. I could tell he was a bit pissed about that start, and then he showed also why he's the current champion. So yeah, it looked bad for him, but props to both, and congrats to Matthias, who can go all the way again.
Yes, he can indeed. Uli, what did you see Matthias do? What did he change when he went 2-0 down? What did you see him adapt and make sure that he changed so he could get the win?
Well, we didn't see a pause. It was not about changing the tactic or the formation. It was more about, calm down. There's still plenty of time. Let's have possession, and then let's take our chances. Once the first goal, once he scored the first goal, he was the Matthias from last qualifier. Like starting at that point, he was just that amazing attacking player that he showed us he can be.
Richard, that's what champions do, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the champions mentality is something that you can't buy. It's something that you can't sort of work towards. You have to be a winner to have that mindset. We often watch Tex, Desari, Nicolas Razek. They'll be down in games, and it's typically, PH in yesterday, the second leg, which pulls players out of the dirt, that pulls them back into games. And Matthias Bonanno, that goal in the 90th minute in the first leg, I think mentally he knew, I've got him beat already. As soon as he's thrown away this lead in the first leg, going into a fresh game of FIFA, he's there for the taking, and a great performance from Matthias.
And Brandon, the player from Peru, Eleg PT, free agent currently, what did you make of his performance?
I think really impressive, as you said. He's not just giving himself a name for his country and himself. 72nd in the rankings at the moment. I know you can't look too far into those rankings yet because we're only in qualifier number 2 of 5, but that man's going to jump up into the top 10, no doubt, after that run. A top 4 finish in the winners bracket, had a fantastic run in it, went down to the loser bracket, and should be so proud of his achievements in his first ever major tournament, to be fair, Carl, and hopefully we get to see him again in qualifier 3, 4 or 5.
Uli, as well as the Global Series ranking points, Eleg PT is going to get a lot of respect from the other players in this region, isn't he?
Yeah, 100%. Also, we don't get to see a lot of pro players from Peru, and so I mean, as a compliment, like it's so good and so nice to see him on the scene. And yes, he is a free agent, which is crazy. So please, esports organizations, this guy showed character in the end. Like not only the talent, but although he was down, he was making a comeback. So I think we're going to see him again at these stages.
And it was a bit of a nervous ending towards the end, Richard. Eleg PT nearly brought it back. It was so close. But I guess we can give props to Matthias for allowing himself to get the win, and not in that final 10 minutes, making sure that he had full control of the game.
Yeah, as soon as the ball sort of turned over, 84th, 85th minute, I don't think Eleg even got a sniff, to be honest. Matthias saw it out, and from a player from such a young age, showed a real good level of maturity in his FIFA sort of psyche and IQ to see that game out.
Right, we've talked a lot about him. He does make his way through to that losers bracket final. It is Matthias, and we've got a video telling you how he prepared for this tournament.
Neymar Jr., el desmarque Manuel ahora, la tiene Mbappé, Ronaldo, Neymar, aquí cuenta la apertura de la cuenta para Matías, buena atención, se va Neymar y el primero,
La verdad que fue increíble, no me esperaba ganar la Global Series, sí me esperaba clasificar, pero ganarla la verdad que no, así que estoy muy contento, muy orgulloso por el nivel demostrado. Me llamo Matías Bonanno, soy de Argentina. Mi ID es Matías Bonanno-99 y representa a Cruispo. Previo a un torneo como una quali, se juegan amistosos contra los mejores de Sudamérica y mediante esos amistosos vas viendo cosas y vas mejorando. O sea, yo creo que mínimo 4 o 5 amistosos por día en la semana hay que meter para llegar bien al torneo. Mi formación favorita es 4-2-3-1. Arranco todos los partidos así porque es la más equilibrada del juego y nada, se puede tanto defender como atacar de la mejor manera. Mi estilo de juego se basa mucho en lo ofensivo, es decir que intento no dejar jugar al rival y impongo mi juego y bueno, trato de hacer más goles que el otro, no es que me trato de defender. Y el gol más importante de mi carrera fue en la final contra Pablo Neto, el gol de córner, porque ya me puso un 2-0 y fue otra la tranquilidad que estando 1 arriba solamente. Y con ese 2-0, bueno, pude aguantar hasta el final. Mi objetivo es ser el mejor, o sea, en este primer torneo por suerte se me dio, pero vamos a tratar de mantenerlo todo el año, poder clasificar a los playoffs y mediante los playoffs al mundial. Yo creo que o es la clasificación ganando en penales contra Lucas Tabata o la final contra Pablo Neto. Yo creo que fueron 2 momentos muy importantes y no me puedo decidir por uno. Uno me dio la clasificación y el otro me dio el campeonato. Así que elijo esos 2 momentos.
Pasó por banda Ferland Mendy. Atención con esta, puede estar el tanto. Engancha Mendy, la mete muy bien adelante. Quiere buscar uno más. El centro al medio, gol.
Y es muy difícil elegir un jugador favorito porque, o sea, todo mi equipo rindió un 10. Pero yo creo que Van der Sar hizo atajadas clave. Por ejemplo, contra Lucas Tabata, que era para clasificar. Me saca una pelota en el 120, mano a mano, y yo después termino ganando en penales. Y contra Pablo Neto, lo mismo, ganando 2-1. Y lo podría haber empatado y la saca Van der Sar. Entonces estuvo en los 2 momentos clave Van der Sar. Y yo creo que es el mejor.
Well, there you go. You saw Matthias Bonanno, Richard, and I mean, what a name this man's making for himself. He saw it on that video. He said, I did not expect to win a tournament in the Global Series. He won the first qualifier and potentially he could be on for a second one if he continues an unbelievable run today.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it earlier. Players from regions where there's been 1 or 2 stars in the past, there's suddenly a surge of a lot more talent in that region. We saw it in Sweden, perfect example. Bora, he was a legend in the scene, and then over time, Olilito, Olaboli, and now there's a real surge of Swedish talent. In Argentina, we saw it with Nicolas winning back-to-back playoffs, making grand finals, really putting Argentina on the map, and he was the sole representative until players like Diego Orgi came across, Yago, another one, and now Matthias Bonanno is right up there, battling it out, thinking down the line, 3 Nations Cup potentially. Matthias Bonanno, he's up there. Do you know what I mean? He is the number 1 Argentine player right now, according to the stat.
Man, I mean, if you look as well at his teammate in Yago, what a team that looks to be with Sergio Aguero's brand new esports organisation. Anyway, that is a wrap for our second game here in day 2 of our South American FIFA 21 Global Series broadcast. We will be going to a quick break now. When we are back, we'll have a loser bracket grand final for you between Cruzeiro's Tour and that man we have just been hyping up, Crew Esports' Matthias Bonanno. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes for that matchup.
Day by day, building brick by brick. I don't care how hard it gets, I swear I'll never quit. I gotta get it poppin', failure ain't even an option. I come from the bottom, I'm a rose that is blossom. Out the concrete, I'm in arm's reach. I'm making my dream turn into reality. But I tasted defeat, I'd rather have a piece of meat with shrimp on the side. I won't lie, sometimes I wanna give it all up. But I think about the people that's no longer with us, looking down on me. I know they proud of me, so I push on, keep focused and stay strong, cause I know it won't be long. Come on. I know I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in that I sacrifice. So I know it's gonna be alright. Hey. I gotta sacrifice. If I give it my all, I'ma reap the rewards. I know I'll be a star. I wanna see my name in lights.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Uli Bari, and I just wanted to say to you that with Mercado Libre, you get the best of the FIFA 21 Global Series action. Make sure that you download the app and discover the best way to buy online. Right, we are gearing up for our losers final right here. And Uli, we've seen Matthias just performing just there. He got the win. It was a very nervy ending. And now he comes up in one of the region's finest players, someone that we all know, that is Thor. And we can see them going head to head. That's what the bracket looks like. Thor dropped down from that winner's bracket after Nicolas beat him. So Uli, what should we expect from this matchup right now? Thor taking on True Sports Attire.
Well, Kyle, it's going to be a clash of different styles. Definitely Matthias is an offensive, brilliant player. And Thor relies more on his defense. So let's see whose style counters whose, right? In my opinion, I think that such a composed defensive player like Thor can be tough for Matthias. So, but at the same time, Thor, even though Matthias is the current champion, Thor has a bit more of international experience. So it looks pretty even to me. So good luck to both, and Thor being the last Brazilian hope for this qualifier.
Right, we can see the predictions that me, Uli, Richard, and Brandon have all been putting together. And as you can see right there, 3 of us have gone for Matthias. Yes, myself, Uli, and Brandon. But Richard Buckley, maybe he knows something that we don't. Maybe he's seen something that we don't know. He has gone with CRZ4. Right, we can jump into it to see how these players do line up right now. Richard and Brandon, take it away. Richard, you can start. Why did you choose Thor?
I'll tell you why I chose Thor, Mr. Walker. And I think you look at how he lost to Nicolas. He did lose, but it was a penalty shootout. He didn't get played off the back. He showed great resiliency. He was always in the game. And I think defensively, he looked a little bit more, shall I say, comfortable than Matthias did in that game there against Eleg. But Brandon, we're seeing the team on the screen. You know my opinions on this team. What about yourself?
Yeah, well, as you said perfectly, Richard, you know, there are restrictions that need to be followed for building these teams in the Global Series. A really, really strong team. Plenty of informs. You see in Hernandez there, one of the few players to actually back him in at left back. Johan Cruyff, who has been the danger man for him. It seems like it's Pele, it's Cruyff, or it's R9 for this man. As we're speaking, Matthias Bonanno, we have been hyping this man up after an unbelievable turnaround of proceedings. 2-0 down to coming out 5-4 on top in his loser semi-final. Does it change things, Richard, for Matthias Bonanno, that he's been in matches where he just can't lose, if that makes sense? You know, he's been in the loser bracket since the start of the loser bracket, round 1, and he's gone on 5 matches unbeaten in that loser bracket. This is match number 6. If he does it again, he'll be in a grand final.
Yeah, I think it does. But also, as we said before, the reason that in yesterday's loser final, I was so confident that Rampazzo was going to win because SPQ Matthias got beat heavily in the winners bracket final. Tor lost on penalties. He didn't get smashed. He didn't get beaten heavily. He was one penalty away from through. In all honesty, without penalties going. So I don't think he's coming into this game anymore in sort of negative mindset. He's not coming in thinking he feels kind of done by. If anything, I think he feels motivated to get the win back against Nicolas.
Let's sort of turn our attention, as you said, to Tor, a player that many people will know in the FIFA esports scene. Kicked off his career with SBQR many years ago. Then picked up a move to Ajax, of course, had a great couple of years there. Then moved over to the Brazilian Giants in Cruzeiro. His first competitive year with the team. Chance maybe to play that one more pass on. Of course, it is Tor kicking from right to left. Just a left to right in this one, in the Chelsea strip. On the other side, with Matthias Bonanno kicking from right to left in this game. Whoever wins this goes into the grand final. Do let us know in the Twitch chat. Who do you think is going to win this one? Matthias or Tor? Have your say in the comments and let us know. Johan Cruyff, can he be the danger man? Into Min Song, who's been the interesting pick in that team for Tor. Richard, he's a player that you said doesn't offer too much in terms of the chemistry that's going into him, but he's in that team obviously for a reason.
Yeah, I think the big one for Min Song is the simple fact that he's a 5-star weak foot, and also as it sounds, if you did him untradeable earlier in the year and you did that player of the month on, you sort of want to get something out of it, and you sort of want to get him used.
So why not play him in a huge qualifier? That's the obvious answer there from Tor. Speaking of Tor, first defeat he tasted in this whole qualification. He was in the winners bracket. Speaking of Eleg, who we just saw lose that game, Tor beat him 6-0 in the semi-final. An unbelievable result for him, and then obviously missed the game earlier today between him and Nicolas. It was a 3-3 match. We went to penalties between those two. Nicolas smashing out a huge result, a fantastic winning penalty. It was from Ruud Gullit, who's been a huge part of that team for Nicolas. He's waiting in the grand final now. Just trying to find one more name to join him. Here comes Matthias Bonanno. It's Mbappe that's intercepted. This is nice build-up play in the box. R9. Get him on the ball. Always going to be looking dangerous.
Both players defend with so many bodies sort of around the edge of the box. It can be very hard for each player to break one another down and to create lots of opportunities. I can see it being another super tight game. Second leg will decide this match, in my personal opinion.
A couple of votes coming in there. The Twitch chat back in Matthias after that really strong performance. Of course, he's currently the #1 ranked player on the PlayStation 4 for this season. Shot comes in, takes a deflection. Out for a goal kick, though. I thought that for a split second would have been. Two. Final chance there. Very interesting, though, from him. Not really seeing many Rafael Varanes this time round. He was a player that featured quite a lot over on the Xbox in South America. However, Kyle Walker, Joe Gomez, we've seen Joe Gomez. He's so good for pretty much everybody. Great tackle, Renato Sanchez. He actually does get a start in this game. Still end to end here. People just trying to really get a foot in this one to try and control the time. Very passive in the build-up. Neymar looking to create something here for Tor. Throw in. Quadrado in acres of space. Neymar sort of stitched him up there. The Colombian forward. Let's get possession back there. That's not going to matter. Of course, do have your say in the Twitch chat. Who do you think is going to win this one, Tor or Matthias? Just type out your answer and we'll find out who it shall be. Lovely chance now. Here's R9 driving forwards with acres of space in front of him for Matthias Bonanno. He's the player you actually want in the box, around the centre of the field, not pushed out wide.
Or even split on the road. So far.
Something that he's going to look to have to do more, though, Richard Matthias Bonanno. He needs to get R9 in the centre. I've often said it so many times, it's a cliche answer. He's got a 5-star weak foot. He can go on his left, he can go on his right. That is the truth, in all honesty. That's why he needs to be in the centre of the field. A really slow start in this one. Sort of come to expect. Cristiano Ronaldo. Lovely pass around the corner. Vieira back to Bobby Firmino. Forget that Johan Cruyff has had such an impact for Tor in this tournament. He's been his danger man in front of goal, scoring some really big goals, especially against Nicolas. Going back into the tie 1 or 2 times. He break with pace. Ferland Mendy. R9's in that box. There's other options towards the back post. It's a long ball forward. Keeper's off his line. To Cristiano Ronaldo, that ball forward to. He's got R9 in the box. Neymar's also there, dancing, and he goes for a corner.
I'll get you flashback to FIFA 19 then for a second when that got moved up into the back goal.
Neymar back to Mbappe. I don't know what's happening here. He's juggling the ball towards the box. We've all played against people on Weekend League that dribble it from the halfway line and you sort of can't stop them when the ball's in the air. Felt for a split second we were into one of those scenarios where the ball was just being juggled on the edge of the box so hard to dive into a tackle without potentially causing a penalty or a free kick in a really dangerous area. A minute left before half time. In this loser bracket grand final, only one man can go on through to play against Nicolas. We'll find out who will be crowned champion in qualifier number 2. Neymar driving. Acres of space in front of him. Neymar steal. He just went into the tackle. He didn't really need to produce the step over, then dive into the man. Half time in this one. 0-0 between these two. I mean, I don't really know who's been the better of the two. Really hard first 45 to call that. There we go. We'll see the stats. What, 2 shots to either of these two? 1 shot on target for Matthias Bonanno compared to the 2 from Tor. Possession evenly matched, you'd sort of come to expect in this one. Possession stat, pass and accuracy stats, I should say, pretty much very high, but I don't really know who's been on top in this one so far. The halfway point. No changes to be made. 4-2-3-1 for Matthias Bonanno. He's happy with how this team's lining up. Renato Sanchez and Bruno Fernandes. Forget Vieira, forget Kante. None of them are needed. Even Ruud Gullit. Back underway we go. For the second half here. Nil-nil between these two. 2 legs of action. In front of us. Lovely long ball over the top. Is that too heavy? For Mendy it is. Got to be careful when you're getting a fullback out of position like that. If he's going to go out of position, you've got to make sure he's delivering a cross or he's at least doing something half useful. Actually, we did say goodbye to Eleg, our only player from Peru in the top 4 here. He won't go home empty-handed. He'll leave with some decent prize money in the end. The top 4 finish guarantees himself $2,500 540 Global Series ranking points. Add that onto the tally he's already got from 72nd at the moment. He was sitting. Very, very tasty amount he'll be on. Lovely ball towards the back post. Mbappe off the post. Chance maybe on the rebound. It's got to be for Matthias Bonanno. And eventually, the deadlock-out's been broken. Bruno Fernandes, he keeps scoring for Manchester United. And he's doing it again on the virtual pitch. This time, for Matthias Bonanno, up by a goal to 0. A fantastic ball towards the back post. A great effort. In a goal also. .55 minutes played here. We have a breakthrough. It was a deadly cross towards the back post. Big is that goal. Going to come and sort of out to be in the outcome of this game. Vieira. Back to Firmino. Lovely chance round the corner. Should be a corner, it will be. What's going to happen from a corner now. Keeper comes off his line. Van der Sar has to just carry that one away with a hand. Corners this year so hard to call and to really judge. That's a long ball forward. Fortunate enough, Joe Gomez's touch is heavy, but heavy enough to keep him in possession and his team. .28 minutes left. Johan Cruyff, he needs to get something going for his team in that final third. He needs to be that danger man. Well played. Nelson Semedo. Not the usual choice for a fullback. But the rating that he gives you, he does offer you to squeeze in a couple more of those high-rated players into the team. Long ball over the top into Mbappe. Again, just too heavy. One thing that you need to note this year on FIFA, when you play a high through ball, it can be so inconsistent at times, even with the best of players. You never know where that ball's going to land. Comes Tor again. Still hunting for a way back in this time. After Matthias Bonanno was able to break the deadlock just 20 in-game minutes ago. You have just tuned in. This is your loser bracket grand final. Whoever wins this will go up against Nicolas, the Iceman that truly had ice in his veins in a penalty shootout against Tor. Tor to equalise. Lovely ball around the corner. Heung-min Son. That was a great idea. Back to Johan Cruyff. For a sort of skilled pass around the corner. Now he could be in serious danger now, Tor. Look at the space that's able to drive into Mbappe. Acres of space. Can he find a cutback? Can't. No way through. End-to-end FIFA in these last 15 in-game minutes. Still up by a goal to nil. Qualifier #1 champion. Matthias Bonanno leads. After that goal from Bruno Fernandes, of all people, from CDM. Firmino. Back to Ronaldo. Back to Firmino again. Chance for Ronaldo. What a save from Edwin van der Sar. That's why you pay the big money for the icon #1. A fantastic save by literally the Flying Dutchman in the goal there. Tipped that one off the post. Chance towards the back post, into Vieira. Can he cut back inside? And unfortunately, no way through. 9 minutes left. A change here. Down by a goal. 4-2-3 on for Matthias. He doesn't need to make a change. Tor will look to make the change himself. But what a great chance. Nine in-game minutes left. Maybe he will make a change. Just a fullback. Clever change to make when your opponent's bringing on pacey attacking players, whether it's an Alessandrini or even someone like a Marcus Rashford. Changes like this late on can really pay the price. Alphonso Davies in at left back. This is the big tactical changes that really can change a match. 9 in-game minutes left here. And I believe I am going to be joined by the Mexican tones of Rodrigo Olabari. Olabari, are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here, Brandon.
Had a couple of technical difficulties with Mr. Richard Buckley. Hopefully he'll be back joining us, but Olabari, a really end-to-end game of FIFA this one. Up by a goal to nil. Matthias Bonanno does lead. Chances at either end, but a really hard one to call so far.
Yeah, big shoes to fill from Mr. Richard Buckley, but I'm sure he'll be back soon. But in the meantime, we're seeing a really defensive game. I'll leave you for this.
Well, it could be 2-0, and it is going to be 2-0. Forget the changes that Tor made. It's R9, Ulibarri. R9 in the box. He's a fox in the box, and he causes so many problems for every single player that Matthias Bonanno seems to play against. 2 goals to the good, and that's the sort of cushion that you want to create going into a second leg there.
Yeah, it was a calm game until I got here, right? That's sometimes what happens. But yeah, Matthias, showing composure, I want to say that he can adapt also. He's a great attacking player, but he adapts also against defensive players. So I don't see how Tor can get back from this, just from what I'm seeing from Matthias, but the second leg is going to be a good one.
Right in time to follow now. We'll have a chat about leg number 1. 2 goals to the good, though, for champion number 1 from qualifier number 1. Crew Esports, Matthias Bonanno. He's looking good, Mbappe. Chance. Cuts back inside. Could it be 3? Oh, he's going to play the one more pass. I thought he was going to. Back to R9. He can dance in the box. Left, right. Doesn't matter which way he's going to go. Referee conclude leg number 1. There you go. For a split second, Rodrigo, I thought, Matthias, you could have been 3-0 up there. The ball went into R9, and I think it may have been Ronaldo or Neymar. There was an option around the sort of 6-yard box penalty area. He didn't play the ball, and in the end, he still does end the game 2 goals to the good, and a really, really positive first leg there from our current champion.
Yes, Brandon, what a performance from Matthias. Slowly but surely, he got the advantage, but then once he's inspired, once he gets the first goal, there's no way to stop him. So yeah, I think Tor needs to be thankful it wasn't 3-0 after that last play.
Let's have a look at some of the highlights of Ulibarri from that game. Talk to me about some of these big match moments, because there was so many chances to talk about, and it was pretty much an end-to-end game between these two.
Yeah, pretty even game at the start, and I was a bit nervous for Matthias that he could get countered, right, by how strong Tor is in defense. But then he had this goal, which is a bit lucky, to be honest. But that changes the whole momentum of the game, you know. And after that, even though Tor tried to make a comeback, Matthias in the 2-0 in the last minutes, just this could have changed the game, by the way. It's unlucky. And we'll see in the second leg, because Tor knows how to play aggressively. He only does it when he needs to, though. So in the second leg, we're going to have a really good match to see if Tor can make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you saw the save as well, and everybody at home. That save from Edwin van der Sar, Rodrigo. That's what you pay the big bucks for an icon goalkeeper in the net there. Just tipped it off the line. Literally was the Flying Dutchman in the goal. But 2 goals to the good for Matthias Bonanno. I mean, Matthias just he looks like he's in sort of 6th gear at the moment, Rodrigo. He's absolutely flying. I think just from being 2-0 down was a wake-up call in that last game for him. And then no one's stopping him, so it seems, at the moment.
Yeah, totally. And also, in the previous game, we saw that when he was getting tight, where it seemed like it, with the pro player from Peru, he just maintained the possession, but in such a smart way. So he's a player that also knows how to suffer, you know? It's important at this level to also know when the other players coming with everything to score, to know how to keep the ball, but not going with the goalkeeper, but just great, smart possession, and then counters and doesn't forgive. So I think Matthias is actually, in this qualifier, more of a complete player than the previous one, where he ended up being the champion, because now I see him even with more experience and so quick at such a young age.
I was going to say, only 18 years of age, a player that's broke onto the scene. What does it do for you, though, Rodrigo, when you have that pressure on your back? Because he said in his interview, didn't expect to ever win one of these qualifiers, didn't expect to win anything in the global series. He won qualifier number 1, had a very tough run in the loser bracket for this qualifier. Has he got more pressure on him this time round to go and back it up and do, you could say, a PH Zin on the Xbox, but on the PlayStation, and go back-to-back as a champion?
Imagine that, if we have 2 back-to-back champions. I don't think we've ever seen that before. In competitive FIFA, it would be amazing. And the way it's looking, yes, he can go all the way. The thing is, on the final, though, if he manages to get to a grand final, he will have to play against Nicolas and in a disadvantage, right? So, because he has to win 2 games. So it's gonna be a good one. I like all the stories here. If Tor makes a comeback, if Matthias goes for the back-to-back, if Nicolas is back. So honestly, I think we're here just to enjoy what's coming, because we're going to have some really good games.
Well, do you think Tor can bring a comeback, Rodrigo, in terms of he's only 2-0 down? In FIFA Esports, 2-0 is not a bad scoreline to be down. If you're down 3 or 4, then we can start saying, okay, maybe this is game. But we've got a full leg of FIFA in front of us, a full 90 in-game minutes. 2 goals. If you score an early goal, a two-goal lead is nothing.
Yeah, that's right. It's tough in this kind of scenarios in which you're down by 2 goals, but it's a 2-leg game. To remember that you still got tons of time left. You don't have to change anything. You don't have to put your attacking tactics. You just have to play better. You just have to be more effective and be really solid in defense, which I think Tor can do. I think he still has a chance. I think the first half is going to be key. If he gets to score in the first 45 minutes, we're going to have a really crazy second leg. The thing is, for Matthias, though, if he scores 1 goal, I think it's GG pretty much.
Yeah, what you said, 1 goal really could determine how this tie goes. Rodrigo Olabari, thank you so much for your time. We are going to bring back in Richard Buckley now. I believe he's here. Rich, you back on with us?
I am, yes, Brandon. Hope everyone didn't miss me too much. We are back underway, the whole second leg of action. It was, should we say, a Matthias-esque performance in that first leg. It could be a great start.
I mean, no!
Oh my gosh.
Matthias Bonanno, how have you not scored there, my friend, and put this game to bed? I mean, first and foremost, I think you take that chance on the first time of asking, in all honesty. I honestly think you do. He come back inside. Maybe he was trying to create the perfect chance, and fair play to, I think it might have been Joe Gomez on the line. Back to R9 on the rebound. Second time of asking. There's the 3rd goal that he's been looking for. Maybe a little bit of fortune alongside it. It was R9 with the original shot. Carried away back into the path of Cristiano Ronaldo. And he was ever missing from there. Never missing from there. And Richard, finally, he gets his 3rd goal in the tie. And as you said, this is a Matthias Bonanno performance.
Yeah, the goal was certainly coming. He cleared off the line and then recycled back inside. Johan Cruyff with the initial strike. Rebounded out to Cristiano Ronaldo. Managed to squeeze it in at arguably the hardest angle out of all the chances that he just had in that little 10-minute spell. At the near post. Past the goalkeeper, past the defender as well. And Uli said it at the halfway point in the games. If Matthias gets the first goal, it's all but over. I think he could be correct. That's beautiful.
He's dancing, isn't it? Really finding his flow. And I mean, for Tor, it's been a really slow start for him. He did create a lot in that first leg, Rich. I know you didn't have the opportunity to sort of call what you were seeing, but I know you were still watching the action in terms of he had some great chances. Edwin van der Sar made probably one of the best saves we've seen today in day 2 of the tournament. That goes in. Do we look to a different game? I don't know, but he's got a goal back in the tie, and that's no doubt going to give him a little bit of confidence there. Unfortunately, that didn't go, and you start thinking to yourself, is it my day? That's the chance, and that's the goal that Tor has been waiting for in the tie. 60 minutes into it, we've had 2 goals in 17 in-game minutes in this second leg. That's an important goal for Tor, because he would have been thinking to himself, as I just said, is it not my day in front of goal? However, that's something to hold on to.
And again, the small margins. The little scoop turn inside the box right there. Ronaldo getting away from his man. Matthias coming back again, though, with the typical ball roll scoop turn. R9 reverse elastico inside the box, but does clear his lines on this occasion, does Tor. 3-0 down. He got the goal back to make it 3-1. I don't think this game's away from Tor. I really don't. I backed him in my prediction before a ball had been kicked. And I still fancy him.
For many, in terms of, we know what he's about as a FIFA player. We know he's a very, very talented FIFA player. You saw the game against Nicolas, which was a great tie. Could be another chance for Tor, and I tell you what, barring in. An unbelievable strike from Neymar, a ruthless strike in front of goal. Off the bar and in. What a return in this game. I mean, it's like he can hear you, Richard. He's thriving off you, hyping him up, because he's just bagged 2 in about 4 in-game minutes.
The reverse elastico was absolutely fantastic right there. Not only the execution, but the timing of the skill move as well. flicking it around the man and then smashed left-footed high into the top of the net. No chance for the goalkeeper to get anywhere near it. You can try on that one, Van der Sar. And that 3-goal lead has been wiped away in what? 7-8 in-game minutes?
Literally, Richard, it's been wiped away. We've been spoiled for goals in this first 30 in-game minutes. 3 goals in 30 in-game minutes, and I mean, Torp is 1 goal away from cementing himself back a place in this matchup. If he scores, it'll be 3-3. All square of everything to play for still. I mean, Son back to Ronaldo. Chance for Bobby Firmino. I mean, what a first 30 minutes it's been for Cruzeiro's Torp.
Do not count Tor out. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say, Brandon, because that's all that needs to be said. Roberto Firmino picking up the ball at the back post as it got cycled through from right to left, who smashes it in across the keeper.
Again, there was a 3-goal cushion in this game that has been wiped away in roughly about 13 in-game FIFA minutes. 13 in-game FIFA minutes. I mean, people say, oh, you can't pull a game back when you're 2 or 3 goals down. I've said it many a time. However, on this occasion, I will be proven wrong. And you said it perfectly, Richard. Tor, when he gets going, he's a serious FIFA player. Probably the best 45 minutes he's ever had on FIFA 21.
He was a grand finalist, Brandon, in FIFA 19. Was Tor. I seem to remember. Did he get grouped? He might have got out the first knockout. He might have gone out in the first knockout stage, actually. But it was certainly at the grand final.
9. Matthias Bonanno needs to restore some hope. Back into the feet. Players in and around the box there because he was 3 goals up. I mean, this man's faced a little bit of adversity in today's tournament. He was 2-0 down against Eleg PT97. FIFA player from Peru went 2 goals up in 13 game minutes against him. Turned that game around, won 5 goals to 4. He's had some really tight and narrow matches. He's been on a really incredible run on that loser bracket, but you can't forget Cruzeiro's Torp has only lost 1 game, and that game that he lost was against Nicolas
on penalties.
I would say not even a proper loss.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do after 45 minutes in this one, Richard. I don't know whether he's speaking to a coach or not, Matthias Bonanno there. Every single time going to half time or a full time, he puts his headset back on, whether there's friend they're in a party chat or just someone from a couple of words of wisdom. But what a half from Tor. I mean, you look back at the chances. There was a chance that was missed originally from Neymar on the side of Matthias. Luckily, he went on and scored a couple of in-game minutes after, about 8 minutes in. But then, it was a 14-minute turnaround, Richard. 17th minute 1 goal went in, and then the rest went in all before the 30th minute in-game to make this a 3-3 matchup on aggregate.
An observation and also a tactical change that I just want to talk about here. Rashford brought on for Bruno Fernandes, so he's 2 centre mids in Mbappe and Rashford were super offensive in this false 9. The observation, we've seen a 4-3-3 false 9, we've seen a 4-4-1-1, we've seen a 4-1-2-1-2 narrow, we've seen a 4-2-3-1, and also a 4-5-1. We've seen about 5 different formations today, Brandon.
That's what we like to see. We like to see different variations. Every FIFA player has their own natural style of playing the game, whether it's the formation, the custom tactics, the players that they love to use within the restrictions allowed for these pros. Again, that's what Ultimate Team does offer as well, that opportunity to be unique and create your dream team. Short ball into the air and out. You don't know who is who. It is Cruzeiro's Torp kicking from left to right in this second half with the white shirt and blue shorts. Sort of black / navy blue. It will be Crew Matthias Bonanno, champion from qualifier number 1. He was 3-0 up heading into this second leg after scoring an early goal. Now, finds himself in a different position. Whoever wins this, remember, books a place in the grand final. Will it be a rematch at all?
Well, it's either going to be a rematch or it's going to be an all-Argentine affair. You could say present against future in the grand final between Nicolas and Matthias, or Tor looking to rewrite the script of what was earlier written.
Also, not forget the advantage that Nicolas has in that grand final, being in the winners bracket. Neymar back inside the Tor.
Still
on Ronaldo. It was just about in possession. Cristiano Ronaldo back to Johan Cruyff. Nearly pulled off the perfect fake shot to turn away from the man. Vieira is still with it. Eventually does get dispossessed. Last 30 minutes here, last third. This second leg. Nicolas will be waiting in the wings and watching this game. Preparing himself for his big grand final. He's going to produce a bit of magic. He's going to be Matthias Bonanno now. Mbappe tries to push it into the feet of R9. A bit of help there from Joe Gomez. Cole Walker.
Whenever it goes,
prevent that.
Whenever it goes in and around the box, you always think there's going to be a little bounce. It might rebound for an attacking player. Just to put this into perspective, Tor were 3-0 down in the second leg, and he's turned this game around.
Shows how easily these games can switch. 2-0 was a scoreline that he turned around. 3-0 has been also a scoreline that's happened quite a few times. Ball around the corner for Tor. A bit too heady. Goes forward. 23 in-game minutes left. Are we going to need extra time to find ourselves a winner?
Ronaldo.
Neymar. I mean, Son goes for his own great save.
Van der Sar just pushing that away. It's going to be a corner here for Tor. Just pulled off the line a little bit is Van der Sar. Does decide to whip it into the box. Van der Sar does come for it, but Ronaldo heads clear. Tor still has the chance here. Roberto Firmino played into Patrick Vieira. Firmino now, just too many bodies back there for crew Matthias. And he does have a chance to bring it out here. R9 is making the run in behind. Does elect to go for the fullback and goes for a slow build-up.
What ball that could be talked about. Back close area, defended by Joe Gomez. He seems to stand. People talking about the moment because he has been here, there, and everywhere.
Vieira into Firmino. Patrick Vieira now into Johan Cruyff, looking to turn. Heung-min Son. Couple of ball rolls on the edge of the box. Neymar, Cruyff, looking to get that shot away on the left foot. 5-star weak foot that Johan Cruyff does possess. And it'll be Rashford to bring us out. Final 10 minutes. What's going to give? Marcus Rashford bearing down on goal. Gomez comes across, scooped it up, over the top of the keeper, cleared off the line. Joe Gomez. R9. Fake shot on the edge. Rashford again into R9. Can he turn his man? Super cancel inside the box. Joe Gomez. Build that man a statue. What a clearance. If Tor goes through this game, he has got some apologising to do. Chance. Rashford inside the box. David De Gea with an unbelievable save. He nearly broke his wrist. Oh my gosh. What a series of events that we have just seen right there. Matthias Bonanno now on the back foot. CR7 into Cruyff. Will it be Tor to complete the comeback? After being 3-0 down in this second leg, we're now at 3 apiece. An extra time could be looming in our losers bracket final. Ronaldo into Rashford. Will it be R9 for Matthias Bonanno, who seems to have bailed him out at every opportunity? Philip Mendy down this left-hand side into R9 Ronaldo. Back to Neymar Jr. Down the line, ball roll, scoop turn, Mbappe, R9, inside the box. Kyle Walker does magnificently well. And extra time will be needed here in our losers bracket final between Matthias Bonanno and Cruzeiro Tor. An unbelievable turn of events. The scoop up and then the dink over the goalkeeper, Joe Gomez, pulling out an unbelievable clearance off the line. And then David De Gea at the near post with a remarkable save to send us into extra time. A truly game of the ages right now. Talk about a game of two halves. A game of two legs. In between the break, Uli Barry was talking to Brandon Smith and he said, if Matthias gets that goal, it's game over. Well, Cruzeiro's Tor does not know the meaning of game over. Extra time. An additional 30 minutes is needed to separate the two sides. Surely, Tor won't be going out to another penalty shootout.
I mean, those saves are absolutely ridiculous, Richard, to even be in this predicament now. We saw it before for Tor, and he's back in extra time again, but he's deserved to be in this position, in all honesty, Richard. He worked so hard. From 3-0 down to pull this back to 3-3. We're going to be seeing Ben Yedder, of all people, grace the field. Alongside Hakimi. Some really interesting substitutions coming onto the fray of things now in extra time. This is anyone's game. Whoever wins goes into a grand final, ladies and gentlemen, against Nicolas 99 FC. The Iceman from Argentina. It's all to play for here, but I mean, it's been the goalkeeper show today, Richard, in South America.
What a save from David De Gea that is. I've talked about De Gea for a little while, actually, and said, on FIFA, he's criminally underrated. He's still as good as he ever was, but because maybe Man United centre-backs aren't as premium as they previously were, Smalling and Bailly, he's not used. But he is so good, De Gea, still, if you can get him in the team.
Think about extra time. That first half always goes so quickly. We're about minutes away from half time and extra time. 3-3 the scoreline if you have just tuned in our loser bracket grand final. Min Song into Ben Yedder, a player that always causes many FIFA players nightmares. Can he do it today in qualifier number 2 here in South America? Cycles well. Playing those little triangles, those little pockets he's looking for. Can he find a through ball into that right player? He's got options. Bobby Firmino there. Back to Ben Yedder. He's not going to be the man that really takes the shot. It's going to be about getting the ball into Cristiano.
It's a chance.
Back to Alessandrini. Also another viable option in front of goal. He's got a lot of pace. Firmino dinks it into the back post. Back inside to Alessandrini. Tries to do something with it. Tor knows that was a great chance. Half time and extra time is now upon us, Richard. Still nothing to separate the two.
Ronaldo with an unbelievable leap at the back post there, getting up and nodding it back down to Alessandrini. Unfortunately for Tor on that occasion, just too many bodies in front of him. That goal came on the 31st minute, and since then, we've not had another chance registered that's resulted in a goal.
Yeah. It's all to play for it. I mean, look at that substitution's even been brought on. Para. Of all people there for Matthias Bonanno. He needs pace at the back, and Alphonso Davies and him are his two options there. That's his way of sort of counter-attacking back to Alessandrini and Ben Yedder in his eyes. Are we going to a penalty shootout? That's the question. 15 in-game minutes in front of us here. Do we need penalties to decide a spot in our grand final here in qualifier number 2 in South America?
Surely, Tor won't go to another penalty shootout.
Is this game going to go? I mean, it would be penalty nightmares for the Cruzeiro man. Vieira. Lovely ball into Heung-min Song. Still makes his way onto the pitch, still into Cristiano and a half a drag back. Lovely ball round the corner. Ben Yedder. Oh.
Nearly. Very nearly turned away from his man, and I guarantee Ben Yedder would have been striking that on his left foot.
Look at the space for Ronaldo to drive into. For Matthias Bonanno, can he find the back of the net? Couple of ball rolls. No way through.
Fantastic recovery from Kyle Walker, because Ronaldo looked through. He looked clean through.
Five in-game minutes left. We've been to penalties before here in South America today. Are we going to go there again? Rashford. What a tackle from Joe Gomez. Gave Marcus Rashford not even a sniff in front of goal. This will be one of the last chances of the game. Ronaldo back to Semedo. Big switch of play. Alphonso Davies, he's fresh. Maybe he could be a player to deliver a ball into the box. Will he look for it? Davies out goes for a corner now. This is the last chance of the game. Late drama here in our loser bracket final. Lofted into the box, in towards Ronaldo. Again, it's a great save from David De Gea. Another corner. Ronaldo's there. Unfortunately.
Still on.
He's not doing much more than that, though. Neymar, drop of the shoulder. Another corner to come in. Can he get the ball into Cristiano Ronaldo? He is that danger man.
Edge of the box.
But when does it become too predictable? Edge of the box. Tries to work it well. I think we're going to go to penalties here. Gonna have to be.
Yeah.
It will be. Penalties to decide a spot in the grand final. Here we go then. Matthias Bonanno to step up first with his centre-back of all people. Scores. Panenka.
Very cheeky. Wissam Ben Yedder now for Tor from 12 yards out, smashing it to the right.
1-1 all square. Second penalty now. Marcus Rashford for Matthias Bonanno. Which way is he going to go? Saved!
Big save from Tor. Now Hakimi stepping up to the spot for the Brazilian, who slots it down the middle.
Let's not forget that Tor did go out on a penalty shootout to Nicolas earlier today. Alphonso Davies to step up. Oh my days, that was nearly saved.
Oh, it went through him. Roman Alessandrini looking to make it 3 out of 3 for Tor. Goes to the right and he's saved.
All square, 2 apiece. Both player missing one. Neymar with his own run up. Can he find the back of the net for Matthias Bonanno? Cannot miss again. Saved! A fantastic save from Tor.
What a save from David De Gea. He's been man of the match. Can Van der Sar replicate it? No, he cannot.
It's a must-score scenario for Matthias now. With Renato Sanchez. Has to score to stay in this one. Another Panenka. And another perfect penalty. This is it now for Tor. Score. You're in a grand final, my friend. Upsteps Heung-min Song. He does score. And the penalty drama will not haunt him this time round. It knocked him out against Nicolas into the loser bracket. But I can tell you once again, them two will be in a rematch in your grand final. The champion from qualifier number 1 goes out on a penalty shootout, ladies and gentlemen. It's the way that we don't want games to go in the end, but when you can't separate 2 players after 2 legs in extra time, you have to go to a penalty shootout. Matthias Bonanno just could not keep, or should say, could not hold his nerve from the spot. He goes out of the tournament, and we've got a rematch on our hands, Richard, in this grand final.
What a game that was. An incredible game of FIFA from 2 players. And we saw Matthias Bonanno go 3-0 up inside the opening 10 minutes right here. A crazy period of play. Around 8 minutes time, you see Phil and Mendy cut inside here, passes it into R9 Ronaldo. Fake shot inside. This ball rebounded back to Cristiano Ronaldo, who snuck it in at the near post. But Tor did not let the game get away from me. He answered straight back and after being 3-0 down, he tied up the game at 3 apiece.
I mean, talk about sending a message out to any FIFA player out there. When you're 3-0 down, do not think it's game over, because all you need to see is this reply here. 13
minutes.
in-game minutes. 13. He scored the first one on the 17th, second on the 24th, and there's your third goal there on the 30th minute in-game, Richard, to make it 3-3. Matthias Bonanno probably thought, you know what? I'm in a grand final again. When I'm 3-0 up, I'm not throwing away this. Unfortunately, he did. There was an unbelievable amount of clutch saves from both goalkeepers at either end, but it did go right down to extra time.
Look at this off of the line from Joe Gomez Brandon.
Remarkable.
And then the save from David De Gea. Look at this save.
What's the save?
Oh my gosh.
Bit of goalkeeper movement there, and still did dive the right way, did David De Gea there. And then there was even more chances in extra time. Here was another one from Matthias Bonanno. Went for the cutback. I just couldn't really understand what he wanted to do there. That was a great save here. Ronaldo with a chance. Parried away around the corner. That was taught. And then we went to the penalty shootout. And unfortunately, Matthias Bonanno just missed too many. Did give us a couple of Panenkas, though, to get excited about.
Yeah, he kept his composure from the spot. Little Panenka down the middle there. But Tor, the game was in his hands. Son stepped up, smashed it to the left, and he won 4-3 on the penalty shootout. Very interesting, actually. Tor lost the game against Nicolas after drawing 3 apiece. Tor has won now after drawing 3 apiece. Talk about sort of the world going around in circles, and now we go to the final where we started the day about 3.5 hours ago. Nicolas versus Tor, Argentina against Brazil for the right to call yourself number 1 after qualifier 2.
Yeah, some of those stats from those two legs, Richard. I mean, quite an enjoyable game for the neutral there. Loads of chances at either end. And, I mean, who doesn't enjoy a penalty shootout if you're a neutral between those two? But I think for Tor, he's probably thinking in the back of his head, if I was to lose 2 penalty shootouts back-to-back, I would not forgive myself in terms of the hard luck that he's had to face. But yeah, 2-3 games. Lost 1, won 1. Now he's got a rematch against Nicolas. But let's not forget that he's coming from the loser bracket. So he has got to do it across 2 different individual 2-legged games. Let's bring in Kyle and Labari to get their thoughts of that game. But, I mean, gentlemen, we have been spoilt today. 2 penalty shootouts, Kyle. You can't get better than that.
Oh, you cannot indeed. And I've got to say, Tor has got nerves of steel. Uli, what did you make of that one? Because 3-0 down, Matthias was up into that second leg, but somehow Tor pulled it back. How? How did that happen?
What a game. I think the best, I mean, since I've been in the broadcast, probably the best so far for me. What a banger. And I actually said when I was filling for Richard Buckley, sadly I didn't have the shirt he had yesterday. If not, I would have wore it. But anyway, the thing is, I said if Matthias scores and he's 3-0 up, it's GE. And it seems like Tor likes challenges. So 2-0 down wasn't enough. He wanted more of a challenge. So after the goal Matthias scores, yeah, I mean, in his mind, it has to be, that's it. Like, I can't possibly lose this, right? But after that, Tor showed us, and I wish he would do this a bit more, because he relies so much in how good he is in defense. But wow, once he went for it, amazing display. His second goal in this second leg is just unreal. Probably goal of the day. And just congrats to Tor. And this is a beautiful game. Quoting Mike Lavelle, this is a beautiful game because FIFA gives you a rematch for Tor, gives second chances, and now we're going to have the same winners final, but now in the grand final.
Uli, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't quote anything Mike Labelle says. That is a sound piece of advice right there. Richard, I mean, it did go to penalties. At one stage, as we said, it was 3-0 up, but Tor did pull it back. It seemed, though, that nothing could separate them in that extra time right there. It was such a nervy affair, but it was Tor who came out on penalties. I mean, if we would have lost 2 penalties, once against Nicolas, once against Matthias as well, you'd be heartbroken, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, he'd be absolutely gutted, would Tor, but he didn't. He came out on top, and just going off what Uli was saying there, if you did have the shirt in common with me, you could have, but I'll tell you something you do have common with Kyle and Brandon, and that's an L on the predictions, because there was only one person who predicted Tor to win, and that was yours truly, Richard Buckley. So you can hold that
Here
L.
you go, Richard.
GG's.
These are all yours.
I'll take them off you.
Don't. He's got a pair. He's got a pair. He's got a pair.
Thank you, Uli. Thank you.
Oh, no.
My God, yes.
Oh, no. Brilliant right there. Okay, we'll give you that one, Richard. You definitely get the W. You get the sunglasses as well. Brandon, we've got a rematch on our hands right now for this grand final. Nicolas against Tor. What has Tor got to do this time? Because we talked about it was very close, 3-3. Nicolas came out on top on that penalty shootout last time. But this time, what has Tor got to do?
Hopefully not take it to a penalty shootout. That's the that's my hope for this game. But let's not forget that he's from the loser bracket now, Tor. So he has to go and win two sort of individual two-legged games of FIFA compared to Nicolas, who just needs to win one two-legged game of FIFA, and he will be back on that winning stage, back at the forefront of competitive FIFA here in South America. But what this does, which I like the most, is that this is going to mix up the rankings a little bit. Matthias Bonanno, of course, will still pick up some really good points with a top 3 finish, but it's going to put a lot of pressure on that top spot on the PlayStation 4. And let's not forget, there's some big names not in today's tournament. Paulo Neto, Fafilza, Lucas Rep, the list goes on, of the Brazilian, the South American talent that haven't made it to today. So I can't wait for Qualifier 3 already. Qualifier 4, I know I'm looking a little bit too far ahead, but there's a lot more to come up this season, I should say.
There definitely is. Richard, we've seen some of these players going head-to-head, especially Tor and Nicolas on the world stage. We've managed to see them all over. We've travelled with them as well. They are two of the most experienced players, I'd say, that are definitely competing here today. So hopefully it's going to be a great and entertaining grand final.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I think we started the day off a little bit slow. Nicolas and Tor, they were sort of warming up, but if Tor plays with the attacking prowess that he did when he was 3-0 down, I feel as though we could be getting a bracket reset potentially.
Oh, we will see what happens. Right, it's time to look back at the game we've just watched. And Uli, I want you to talk us through the play of the game.
Well, we have Tor here starting the comeback, and I think this goal was key because after this, the momentum was his. And that can also play in penalty kicks. This is such a brilliant skill he's going to do here. First, patience, good possession. But then he barely finds the space. And who does that? You know, like inverted elastico there. Honestly, who does that? I think it's the kind of thing that you just, in the moment, when you're brilliant, you can pull it off. But don't try this at home, though. Because you might get hurt. It was a really, really amazing goal, and then the finish with complete confidence, as we can see here. Reverse elastico, and then boom, banger, golazo from Tor. Respect. I think that this goal was key.
It was indeed reverse elastico there. Richard, I heard you talking about that. I mean, would you have chosen that skill move in that moment?
You always go with Richard, and this was like, you have done this.
I've got a plethora of skill moves,
Leave him
Kyle.
alone, Richard, come on.
Plethora of skill moves that I can pull out. If you want a reverse elastico, you can have one. If you want a whacker, I can give you that as well. Kyle, you name the skill move, and I'll do it for you.
Brandon, are you the same or not?
I think the only skill move I've ever used on FIFA is a fake shot. So you class that as a skill move? Probably not.
The only whacker Brandon knows is the one that Shakira sings.
Oh gosh, Brandon, you know I'm only joking. I'm even worse than you, and that says it all. Richard, Brandon, I'll leave you guys to go and get ready for that grand final right there. Thank you, guys. Right, Uli, we are getting ready. We are steamrolling ahead to that grand final right there. Hopefully, it'll be coming up very, very shortly. But just to let you guys know that with Mercado Libre, you get the best of the FIFA 21 Global Series. So make sure you download the app and discover the best ways to buy online right there. Okay, it's time to talk about the grand final. Something we did mention that we need to mention once again. Nicolas is coming through this winner's bracket, so all he has to do is win the first match over 2 legs. If he does that, he'll be crowned champion here of the South American region for qualifier number 2. But if Tor can beat him in that first match, well, what happens then is it forces the reset. It makes it 1 apiece, essentially, and the next game is the big one. The next one over 2 legs is the decider right there. Uli, it's a rematch of that first matchup, and I think that these are 2 players that deserve to be in the final.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, and I think it's going to be a way better game than the one in the winners' final, because they didn't have this pressure and they weren't playing for all this glory right now. And I just want to say, Kel, I like when you were teasing Brandon, you didn't say you're better than me. You said I'm worse than you. Like, so he's still bad, right? So yeah, just a little something I want to point out.
Yeah, no, I like it, and that's why I'm allowed to do that, because I am worse than him. Right, moving on. Okay, something that is extremely important to everyone at Electronic Arts at EA, it is our mental health. Okay, we do believe in the power of positive play, and mental health is top of mind for all of us here. Now, there are plenty of resources that we are providing to the competitive players that are taking part, because being part of a gaming community should be positive, fun, fair, and safe for all of us. So we look forward to building a healthy and positive community together, and we've got a short film that shows everything we're doing.
It could be whatever, weather, rain or shine. You can best believe I'm out to get mine. Be honest, keep it 100. You know don't nothing move but the money. I hear the haters on the sideline, hella jealous cause it's finally my time. Just don't do nothing you'll regret, cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper, but we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game from the beginning. Smile in the face but don't wanna see us winning. Get this paper, paper, paper. Got a bunch of schemes that I like to rock. Just by any means getting to the guap. Every day it's another hustle, but some of y'all don't wanna see me bubble. Go ahead and hate from a distance, but if you pull up, cancel Christmas. Don't do nothing you'll regret, cause my whole crew is with the BS. Paper, paper, but we out here trying to get this paper. All day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no
The FIFA 21 Global Series South America is presented by Mercado Libre. Yes, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series South America Qualifier number 2, day 2, and the grand final is just round the corner. Yes, it is minutes away, and you do not want to miss this one as Nicolas 99FC takes on CRZ Tour in that grand final right there. But I just wanted to give you a quick message, all right? Please do remember that with Mercado Libre, you get the best of the FIFA 21 Global Series, so make sure that you download the app and discover the best way to buy online. Also, another quick shout out, we want to hear from you as well. I'm seeing that lots of people are talking in the Twitch chat, all right, saying that you're the best FIFA 21 players. You're not. Stop lying. I'm sorry. You're not better than the pro players that are here. They're here for a reason. You're at home typing in the Twitch chat because you're not as good as them. But you can join in the conversation from home, all right, as well. So make sure you do use the hashtag FGS21, all right? We do want to hear from you, but please don't at me or don't get mad or upset because I said you're not as good as the competitive players because, yeah, I can't handle all of that right there. Right, Uli, let's talk a little bit.
I have to stop you there. Production, like, can we stop this guy? Is this actually happening? So now he's done picking on Richard and Brandon, and now he's taking it to the chat.
Oh,
I
just, you know, everyone watching, they always tell me that they're better than the players that are here. These are some of the best players in this region and in the world as well. So, yeah, let them do the playing, all right? Because I do believe in those guys right there. Let's talk about this grand final right now, Uli, okay? Nicolas, he made it through to the grand final in that winners final, beating Tor, and now Tor has got a chance of revenge, all right? He's got a chance to go up against him once again. What has he got to change? What has Tor got to do? Because it was only a penalty shootout that separated the two last time. What has Tor got to do to ensure that he can win this time?
Maybe he should consider this approach in the second leg of the losers final, because he just showed that I'm not saying he should turn into an attacking player completely, but okay, he's amazing in defense, but he just showed that he is actually also a genius when attacking when he has to, right? So yeah, hopefully we can see more of that attacking play style. The thing is also Nicolas is such a solid player in defense, so I just wish we have a bit more goals than in the winners final. But then again, now they're playing for not only the glory of being the best in South America, but the prize money, the ranking, seeding. So it's gonna be a top match. So good luck to both.
Yes, good luck to both of them. One quick question I've got for you: can Tor beat Nicolas twice? Because that is what he's going to have to do if he wants to be crowned the champion. If he beats him first time, okay, fair enough. But can you beat the Iceman 2 times in a row?
Well, there's a reason we call Nicolas the Iceman. I think he has a shot. It's not like impossible, but it's gonna be so tough. He's exactly the kind of player that you don't want to have to beat twice. The one thing Tor has going for him, it can be like a mindset that he has nothing to lose, as in he's in a disadvantage coming through losers, but at the same time, he took a hit from Nicolas, so maybe he wants to take revenge on him, and also he comes in more rhythm. Even if Nicolas has been playing right now, training with a pro player, it's not the same. So Tor right now has the momentum, so let's see who scores the first goal. I think that's going to be important for this grand final.
It is indeed. I think it will be interesting to see who can score that first goal, who gets a head start in that matchup. If you are just joining us, Nicolas 99FC, that he takes on CRZ Tour right there in that grand final. I'll just explain the layout a little bit. Nicolas has come through the winners bracket, so he's not lost in this competition yet, all right? It is double elimination, so you have to lose twice to go home to be out of the competition. He's not lost yet, so if he wins the first match over 2 legs, well, that means that he is crowned champion of the South American region here in qualifier number 2. Now, Tor, his opponent, he was beat in the first matchup of the day, so he's lost once. That then means he cannot lose again. So he's got to beat Nicolas once, then beat him again if he wants to be crowned champion of the South American region. Those two are getting ready to go head-to-head. We can look at their teams. We can see how they're preparing for this grand final right here. And as always, Richard and Brandon are the guys to take us through this. Richard, Brandon, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Carl. And yes, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifier number 2 is in front of us. And our grand final for qualifier number 2 is about to get underway. The biggest storyline on this one, though, Richard, it's not going to be a repeated champion. We are going to be seeing a new winner and a new name on the winners list here in South America on the PlayStation 4. The question is it going to be Nicolas 99 FC the Iceman, or is it going to be the man that loves a penalty shootout, Cruzeiro's Tour, to take the result in this grand final? You can see both the teams in front of us, 2 stacked teams as always, and such a big game in front of us.
Here we go. You're not getting deja vu. We are back at the where we started at the beginning of the day between Nicolas and Tor. I also just want to say one specific Twitch user in the chat, Troy Nash, who just put, "Kyle, do you want this smoke?" So, Kyle, you've been called out by Mr. Troy Nash. We await your response very shortly. Here we go, though, into the final, Brandon.
And here we go, then. This is our grand final. $10,000 on the line, plus the chance to bag yourself some serious Global Series ranking points that will get you up those rankings and push you towards a playoff spot. We've waited months to see Nicolas back on the forefront in terms of the Global Series and in South America. We've waited a long time to see it. And now we're seeing it in front of our very own eyes. The question is, can he go the extra step to maybe do the double on Tori? It was a 3-3 match on and a penalty shootout in the winners bracket final earlier today in our first game on the PlayStation 4. Unfortunately for Tor, he lost that game, had to go down to the loser bracket, but that didn't faze him, Richard, because he was 3-0 down against Matthias Bonanno, the champion from qualifier number 1. And what did he do? He turned it around and then won on the penalty shootout. So he's got a sort of love-hate relationship with penalties at the moment, his Tor.
I mean, all his penalties that he took were really good, to be honest. And he got really unlucky in the first game against Nicolas. He dove down the middle, the pole sort of went through him a little bit. You've also got to remember, on penalties, there's no target there. It's completely done sort of off your own back. You've got no real guidance. I think that's the best way of saying it. And it's different experience taking penalties with no guidance and no target on.
Of course, let us know in the chat who you think is going to win this game. Nicolas or Tor. Remember, Nicolas can get it done in 2 legs. Tor will have to do it in 2 individual 2-legged matches of FIFA. That is the advantage that Nicolas has from being in that winner's bracket. So technically, he's got a second lifeline if he needs it, Richard, but Nicolas will be hoping that he doesn't need to use that. Comes forward now, Marcus Rashford. It was such a tight game when they played earlier today. Expect the same type of game in this one, especially with more money on the line. More Global Series points and so much more pride at stake. Ronaldo pushed out wide in this interesting 4-5-1 that Nicolas has been playing. It's like he creates his own meta, this man. Midfield 3 of Vieira, Roberto Firmino and Ruud Gullit, which we must say, Ruud Gullit and Bobby Firmino, they're both players that can get forward and score goals because that's what they've done today.
No, they really have. Both Firmino and Gullit. They've got forward in attacks, they've been the extra man to make up numbers, and they've had a real impact on the games that they've been featured in.
Bounce back there to David De Gea. Does get away with that one. Well, Nicolas so far, 22 minutes into this one. This is your PlayStation 4 Grand Final for qualifier number 2 here in South America. Monthly qualifiers at the moment on the road to the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final. Ball back to the goalkeeper there. Chance just to reset. Take a couple of seconds to recompose yourself for Tor. Long ball forward, really well done. Touched upon it on commentary earlier today, Richard. It seems like everyone's got their own danger man. We've had Pelés, R9s, not many Johan Cruyffs. I mean, Tor's the only one that we've actually seen use Cruyff.
But boy, has he been effective with him. You look at what he's been able to do with Cruyff in the final third. He's been the real danger man for him.
Rashford, there's a cutback, and that's Nicolas. Finally. Finding the breakthrough. He's been on top for the first 29 in-game minutes in this game. And in my opinion, it was only a matter of time before he was going to break the deadlock in it. Fantastic cutback. And an even better finish from Kylian Mbappe. You'd probably say deserve, Rich, of how this game has been played at the moment.
Great work, again, down this right-hand side. In the first game of the day, it was down Nicolas's right side with Cuadrado and many other players on this right-hand side. Hullet, Rashford getting involved and trying to work those attacks. And again, Kylian Mbappe, right place, right time to slot past the goalkeeper. Tor has to come out again and come from behind.
Labari said it in the pre-match chat before this final. It's like Tor loves to put himself in a bit of a predicament with a challenge in front of him. He was 3-0 down against Matthias Bonanno, and that was his wake-up call to get himself going and to pull out a really important 3-goal comeback. That's not the greatest balls to Heung-min Son there, just caught him off guard. Once again, as you expect to see from Nicolas, ice cold in every single expression. Hopefully we'll see him crack a smile if he does come out on top here. He said in his pre-match interview, I should say post-match interview, after he won his game against Tor, he said, whether I play in that grand final, whether it's Matthias, whether it's Eleg, whether it's Tor, they're all going to be tough opponents. There's so much talent coming through South America at the moment. I'm sure he probably didn't expect to maybe actually have a rematch against Tor. Does that change a lot of things? Because they've played each other before?
I don't know. With how tight the game was, I don't think you really can read too much into it. I think what we can read more into is the fact that Tor has then gone through Matthias in a long, drawn-out, two-legged game and got the better of him. I think that's what we can potentially read more into. But the fact that they've played before, they've played multiple times before. The two players that have been in the scene for a number of years, at the very top. I don't see it being that much of a factor.
Cruyff back inside. And I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Richard. Because these two are so tightly contested in every single aspect of the field. That might be the first chance we've seen from Tor, but who cares? That ball's in the back of the net. Cruyff into Cristiano Ronaldo. And the rest was history. Just before the stroke of half-time, Cruzeiro's Tor responds in the best way possible via a Cristiano Ronaldo-esque goal. Will there be enough time for one more attack for Nicolas? Mbappe dancing. Goes for a corner. Bear in mind, there's been literally no added time. Corner played in towards that danger area. Ooh, David De Gea was in no man's land. Got to get that ball back into the box towards the back post till it's there, and so's David De Gea. Just to snatch that off the head of the icon from Holland. And there you go, half-time between these two, but if I'm Tor right now, I'm taking that. One long ball forward.
Quite lucky, weren't it?
Cruyff back to Ronaldo, and now he's sort of in a 1-1 situation. This game's so open.
Yeah, the way the ball sort of bounced up to Cruyff inside the box and Ronaldo got on the end of it, it was quite fortunate. He's still in that 4-1-2-1-2, is Tor. We've got a 4-5-1 up against a narrow 4-1-2-1-2. You see his custom tactics if you wanted to play like Nicolas. And the player instructions, a great insight into what the Argentinian superstar does use in-game. But as we've said many times today, Brandon, another level playing field.
really was. And they played earlier today. Such a tightly contested game. The first game did finish 1-1 between them. And then they played another 19 game minutes in leg 2. That finished 1-1. So 2-2 in aggregate. Went to extra time. That finished 1-1 as well. So they've been so evenly matched. Chance now for Tor. Back to goal. Roberto Firmino. I don't know what happened there. Just cleared that one out for a goal kick. One to forget from the Liverpool forward. That's his foot freeze item. Players have been loving using in a CDM role. As a player that can get forward. We often talk about it with CDMs. If you play a 4-2-3-1, how key it is to have, of course, 2 box-to-box midfielders, but to have a player that can go forward and can make things happen. That's normally Bruno Fernandes we've seen in recent times, maybe partnered alongside a Vieira or a Kante. However, we've seen so many different variations in South America. Mbappe trying to dance his way past Joe Gomez. No way through on that occasion. Tor. He'll have another attack now.
I think a shot could have opened up there for Kylian Mbappe out of the double step over. He wanted to turn back onto the angle and then shoot across the goalkeeper. He's player of percentages is Nicolas. He'll always try and take the highest percentage chance of scoring, not really waste a lot of opportunities.
He's Tor now. Ronaldo trying to push that past the defender into the feet of Johan Cruyff. If you have just tuned in, this is the grand final here in South America. $10,000 up for grabs in this grand final, alongside the bragging rights. Headed into qualifier number 3, fastly approaching next month. Back to Vieira. It's where the best FIFA players can really crack under the pressure or thrive under it. When you get to the edge of the box, you're literally running into about 6 defenders. You've got 2 CDMs in front of you normally and 4 defenders. It's one of them. It's like, what do? You need a bit of trickery. You need to be patient.
You also need to be patient. You need to be creative, but you also need to be somewhat adventurous. That's an awful offside trap. He's on.
Oh no, this could be a gift of a goal. Mbappe, ball around the goalkeeper. This is the grand final. You can't make mistakes like that. It's a high risk, high reward solution, the offside trap. And unfortunately, that has just not worked in the favour of Tor at all there.
But just as I was saying, you need to have all those things, Brandon, but you also need to take risks as well on the edge of the box. If space opens up for a finesse shot, have a shot. If you think a double tap might work, play it. Don't be too safe, because a lot of the time we see safe play on the edge of the box. And on Ultimate Team, on Weekend League, you can be safe and people will make mistakes. People will pull players out of position. Against other pros, that won't happen. You won't get a gimme, as we just saw right there. They're 1 in 100.
It's one of them. Tor was to lose this game overall. He hasn't got many fond memories to look back on. He's got a penalty shootout and potentially an offside trap. I know we're a long way away from that scenario. This is a grand final. He can't make those mistakes. There's no second chances compared to what he did have earlier today in that winner's bracket. He had a second chance in the loser bracket. Nicolas has a second chance in this grand final because he has come through that winner's bracket, has not tasted defeat yet, so you know how the loser bracket and the winner's bracket work. Nicolas has an advantage in that you can go to another game of 2 legs if he needs to. Of course, he won't want that to happen. 16 minutes left here. Punch that into the path of Neymar. He goes down to ground. Referee says, no, that's a fair tackle from Vieira. Ball's coming in. It's going to be the usual names we see from Tor, Richard. Is it going to be Wissam Ben Yedder, Alessandrini?
He'd be bringing Renato Sanchez on at right back as well.
Acres of space. There's a lot of space for Nicolas to drive into. Cristiano Ronaldo back to Roberto Firmino.
The reason he's got so much space, Brandon, is because Tor's playing a narrow 4-1-2-1-2.
Got to be careful there. Ronaldo with a chance. Oh, went on his own and he needed the leg or the knee of David De Gea to keep that chance out.
Still on.
Nicolas just ticking over though. and in control, as some would say. Look how far forward Hullet is. He is so key and so vital in the attacking third. The way that Nicolas plays with that midfield three across the 4-5-1. One more around the corner. Marcus Rashford, scoop turn. Fantastic block at the back there from Hernandez.
It's actually quite a poor pass from Ruud Hullet, in all honesty. If he'd have put a little bit more on that pass, he could have played it into his path. Instead, he sort of just shuffled it into his feet, meaning that the first touch had to be an actual dribble touch, not a shot.
Theo Hernandez again. Back to Vieira. Theo Hernandez still with it. That's the left back. Let's remember that. Look how far forward he's bombing on forward. To just try and make things difficult. Johan Cruyff so out wide. He's a five-star player. I should say a 5-star weak foot player. The Dutch forward. Get him in the centre. Could be a gift for Ronaldo. Last chance of this game. There will be a second leg to come. Let's not forget that. 2-1. Nicolas leads. Added time of just a minute. Ball's got to stay forward, or at least in this sort of area. The minute's been played. Is Nicolas home and dry for leg number 1? Just got to defend against Juan Cuadrado and then clear it out. There you go. That's leg number 1 in the bag of our PlayStation Grand final here. Nicolas leads by 2-1, and in the nicest way possible, Richard, for Tor. We didn't see enough from him. You saw the one chance that he had. It was a long ball forward. It was Cruyff into Cristiano Ronaldo, and not that pretty an ugly goal, to be honest, but we've got to see him going into a new gear in this second leg, because let's not forget that he has to win 2 individual 2-legged games to even have a chance of being the champion here. So we just got to see something a bit more from him.
You would probably say he got away with it a little bit, Tor, because that chance at the end of the sort of 75th, 80th minute, the one where he played it into Rashford's feet, that could have been a better opportunity. That could have been a goal if Rashford would have taken a better touch and the pass would have been a little more snappy. That was the first goal of the day. Rashford getting down the byline, cutting it back to Mbappe, who just tapped it past the keeper from close range. A mistake at the back, and then this is very scrappy. The ball bounces up into the air. Cuadrado can't get close enough. Cruyff wins the header, and Ronaldo finishes a very scrappy goal. And a mistake out the back from Tor, offside trap, timed incorrectly. All about Mbappe keeping his composure inside the box. But this was the chance I was talking about here, Brandon. Just watch the pass. It should come out to... Oh, we're not actually going to see it. There was an opportunity. The ball comes to Hullet, and instead of playing a nice through ball into Rashford's path, it's sort of like an X pass, and it sort of just doesn't have any fizz on it, meaning that Rashford couldn't take a touch and get the shot away before he got closed down.
I was going to say, to flip on the head of Nicolas, it's not like we're seeing a world-class Nicolas, but we're seeing a very comfortable Nicolas, in all honesty. He's ticking over in all angles of the pitch, defending well, creating the chances that he needed to, and in the nicest way, he has been in control of that first leg. The goal that he conceded was pretty ugly. It was a long ball forward, back inside, and again from Tor. He's got to do more going forward. We know he can score goals. He's been down 3-0 before. He's gone into an extra time period with Nicolas before. He's been behind a couple of times. The key thing is for him, it's only one goal. It's only one goal between the two, which isn't much at all.
And I think that's been the big thing for Nicolas. He's not looked in danger. He's not looked really worried in this game as of yet. It's been pretty plain sailing. He conceded that goal. He went 1-1. He got the goal back to go 2-1 up through a mistake from Tor. If Tor doesn't play that offside trap, we're probably going into this second leg at 1 apiece. Very similar to the first game that these two played. Not a lot to separate them whatsoever. Very evenly contested. I think the formations also match each other up. You've got the 4-1-2-1-2, which is a super narrow formation with the CDM, 2 centre mids and a cam. You've got 4 players in that vicinity. On the other side of that, the 4-5-1 second variation that Nicolas is playing, you've got 3 centre mids who are all really tight, bunched together as centre mids. So when he is getting the ball out wide with Rashford and Ronaldo, that's where he's having the little bit of sort of freedom in the wide areas.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of freedom, but the question is, Richard, is it going to be enough for him to try and turn this game around or go on to win today's tour? You can see something in the background for Nicolas. That's a big fat check worth 8,000 think $750. This time round, if he wins today, he'll win $10,000. The difference is, this time, from the comfort of his own home, alongside taking potentially top spot on those Global Series rankings, heading into qualifier number 3, or at least it'll be second, I should say. Matthias Bonanno should still be top, and with the points that he's accumulated from a top 3 finish. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Nicolas wins this on aggregate. He will be your champion for qualifier number 2. We may not have seen him for quite a few months, but who really cares when he's coming back and playing FIFA like he has today? He's looked in control, and now it's for Cruzeiro's tour to rip up the script for this man's return and to say, you know what, it's not just you in this region anymore, as we've already seen. We've seen Matthias Bonanno, we've seen so many big names here in South America. Let's see how this one does play out. Tour kicking from left to right in that Chelsea strip. Nicolas from right to left.
We often talk about the importance of the first goal, Brandon, but seeing what Tor did against Matthias, I'm not sure it is that important. He was 3-0 down and turned around 3 goals in what?
Yeah.
Do we say 13, 14 in-game minutes? So the first goal is important. I think it's a different kettle of fish if Nicolas gets it, because Nicolas, you would put your house on him not to concede 2 goals and to see a game out, in all honesty.
Different this time as well, isn't it? This is the final. Nicolas will want to do everything he can within his power to resist this going into a second 2-legged game. Chance now. Oh, I nearly got that one through to Mbappe's feet. Cried out for more chances though from Tor. Is this where we're going to see him? Cruyff. Cut back into Heung-min Son. Can he play the one more pass? Goes on his own. Great save from Ederson. Out he goes for a corner. One played short. To the feet of the Dutch icon. Great ball. That can be whipped in again to the box. This time Theo Hernandez is there.
You saw Nicolas's face cam. He's a player that I like to read a lot into, because he doesn't give you a lot. He really doesn't get. He doesn't give you a lot of facial expressions or real sort of, you would say, reaction. But whenever the ball goes out, it's just a little deep breath, maybe a neck crack, a hand movement, a look to his coach. He knows how important seeing out this first half is in terms of the complexion of this game, because Tor is going to press more bodies forward, and there is going to be a more intensified attacking presence in the second half.
Let's say, Nicolas, when you see him in person out of competing, such a smiley guy. As soon as he's in a tournament, game face is on. Makes you think. The crazy thing about Nicolas is, right, you think back to that E-World Cup Grand Final where he was in. Chance now for Nicolas, great block. He was in a PlayStation final on a penalty shootout. I don't even think he looked worried.
No, he really didn't.
In the O2 Arena, that was a $100,000 game of FIFA, I believe. Unfortunately, yes, he did lose on penalties, but he's got such a poker face, Nicolas 99 FC. Such a big name in this scene. Already accumulated over $250,000 in prize earnings at 21 years of age. He has been paving the way for FIFA esports. He's been one of those big names I'm sure would have inspired a lot of South American talent to pick up a controller and
He's
start
very
to play.
risky across the back here. I'm just going to throw it out there. He looks very composed, but maybe that's the reason Ederson's in goal. Because one thing I've noticed with Nicolas, he's been passing back to the goalkeeper a lot. He's been getting his goalkeeper, if in doubt, he's going all the way back all the time. Maybe that's why Ederson is used. He's probably the best goalkeeper with his feet on FIFA.
I can't back that up. I did use him as a striker last weekend, and he was actually my second top goal scorer, Richard. So he does know where the goal is. I mean, that's not his job.
Who were number one?
An informed called Jordi Masip from Spain. Very good goalkeeper. Recommend him.
Just as a striker, not an actual GK.
He was a GK, but he played up top. 14 goals he scored. But Ederson, I back that up. I mean,
You scored 14 goals with the goalkeeper.
Yeah, he's top goal scorer. He scored like
How many wins did you get?
I got 3 after 21 games.
Okay.
I mean, I couldn't do any more after that. I was completely done by that point. I'd love to see a pro player use a full goalkeeper team. I mean, that's a conversation for another day, but I wonder how far they'd get. Here comes Nicolas. Hunting for that 2-goal cushion. Ronaldo drops the shoulder back to Mbappe. Is it time for Ruud Gullit now? One round the corner. This is absolutely... Oh, no! How has that not gone in? How on earth has that not gone in? There was a bit of goalkeeper move, but still... I mean, it was an open goal.
Entire goal to aim at, and it's hit the post. That is outrageous how that's not gone in.
Nicolas left just to scratch his head and say, what has happened there? I mean, what more can I do? Added time to follow here in half-time. Match number 2. Nicolas still leads by 2 goals to 1, but he'll be thinking to himself, how am I not 3-1 up? Is that going to do us for half-time? It certainly will. Richard, that was the chance of the game so far. Goalkeeper was moved again. It's easy for us to sit here and say, oh, you should have waited for the goalkeeper to move. You always anticipate if there is going to be movement. You've got to react before that even happens. Nicolas guessed the wrong way, not say the wrong way, he gets towards the goal and unfortunately just hit the post. I mean, inches the other way, that's in the bottom corner and that's 3 goals to 1 on aggregate.
Yeah, a real sort of crazy turn of events, something that you can't predict, in all honesty. However, one thing that you can predict, that hits the post and many other players maybe shout, maybe they stand up. I don't even think Nicolas cracked a smile. He literally, I think it was a scratch of the head and that were it. Unbelievable sort of just mental fortitude from Nicolas.
He's 45 minutes away, Richard, from getting something back in that trophy cabinet for the FIFA 21 year. Every single time we have a tournament in South America, you say, where is Nicolas? Where is he? Didn't see him in the Summer Cup series, didn't see him much last year on FIFA 20. It was a tough year for many FIFA players. It's always the case. Some players peak at different times in the season. That's why the Global Series is so special. Such a long season. As we said, there's 5 qualifiers for South America. That means we could have 5 different winners. We could have PH Zin go and win it 5 times as well on the Xbox. So we've already seen him win 2 of them. There's so much opportunity for people to peak at different times when the likes of Team of the Year drops, Team of the Season drops towards the latter stage of the year. And playoffs are on the horizon. And Nicolas looks as if he's found his way. They're playing FIFA 21 so far. This game is definitely still open. We've just got to see more from Tor. Can he create a chance again? Just a player in the way, so it seems. Long ball forward. I'll tell you what, it's a really long ball forward. He's going to win that in the air. Ronaldo's going to give it a go. And Cuadrado.
Typical Edison, wasn't it, that? Just absolute pinged up top.
It was actually a decent pass as well. 9 times out of 10, it's out for a throw-in. Rashford. Fake shot stop on the ball. Chance to break forward. Gullit. Lovely turn. Oh, he did so well to get round his man, but didn't expect to have so much space. Still Mbappe punches it back to Marcus Rashford. And in possession will change hands. 30 in-game minutes now left in this one. All that is left. 30 in-game minutes away from booking a place. I was going to say, write his name onto that winners list in South America. Long ball forward, Cristiano Ronaldo. Been really impressed with this formation. I don't know what it is. Is it the 4-5-1 that offers him maybe an extra option in the midfield that then...
Just that extra body. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
It's an overload for the 2 CDMs as well, for your standard 4-2-3-1. Here is Juan Cuadrado, of all people. Play the one more pass. He goes on his own.
That's very surprising. I thought he was just going to square that. Little double tap into Ronaldo's path. and get the guaranteed goal, but he went with Juan Cuadrado, probably back to the right back to score. Now you're seeing a couple of changes coming on. Atal and Tavernier, the fullbacks, are replaced, and also one of those three centre mids, I would imagine, making way for Renato Sanchez would be my suggestion, but it is Roman Alessandrini as an outside centre mid. Tavernier and Atal brought on. See the stats from the game: 92% possession, 92% passing accuracy. It's not a squad battles game. For Nicolas, just over 50% possession.
And the one stat that cries out to me, Richard, is Tor. One shot. That's all we've seen from him. And I can't imagine how frustrating and difficult it must be to play against Nicolas. Player that will look to control the game, dictate the game. Chance now for Hullet. Back to goal. Lovely fake shot. Alessandrini to put the game to bed. What a save there. I mean, David De Gea, he has been remarkable. Hullet off his line. Does punch that one away. Still, though, not dealt with, but David De Gea has been the star of the show. For Cruzeiro's Tor, Hakimi. He's fresh off the bench. He's got a lot of pace that he can down that right-hand side, which of course maybe a couple of questions for Nicolas. All he's got to do is score a goal. Shot from distance, back to Min-Song again. Lovely chance around the corner, even better save. Ederson. Right time, right place, the right save, just to parry that one away.
Still plenty of time left for Tor to snatch a goal.
Could be a chance. One round the corner, Alessandrini, back to Ronaldo. And Nicolas can't believe it. He knows he's been on top for so long in this game, but that means 2-2 on aggregate.
Big money moments right there. Roman Alessandrini popping up at the back post for Tor to smash in to the back of the net.
I mean, even if it does remain at 2-2, it will be going into extra time, ladies and gentlemen. 16 in-game minutes left. Remember, Tor has to go and win again over two individual legs if he was to win this one. Has that goal affected Nicolas?
He wants to win it.
Thinking, how have I not scored?
Get the time machine out, because we are getting a hard reset if he is winning this game. Nicolas, he's had chances to put this game to bed.
Pull it now. Back to Alessandrini. Can he be the super sub of dreams, the Frenchman? He's been in control, Nicolas, but you know how FIFA goes. You only need one chance, one good chance, and you can bring yourself back in the tie. That's been the case for Tor. Eight in-game minutes left now. Narrow margins between these two in your PlayStation Grand Final. Vieira. Back to Bobby Firmino. Is Tor about to pull off a remarkable goal for Alessandrini. Back to Ben Yedder. Min-Song trying to dance his way into the box. He's lofted it towards the back post. Ederson can only punch it away. Three in-game minutes left. How the tables have turned. It's all Cruzeiro's Tor now. It's him with all the possession. Nicolas has to sit back and just take this attack. Wait for his chance to pounce to get the ball back forward. Is that a bad pass? Oh,
surely not penalties again.
I mean, we've got to go to extra time first. This could be a chance. Ronaldo. Extra time, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in. We're not done yet. And either of these two. Tor wins that game by a goal to nil. Aggregate scoreline of 2-2. 30 more in-game minutes will be needed, Richard Buckley, to find if we are going to be going into a bracket reset or if Nicolas can pull it off. It's tough for Nicolas now. He's got to pick himself up because he's had great chances in that game. Really good chances.
He has. The one with Juan Cuadrado springs to mind. When he took the ball roll, he went for the near post instead of trying to find it on the square ball. Tor, I think he's had, what, one shot and scored it?
Not far off that, Richard. I think it's about 2 chances he's been able to create in this game. But he still remained in the tie. Even with all the pressure, he's had to face it. Nicolas comes forward with Ronaldo now. You can see his lack of stamina. Into Mbappe. Building into the chance. Hullet fakes the shot. Looking for an option. Is he still? Mbappe does get intercepted eventually by...
So close, isn't it?
Hakimi.
You're just hoping that somebody is going to pull the trigger in this game. He's super cancelled with Ruud Gullit. I think he wanted to play in Rashford on the right wing, and then he just had too many options.
Played by Ruud Gullit there. That's why he's in that team. 4-5-1 that Nicolas has been playing. As you said, it's just been an overload in the midfield. When he's in possession, there's always an extra option. When he's defending, there's an extra man to try and suffocate those attacks. Half time, we're near enough there in extra time now. This literally feels like he could have penalties written all over it. Mbappe. Back to Hullet. Mbappe again. Back to Hullet again. One more, surely play that pass. No, he's cut back into danger. Mbappe, great feet. Oh! The sting was just ripped out of the shot.
He did everything right. He turned back onto his left foot. He sold the defender a dream with the step overs, but just couldn't get any sort of clinical and cutting edge strike when it really mattered. 15 minutes away from another penalty shootout. If Tor was to win said penalty shootout, we would be having a bracket reset.
Well, the 3 changes have been made for Nicolas. It's 2 fullback changes. As we know, Alessandrini's been one of those midfielders. A couple of positional changes. He's happy to go with that. 15 minutes away, Richard, from Nicolas either being the champion of today's tournament in the PlayStation 4 side in South America, or, as Cruzeiro's taught, got another 2 legs in him. If he wins this game, he will go into that bracket reset. It'll be a clean slate with another 2-legged match between these two. To decide the PS4 winner. Tavernier, back to Hullet. So difficult to find a gap in between all these blue shirts at the back.
This could be
Ronaldo. Can he cause some issues? In the box, Cristiano Ronaldo still with it. Back to Hullet. Chance round the corner, back to Eleg again. Still with the Dutchman. Just can't find any space. Hullet again. Is there an option?
Offside trap's being played, forcing him backwards. He couldn't play the balls. He would have just given the ball away on the offside.
Really is those fine margins now between these two. Who's going to make that mistake? Who's going to pull out a player? Who's going to get punished? Good idea there, Mbappe. Went on his own, tried to just... with many heavy touches as he could forward.
He went for the bridge, didn't he? Straight through the gap.
That's where you've got to outsmart your opponent. Stamina on your players low, your subs are even more influential than ever. I mean, this is potentially a 3rd game where Tor is going to go to a penalty shootout. Last time these two played, they went to penalties after a 3-3 scoreline. in a grand final, just a couple of games on from them. They're about to go to another penalty shootout, these two. Unless Nicolas has potentially got a match winner in him now. Tavernier intercepted well. To be honest, I feel like we are going to penalties.
1 added minute.
Nearly snatched a Hakimi. Outpaces. I think that was Cristiano Ronaldo on that occasion. This would be remarkable. If he could pull this back.
Penalty is.
Penalty shootout, ladies and gentlemen. To be a champion, Nicolas wins. It will be your PlayStation 4 champion here in South America. Up steps. Tor first, and he'll score with Ben Yedder.
Great penalty from Tor. Roman Alessandrini stepping up to the spot, slots it to the left.
Tor now to make it 2 out of 2. This man is a penalty king, you would say. Hakimi misses.
I think you just jinxed him, Brandon. James Tavernier stepping up to the spot. The Rangers man slots it in.
Perfect pens from Nicolas so far. Alessandrini needs to score this one for Tor, and he will.
Can he make it 3 out of 3? Yusuf Attal. The Algerian, great save.
All square going into penalty number 4 now. Roberto Firmino for Tor. Can he find his way through? He can.
Would say must score penalty here. Kylian Mbappe. Sudden death.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Heung-min Son, that player of the month, Heung-min Son, needs to score. He's in the post. And Nicolas. It's a delayed reaction in the webcam. I think he's won the game. Hullet steps up and he scores. Nicolas will be your champion from the FIFA 21 Global Series qualifier number 2 in South America. He did it in the loser bracket, he's done it in the winners bracket, and he's done it in the grand final. Nicolas 99 FC, that man has ice in his veins.
Commiserations to Tor. He's lost 2 penalty shootouts to Nicolas today, and he's been eliminated from the tournament, but that is your winner, Nicolas from FC Basel. Lots of people came to watch him today, and he has delivered on the big stage. Another win in his illustrated history.
And let's just say, Richard, the Iceman's announced himself back onto the stage for FIFA 21, ladies and gentlemen. There was people questioning, when are we going to see him again? When are we going to get to see him back at his very best? I mean, that was such a tight game between those two. Credit to Tor, as you said. Credit to Nicolas. We are looking at the best of the best in their region. The smallest of mistakes, a bit of magic, a great chance here and there. I mean, that was so tight. Penalties they went to on 2 occasions. Tor's thinking, if I go to another penalty shootout, I might retire at this point. I mean, I've had to go to 3 penalty shootouts in today's bracket. I mean, great to see him back. He was 52nd in the Global Series rankings coming into today. He's going to jump up into at least the top 10 after that performance. And fingers crossed, we'll be seeing him again in qualifier 3, 4 or 5 this year. But Rich, let's have a look at some of those replays in the game, because in all honesty, it was all Nicolas again in that second leg. However, what needed to happen? One chance from Tor. That's all we needed to see.
Yeah, I don't know how that didn't go in right there. That could have killed the game off at 3-1. Nicolas got another opportunity here. Juan Cuadrado in behind. The stamina was so low. Just no real conviction on the strike. He should have passed it across the box. Another chance here fell for Nicolas with Ruud Gullit. And it was really a game just back and forth. Nicolas knocking on the door time and time again. But when Tor got the opportunity, he took it.
Yeah, fair play to him, Richard. He scored that goal. Literally, 10 in-game minutes left. It was about 15, left in the game. A long ball forward. Bobby Firmino into Vieira, and then there was the chance to break through that ball towards the back post where Cristiano Ronaldo was lurking perfectly. What do we need to do? We had to go to extra time again between these two, which we've been there many, many times already. It felt like we were going to go to penalties, and we did go to penalties. There was a great handful of chances in extra time. Here's one from Nicolas that was defended superbly well. Hullet into Mbappe. And in the end, couldn't really get the perfect shot off. The sting was just ripped out of that shot. And then penalties we went to, Richard, and it was again a horrible one to watch for I'm sure anyone on either side of these two players.
Yeah, just penalties is so harsh for both players. Good penalties from Nicolas. I mean, both players took some real good penalties. Time green where they could as well. Yusuf Attal stepping up to the spot. That was saved. And we thought that it could have been swinging Tor's way, but this penalty right here with Heung-min Son, he went to the left-hand side, smashed off the post, and who else but the main man Ronaldo to step up and slot it into the back of the net. You see the stats from the game and the chances that went for either player. Nothing really to look into at all. Possession as even as it comes, passing accuracy as even as it comes, and even the shots that were registered, nothing at all to separate them. It came down to 2 penalty shootouts, and Nicolas won both.
Yeah, fair play to Nicolas there. Again, all the competitors that made it to the top 4. We have a new winner here in South America for qualifier number 2, and he goes by the name of Nicolas 99 FC. Not Matthias Bonanno, but I tell you what, Richard, 2 Argentines being the champions over here on the PS4. On the Xbox, it was PH Zin doing it 2 times. Let's bring in Carl and Ulibarri to get their thoughts on the grand final. Gents, another penalty shootout between them two. I mean, you just could not separate them. It had to go to the spot to decide a winner.
Literally in both of those games right there that we saw, the first one to kick the day off and that game to end the day, providing the entertainment. But as you said, nothing could separate the two of them except for penalties on both occasions. And Uli, you've got the sunglasses out. You're celebrating Nicolas 99 FC. I mean, what do you make of that performance?
I called it first. Yesterday, you guys were laughing at me because I didn't get the predictions right. I said, you know what? It's okay. Sunglasses are coming tomorrow. Nicolas is gonna go all the way. So these sunglasses are in honor of Nicolas. So congrats to him. Great composure and unlucky for Tor in the penalty kicks, but great performance as well.
Yes, indeed. Richard Buckley. Is this the Iceman's resurgence? Is this the year that we see him come back to business? He definitely means business, as we can see winning this qualifier. But is this the year that we see him come back and show us on the world stage what he's capable of?
I'm not sure. And the reason I say that is because, yes, it was a fantastic performance from Nicolas today. But what we saw, he was a little bit sloppy in the final third when we were seeing him. Usually that game would have been killed off 4-1. I don't think he's back to his best yet, but he's getting there. I think that's the big thing, and I think he has got a few things to work on. You can definitely see he's adjusting to the meta and the new mechanics. The super cancel specifically, he was doing that almost too much in the final third, especially with Ruud Gullit trying to make those little passing lanes apparent. But he is more than capable of being at that level. We know he's the best, you would say, PS4 player in South America. Whether he can compete in Europe, in North America, with other players in North America, people like Yoxan going over to Europe, #Tom, I would argue the best PS4 player on the planet right now. We're going to see him next week in Europe competing. Can he compete with those players? I think we will find out later in the year, but taking nothing away from that performance, it was outstanding from Nicolas.
Just to be clear, so imagine you just win the South American qualifier, like you're just killing it. Not good enough for Richard. Not good enough for Richard Buckley right here. Once he has the pen out, once the pen is out, something he didn't like. So Nicolas, I mean, it was good. It was okay. I'm Richard right now. It was good performance. Like, it was good, but not good enough for me and my pen.
I need you to find a flowery shirt, Uli. That's what we need for next time. So you can copy Richard Buckley right there. Brandon, it's going to be exciting seeing Nicolas and Tor going head-to-head throughout this season. I have a feeling we're going to see them matching up against each other a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Let's not forget as well, some of those big names that maybe were a couple of wins away from making it onto the broadcast. We have to remember there's only 4 names that make it onto our broadcast in the qualifiers, and the likes of Phil's a miss out, Rafifa, Palonetto this time round, Lucas Rep. The list goes on. Yago, of all these players in South America that we're so used to seeing at maybe a FUT Champions Cup. But no, I'd agree in some ways with what Richard said. I think Nicolas played very well today, but we still haven't seen the best Nicolas yet, which is scary. If he's winning tournaments playing like this, and we haven't seen him in maybe Gear 6 yet, it does plan to be quite a scary year. But Go
on.
Can we give him a break? Can we give Nicolas a break? Kyle, please. Can we just congratulate him and be done with? Like, not good enough for Richard Buckley, not good enough for Brandon.
The only thing...
But you know what? Jokes aside, this is the problem about being so good. Like, yes. Nicolas set the bar so high. Jokes aside, I've got to be serious. This is the thing. Nicolas, in his highest level, he was arguably the player to be in PS4 in the world. And the only thing he missed, I think, in those seasons when he was in the top was being the FIFA World Cup champion. So yeah, I understand what you guys are saying. So yeah, let's see. Like, it's good, but maybe not as dominant as he was once.
And I'll also, on the back of that, Uli, I'll look at what we saw yesterday from PHZ, who dominated the competition that he was put in front of. So I'm not taking anything away from the performance from Nicolas or the win that Nicolas had. And I think you're going to have an interview with him, Kyle. So I want you to bring this up. I want you to say, Richard said you're good, but you weren't great. What's going to improve?
That'll be the first question I ask Richard. Brandon, thank you. Let's get Nicolas here into the stream. I need to ask that question urgently right now. Nicolas, congratulations. Absolutely incredible performance. Can you hear me? Let's make sure. Can you hear me? I'm not sure he can. He's quickly typing. He's seeing. Let's see. Can you?
He's tweeting something. He's tweeting, "These goes to Brandon and Richard Buckley."
That's it. He's not happy. He doesn't want to talk
exactly.
to.
That's right, and I understand.
Twitter.
Yes, I will do the same.
Well, we are going to ask him that question. I do want to talk to him about
yes,
it.
Please.
Because,
first question. Yeah.
Because he has set the bar so high. As you said, he was one of the best, if not the best, FIFA player on the PlayStation 4. And the only thing he needed to do was win the FIFA E World Cup. So it's a shame he's not managed to do that just yet. But he set that bar so high, Uli, that now everyone's looking at him and saying, well, you need to hit the standards you hit on previous FIFAs.
Yeah, the thing is, not only he won so many tournaments, but the way he did it, so dominant. Like, and some tournaments he just looked like he could never be beat, right? So yes, but still, yeah, let's get to the questions, please.
Let's bring him in.
I want to see Nicolas' thoughts on Brandon's and Richard Buckley's perspective.
Nicolas, congratulations. Incredible performance there. Well done. You're the champion of the South American Qualifier #2. And Richard Buckley wanted me to ask you the first question. He said, you were good, but what do you need to do to be great?
I don't know. Win games, I think. Win the important games. But I don't know. I am feeling like I dominate the game, not like 100%. But I think I played better. But at the end, I'm going to penalties. I don't know why, but I'm going to penalties.
I wanted to ask you that because Tor, he didn't make it easy for you, did he?
We play after we made the top 4. We play like 5 times in E-Club, and then we play 2 times today, like 9 or 10 games. So it was very close against him.
Grande, Nico. Congratulations. The sunglasses are for you, by the way. You know, this is not any day. I called it first, and Nico, just when you leave the FIFA, the eFIFA World Cup, are you gonna tweet, or right now are you actually thinking, like, I can give you their Twitters about Brandon and Richard, because for them it wasn't good enough. Like, you're just the best South American player right now, so it was not good enough for them. So what do you have to say? Are you gonna tweet something towards them, or are you just talking the pitch?
I don't know. Maybe I need to improve. My gameplay, but I'm doing my best. But this time I think I had a bit luck on penalties, but I did it. Thank you.
I like it. I still think you're the Iceman. You've still got ice in your veins right there. Final question that I wanted to ask you. What is it about FIFA 21 that has seen you come back? Why does this game suit your style?
I don't know. As I said, like FIFA 20 was not my best season, but now I'm training a lot, doing new things. Now I play with left back, right back, doing creative runs, as I said, player logs, and I'm including it in my possession gameplay, for example. And I'm trying. In defense, I'm okay, as always, but I'm trying to improve my offensive gameplay.
Honestly, brilliant performance from you today. Well done. Congratulations. You are our South American champion for qualifier number 2, Nicolas, 99 FC. Well done. And we'll see you soon.
Grande, Nico.
Hope so. Gracias, Uli.
There we have it, Nicolas. Uli, you were stirring the pot a little bit there. I saw you stirring that pot about Richard and Brandon. Let's bring them back into the conversation.
Yes, please, because you know what the worst part is? Nicolas is so humble that he was like, even with the trophy, he's like, yeah, no, you know what? I might have been a bit lucky in the penalties. I need to improve. I need to be better. He's like, deep down, I was like, no, Nico, no. Tell Richard, Buckley, and Brandon what you like. No. Like, what can you argue? He's a champion right now. Let's see. Once the FIFA World Cup comes, but this is definitely a good start, though. It's also, I think, it's a boost of confidence he needed after this top season he had. Now that he's out, though. I don't have the same respect for Brandon and Richard, so no, they less are out. That was just for Nicolas.
I'm going to say you're painting us out as horrible people, Eleg. We just know how good Nicolas.
Kyle is worse.
We know how good Nicolas can be, and I think the fact, as I said, the fact that he's won today is great, and it's good to see him back on the global stage. Over $10,000 in his back pocket, Kyle, and hey, good on him. Good to see him back. We've missed him for many months.
I love that you're now trying to dig your way out of that grave, Brandon Smith. I can see the panic on your face right there, hoping that Nicolas's Twitter followers don't start tweeting you or they're dissing you in the Twitch chat. I'll have a search and I'll find some. Right, for now, it's time to look back at some of the action from today and one of the best moments so far. Yes, the play of the day is presented by Mercado Libre.
This was a brilliant goal by Tor. Well, after the lucky bounce, but the pass he does, we can see him try it here, which is a double tap pass. Well, production says like we're gonna see the whole play. But here's the good part. Look at this pass. Brilliant. What he did there is so hard to pull off. It's L2. And then double tap pass. So for those watching at home, it's L2 and double tap pass. That's how you do that. It was brilliant, and it's so good in against great defenders. It can be a great surprise. So yeah, but it wasn't good enough. But what a brilliant goal though from Tor.
What a brilliant goal it was indeed. Like I said before, Tor, I'm sure he'll be back at one of the other qualifiers, maybe even playoffs. Who knows? We can look at our bracket right there that sees Nicolas 99 FC. Yes, FC Basel's Nicolas 99 FC crowned the champion right there. He made his way through to that grand final after beating Tor in our winners final at the start of the day. Tor dropped down into that losers bracket final where he met Matthias, who had beat Eleg PT. And then it was Tor who came out victorious, setting up the rematch that we saw to start the day. And what a way it was to end it. It goes to penalties once more, with Nicolas winning the first one of the day, 5-4. The second one of the day, 4-3. Richard, I mean, if you get beat by penalties twice in a day, the first time in the winners' final, the second time in the grand final, it's going to be hard to bounce back from that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, you're literally a centimetre of an analog stick away from winning the game, in all honesty. Even in the first penalty shootout, he dove down the middle and should have saved it. Like, the ball sort of just went through his goalkeeper. So he will feel very hard done by, but at the end of the day, he finished second. He's taking the second place prize. He's taking the points, and he's got another 3 qualifiers, 3, 4, and 5 now, to get Nicolas back.
He does indeed, and we can have a look at some of those events that are coming up very, very soon for the different regions. We'll be back with a South American qualifier at some point soon, but this weekend's action is done and dusted. We saw Scars J win in the East Asia qualifier, #1, and then we've seen FC Basel's Nicolas 99 FC winning in the South American qualifier. Next weekend, we move to Europe for qualifier #2, and then 2 weekends after that, it's North America for their second qualifier, as well as West Asia's second qualifier as well. And then the week later, it moves on to Oceania for their second qualifier, the 13th and 14th of February. So make sure you do stick around. Make sure you do stay tuned for those matchups right there. Right, final thoughts from 2 days of epic action. Brandon, I want to come to you first. Final thoughts. What have you made of this tournament?
Yeah, I think this has been one of the really exciting tournaments in the Global Series. Again, across all the different regions we've seen. We've seen a back-to-back winner, an unbeaten champion yesterday with PH Zin. And today we've seen an absolute stat bracket. You know, we've seen Matthias Bonanno, champion of Qualifier 1, get knocked out on penalties. We've had 3 penalty shootouts to talk about and commentate today. And we've seen the return of the Iceman, Nicolas 99 FC, back in the winning books and back to winning ways on FIFA 21.
He is indeed. Richard Buckley, what have you made of it?
Anything that you wanted from 2 days of FIFA, we've seen. We've seen dominating performances, we've seen fantastic goals, we've seen drama, and usually we get 1, but we've had 3. It's like London Busters times 3. We always ask for a penalty shootout. We got 3 today, but no, Nicolas back on top of the mountain in South America.
And Uli, it's been a great couple of days of FIFA 21 action. The South American region has shown exactly what it's capable of. What have you made of it?
Well, yesterday, that PH Zin is a beast, goal-scoring machine that doesn't care about his opponent's family. That's what I took from yesterday and from today. I would like to say that the Iceman's back and it's great, but I think, long story short, what people are going to remember from this is that Richard Buckley and Brandon, if you can be the South American champion, not good enough. So you think you're having a bad day right now. Imagine being, after tons of practice and training, coming back, being the region champion, but not good enough for Mr. Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith.
Don't worry, I know what those guys meant. It's because we've been at the events, we've seen what the Iceman is capable of right there, and there's no disrespect intended from either of those two. I know it. They just know that he can go one better, and maybe this year we'll see him crown the FIFA E World Cup champion. Right, that is it from the South American region. Qualifier #2 done and dusted. It's been 2 days of epic FIFA 21 action, and we will see you on the next one. We'll see you soon.
Who let the beast out? I want it the peace route. Somebody go tell him what I'm all about. Putting in work hot, I'm on now. Y'all been looking like some Boy Scouts. Starting these fires, but not really having desires. Pull it together, y'all looking real stupid. If you ain't in love, don't ask for no Cupid. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. I gotta work. Wake up early in the morning, wake up early in the morning. I still got some told me that I couldn't do it, so I had to work on improvement. Standing up to my opponent, I had to let him know I had been chosen. This is my moment, this is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. This is my moment, this is my moment. I gotta go. Get out of your head, you do this in bed, no time for the meds. I'm losing control, I'm losing control. I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control, I think I've gone in a mode. I think I'm losing control, I think I've gone in a mode. Facing all of my ops, kill them off with the rock. You cannot stop what I got, my power come from up top. Good God. All of the blessings keep coming, I'ma need time to keep counting them up, keep lining them up. I'm filling my cup, I'm overflowing, now we running it up, run it up. My whole team going in, we winning, we win, we came for the win. Hey. My whole team going in, we winning, we win. I said what I said, oh yeah. Ain't no other option, ain't no way you stopping, we go harder, so don't need to gain a profit. Put us in the trenches, we came off the benches, ready for the action, this is really passion. This is my moment, this is my moment, I gotta go. This is my moment, this is my moment, I gotta go. Get out of your head, you do this in bed, no time for the meds. I'm losing control, I think I've gone animal. I think I'm losing control, I think I've gone animal. I think I'm losing control, I think I've gone animal.
Get ready for this. Get ready for this.
Trying to get this paper all day, every day, however long it takes us. We ain't got no conversation for you haters. Real game recognized, game